Come on, let's go.
Rush mid now. Come on. Jungle combat. Rotate back to low HP. Victory!
Activating warp jump. Destination? The brightest star.
We the kings, it's an honor show.
Pulse gun charged! Scope calibrated! It's a quantum party! Ignite the stars! Into the nebula! Cosmic shifts! Supernova pulse! Woo! Right in the core!
Hi everyone! The Honor of Kings Flowborn Outfit Design Contest is officially underway. We've always wanted to make HOK more fun for players. We hope the highly customizable outfit feature of Flowborn becomes a way for players to express themselves. In this contest, we welcome all players to submit their ideas through original outfit designs. Create your own exclusive hero. Outstanding entries will win cash prizes and may even be implemented in-game. The submission period is from July 4th to July 25th, so don't miss out. Before submitting, please make sure to download the official template to keep your submission format correct. After completing your design, follow the steps to submit your work. Please wait patiently for the official review results. What are you waiting for? This time, be your own hero.
Come on, let's go.
Rush mid now. Come on. Jungle combat. Rotate bot to low HP. Victory!
Sarawak is our opponent in Malaysia. We can win this time.
X3 Esport, they are a very strong team actually.
I think OG Esport is strong team, but we are the strongest team.
L'altra volta abbiamo vinto 3-0 contro di loro, quindi questa volta uguale.
Oke, untuk this match sendiri kita beberapa kali juga ngelawan mereka di turnamen-turnamen internasional.
KAGENDRA, we lost of them, but this time you want to win us.
ก็เป็นทีมที่แข็งแกร่งพอสมควรเลยครับแล้วก็เตรียมแผนเตรียมทุกอย่างไว้ครับก็จะทำให้เต็มที่ครับ
필리핀 리그에서 좋은 성적을 보여줬던 팀이라고 생각하고 긴장하면서 잘 상대해 보도록 하겠습니다.
This is what we have trained for.
We want it more than ever.
One step back, two step forward.
This is where the real battle begins.
4 days in and the pressure is now permanent. Every team left is dangerous, every game could be legendary. And today, the path to the crown gets ruthless. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Esports World Cup. This is Honor of Kings, the KWC 2025. I'm your host, Isaac Peña. With me, Sagi and Blam. We're gonna bring them the first 2 games of today. What are we looking forward to today?
First 2 games, KAGENDRA versus Twisted Minds. Following, we have obviously the BSC against Nova Esports, the MKL matchup that we know that Sagi loves the most. That's painful.
Sagi, how did you forget that one, Sagi? What's going on, my guy?
I didn't forget. I just didn't want to show because it's 2 MKL teams. On a side note, on a good note,
painful in your heart?
It is painful, but on a good note, at least one MKL team makes it to playoff for now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Hopefully, one of them is going to make it directly and the other one can just go and keep fighting it out in the lower bracket. That's one of the good things about winning the first game. They won the first game, so get an extra life so they can just go and fight out in the lower bracket after.
Exactly, like we talked about, right? Winning the upper bracket sends you to playoffs. Losing the upper bracket sends you to the lower bracket. And lower bracket, you still have one more chance, like you mentioned, and you get the chance to go to the last chance groups.
Day 1, 2, and 3 have been impacting. They've been packed with energy, packed with amazing plays, Blam. What has been like one of the top plays that you have seen today?
Top plays? I mean, yesterday it was full of them, right? Because, I mean, they were playing from the lower bracket, so they have to bring out everything they can and more. And honestly, obviously, TNX has to be one of the shoutouts, right? On his Jing, that last game was phenomenal.
Think for me, Gui Yu on the Dharma. That was crazy. Multi-man knockups, after multi-man knockups to the final catch. That man was super on point with the Dharma.
We have been seeing a lot of Dharma in these 3 days, right? Like, and I hope that we are going to be able to just keep seeing a lot more of that hero because the opportunities that it allows to everyone in the Gorge is just amazing.
Yeah, setup potential, obviously team making potential as well. The CC from his ultimate, the Truth Mantra, is such a great setup for these team fights. When you think you've got your opponent against the wall, Dharma comes through, guns blazing, and then catches off like 3, 4 of the enemy team, and then that's it. That's your point to take it into your own strides.
Exactly, especially like one factor coming in from Dharma, it makes the enemy have to think about which side they want to play around. If there's a lot of walls, you do not want to play against the Dharma because that Truth Mantra is going to hit you straight to the wall.
The tournament has been amazing up until right now. We have still a lot of days coming up just with amazing performances. We're going to be able to see all of the top players, all of the top teams just keep battling it out. We're going to have last chance. We're going to have group kings. We're going to have playoffs. The group stage that is right now going on, we're out of the groups. And right now it's upper bracket finals and lower bracket semifinals.
Exactly that. I mean, we got like, what? 2 more days left at the group stage. This is going to be cementing whether you are going to be into the last chance or are you going to be crowned into King Group, right? I mean, you definitely want to be there because in terms of that, it's going to be less at stake.
So what does it mean just to make it to the last chance and what does it mean to make it to the Group Kings?
For me, making it to the last chance, because you lose the direct access to the playoffs, but you are given a second chance to make it to the July 20 last chance. So what does it mean? Okay, teams that have lost, they come down to the second seed of the groups, they come together. 4 teams, but only 2 make it out alive to the playoffs.
Okay, so if I understand this clearly, if you made it to the upper bracket, you're going to win your final. If you win your final, you make it to the Group Kings. Group Kings gives you already direct access to the top 8. But then, depending on your seeding, you're going to be put in a different group, or that's going to define your pairings. if you make it to the last chance. On the other hand, that's still not a go for the top 8. That is still a one more battle, a one more BO3 that you need to win in the last chance in order to make it through to the top 8 teams.
Yeah, I mean, last chance as well. That's where the format actually changes a little bit, right? I mean, you go to BO5, you get an extra round at least, unless you can take a clean 3-0. And some of these teams already, I mean, as you get into that best of 5, that's where we're going to start to see some of the teams with the greater hero pools and not so great hero pools.
What about they put an eye in the brackets? The brackets are bringing us all of the information that we need to know in order of what has happened, what is going on, and what to look forward to.
For me, yesterday was really straightforward. Pause with a dominating 2-0 fashion, sending Gen G Esports straight towards the lower bracket. And for our PKL fans, sadly, Blacklist International has to bid us goodbye. But thankfully, Boom Esports, the #1 team in PKL, is still standing strong in the lower bracket run for this Group A.
Yep, Boom Esports is going to be carrying the dream for the PKL, right? I mean, they've definitely got to do what they can tomorrow to try and beat Gen G. But let's look at Group B. So we're currently seeing that Alpha 7 are the kings of that group right now. Like you were saying about those farewell teams, Loops, unfortunately, is going to be the one from Chuck BR, losing out of Group B, but it's going to be Team Vitality, the IKL 3rd and 2nd seed, trying to fight it for that 2nd place and that 2nd chance into the playoffs.
It is going to be difficult for that, right? That's going to be action for tomorrow. If we talk a little bit about what is going to happen today, the Group C bracket, as we just mentioned, is bringing us Twisted Minds against KAGENDRA as the first game of today. Both of them were unable to take the victory in their first game. And those who took the dub are moving into what's going to be today one of the top games. Nova Esports against Black Shrew Esport.
The champions versus the champions. Group C filled with champions. You have the IKL champions, you have the KMW champions being Twisted Mind, Nova Esports and BSE champions of their own international titles, duking it out for the first slot to the playoffs. Right now, we have Group D, and of course, Alpha Gaming versus OG Esports. That's spicy.
Very spicy indeed. I mean, this one could go either one or two ways. It could be a 2-0 because OG so dominantly took down Nongshim. Sorry, Hauler. But they could do the same here for Alpha Gaming. But I feel like Alpha Gaming, if they're on their form, they could at least maybe even take one round or even the victory, which would be a big upset for me. I think I'd go off screen crying, but the lower bracket here as well.
For me, from what we saw from the last few days, I firmly believe in one thing. Statistic doesn't make it all, especially it was 1 month ago. Right now, we've seen a lot of underdog stories. We've seen a lot of so-called weaker teams coming on top, beating these top dogs. And especially in this KWC, with this grand prize, this is now or never for these teams.
I'm telling you, 1 month ago does not matter anymore. It's been already 30 days for them to prepare. And today, we're going to have amazing matches that they're going to spawn for 8 hours. We're going to start in about some minutes. And then after that, we're going to go all the way for 8 hours straight.
8 hours straight. I mean, 8 hours a day, what would I be filling 8 hours a day with? And it is definitely Honor of Kings Esports. But we're going to be starting the day, obviously, with Twisted Minds going up against KAGENDRA, Nova Esports against BSE, again, APG against OG, and then ACT against Nongshim. This is a matchup we haven't really covered just yet, but what are your feelings on this one, Sagi?
Well, ACT versus Nongshim for me, we've seen ACT really do super well against APG on the first 2 days. We saw Flukeo. Man, he was a monster on the All-Grand Engine. And these young talents, he's only 17 years old or 18 years old. And right now, he's on this international stage, styling on APG, who had historically games in international stages. So this man alone will definitely be more and more important coming to today's series.
More and more important, but the most important thing right now, because we do live in the present here, it is going to be Twisted Minds going up against KAGENDRA. And like Sagi rightly coin lead, it is going to be the winners of KMW against the first seed of IKL.
We know that Twisted Minds and KAGENDRA, they might be just new opponents, but they're old friends, right? They have a lot of players that they have already played before in IKL. We have City Boy, Shanks, 90, all of them have already in the past just faced KAGENDRA. What has been some of your thoughts about those previous matches?
Ooh, previous matches have been tight though, but For me, it's about looking forward here because KAGENDRA, as we've seen so far, same for Twisted Minds, they came very close to their opponents, which was the MKL first and second team. They were so close in closing both games, but sadly, the execution in closing the games were just not there yet. As we've seen so far, a lot of these teams, such as Blacklist International, such as KAGENDRA, such as Twisted Minds, they have what it takes to push these top teams global to a certain extent where they're like, oh, we can't be treating these teams like lightly. They have what it takes to push us to the certain extent, to the limit.
Twisted Minds, Blam?
Twisted Minds. I mean, they've definitely been a boys on a journey, but they do have a bit of a reformed roster ever since KMW. Obviously, Clean is now going to be their jungle at 90. Highlang, Shanks, and City Boy are all going to be familiar faces for those fans of HOK Esports 2024 and even EWC 24 as well, right? They were obviously representing a different org, but they are back to try and take their crown a little bit further this time.
They have already have some champion pedigree in there, right? Like they've already come, some of them, City Boy and Shanks, already winning international tournaments. That kind of experience, something that KAGENDRA does not have on their side.
For me, what KAGENDRA does not have on their side is the experience, right?
Yeah.
They come towards the international tournament. For some reason, they'll be paired in a very difficult group, and that may impact their experience, because you get lesser games if you don't progress further. And also, it may impact their confidence here because it is a very stressful group with so many championship teams.
Well, championships, like that weight of those trophies on their shoulders, it might be pressure, it might be just a little bit more motivation for them to perform very well right now. That might just work as a double-sided blade, isn't it?
It might be a double-edged blade, right? I mean, definitely the weight and the pride of these people's IKL and even the KMW, just the weight of obviously who they are representing is going to be a bit of an issue. But I mean, Twisted Minds, they have a little mascot, so most people go for a cuddly toy to be safe. They've got one on stage, so they've already got a little bit of a safety net there, a little bit of a moral support.
Well, let's wait and see what's going to happen with Twisted Minds. KAGENDRA on the other side, I know that they have been put in horrible situations in the past, and they've been able just to fly their way through.
For me, I love KAGENDRA. They came from a lower bracket insane run, beat out everyone in the IKL to claim the final champions of their own region here. And especially, I want to give props to Lu and Senko. These two players, man, the playmakers of the KAGENDRA team lineup. When you need them the most, they will whip out such as the Quay in the Roam and make these insane plays to claw their team back into a series win.
Senko has become one of the most important players over there in IKL, right? FMVP in the IKL Final 2025 as well.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things he's really known for is obviously his very sort of like accentuated poses. He likes to be sort of like shouting like that. But I mean, we just saw there obviously on the UI that he's quite serious. I mean, there is a lot to kind of take on with this tournament. But yes, Senko definitely deserves some props.
For me, Senko, like you mentioned, he deserves all the fame, all the glory that he deserves because he is really that playmaker along with you. But if we focus on Senko, man, when it comes to the spirit, when it comes to the motivation he gives for the team, this man has it all. I really respect him.
We had an opportunity to talk to Senko before the game, just to talk a little bit about how KAGENDRA, the kings of the lower bracket, the kings of just adversity, and what is going on through their minds. Take a look.
Oke, untuk perjalanan kita menuju IWC ini sih cukup berat sih. Terutama untuk di liga kita sendiri, IKL Spring 2025, yang dimana kita di grup sesi itu kita sangat kesusahan. Menurut aku sendiri sih, waktu kita menang lawan Bigetron di final lower bracket, dan dari situ kita pede banget kita bisa melawan Dominator di final. Ya terbukti kita menang dengan skor 4-3. Gue juga thanks juga terutama juga sama teman-teman gue yang dimana mereka mentalnya kuat banget sih untuk bisa jadi juara. Dan tetapi untuk di playoff kita bisa improve lebih cepat dan kita bisa menang dari lower bracket melawan Dominator dengan skor 4-3, dan itu juga merupakan momen yang gak pernah lupa sih, soalnya kita memenangkan turnamen pertama di Indonesia dan juga merasakan ultimate battle. Untuk aku sendiri sih, aku masih percaya sama teman-temanku dan aku tetap nyemangatin mereka untuk jangan patah semangat, kita pasti bisa. Yang pasti Blackstone Esport adalah salah satu tim yang kuat ya untuk di scene Honor of King ini. Terlebih lagi dia adalah runner up buat EWC 2024 kemarin. Menurut aku ini adalah satu tim yang emang patut kita waspadai, terutama ya buat tim kita sendiri karena kita akan berhadapan dengan BSC. Nova Esports sendiri sih menurut aku untuk sekarang dia adalah tim yang paling kuat untuk regional SEA. Yang pasti gue masih penasaran banget buat lawan Nova ini, gue pengen menangin lah buat lawan Nova ini. Makna buat aku sendiri sih, aku nggak ngincer kayak hadiahnya atau slot ke EWC-nya sih. Aku lebih ngincer untuk pride-nya. Dan aku yakin karena kita menjuarai turnamen pertama di Indonesia ini, pastinya KAGENDRA bakal selalu diingat sih. Siapa sih yang menang di turnamen pertama di Indonesia. It's our time to conquer. Redemption start now. Victory tastes better twice.
Your limits are defined by the strength of your mind. KAGENDRA, one of the strongest teams in there in terms of what is right up here. They try and try and try again until the result is coming their way. We want to be like them. They are an example of what HOK has to be.
For me, KAGENDRA, when it comes to mental composure, against a grand final team such as Dominator Esports back in IKL, they really came out superior in that specific moment. Imagine going through the entire lower bracket in the IKL just to come up to sweep and fight Dominator to a 7-game ultimate battle. That is a legendary run coming in from the IKL #1 seed.
Absolutely huge, right? I mean, I still remember where I was on that day that it happened. I mean, it seems like some kind of like historical event across the world, but within Honor of Kings it was. I remember waking up and seeing KAGENDRA already 2-0 against Bigatron from a previous score where they literally just lost completely. And then to watch this team go all the way from the lower brackets to the IKL champions was definitely a Sunday I don't forget.
I am going to tell you something about that. There's a very impactful sentence that came in from that video that he said, I do not care about the prize, I care about the pride. One letter difference and a complete different meaning.
For me, exactly like he mentioned, pride and prize, yes, they are both important. But if you're playing for your pride, the motivational level just skyrockets because you want to be proving yourself. You want to prove that, hey, the world, we are the IKL champions. We are not a fluke. We are here to dominate and conquer. And what way is better than to prove in this such an important series against one of the best in the HOK global scene, which is Twisted Minds?
There is no amount of money, there's no amount of prize pool that can actually be compared to the pride of being able to win against your opponents. I know that KAGENDRA is going to try their very best today to become victorious, but Twisted Minds on the other side are not going to give them an easy game.
Not an easy game indeed, right? I mean, they went obviously against BSC into their first game within KWC, and honestly, that first game had us back to the wall. It was like, is KAGENDRA actually going to beat the second seed of MKL? And it looked like it for a brief moment. But unfortunately, those first games of the KWC have always seemed a little bit shaky for some of these teams, even for Twisted Minds going up against Nova. So they've both gone up against the best within the MKL, and they're now in the lower bracket. So they now need to bring something a little bit more flavor within this game #1 BP.
Talking about BP, we definitely have to put focus on to certain picks here, right? We're looking at a follow-up setup coming in from the side of KAGENDRA. They like to put Lanfeng onto these carries. They like to put pressure on this man himself to really elevate the team to a different level. Right now, putting the Lady Sun and main combo for the side of KAGENDRA here will spell a lot of responsibility for the side of KAGENDRA's farm lane.
A lot. I mean, it's definitely that kind of like protect the Madam President, right, that we've been seeing previously within the Honor of Kings World Cup this far. And we're only, what, 4 days in coming up to this. With this, it's a matchup that definitely means a lot to these both teams, right? But like we've seen a lot, one of the biggest picks within the KWC so far, the highest win rate is going to be that Dharma going over to iHands.
Ooh, Dharma towards iHands. We've seen a lot of these Dharmas coming in from the IKL, PKL, and MKL, and also the global scene. This pick has been a miracle maker. That's why it has 80% win rate out of 10 picks we've seen so far. This pick, you give him a wall, he's going to be setting you multi-man knockups towards the wall.
So basically, what Twisted Minds really need to do here is the fact that you want to try and stay away from walls. But I think a good thing to be a great biggest encounter is going to be the Zhangfei, right? The Zhangfei with the Unbridled Outburst we saw yesterday was definitely one of the main proprieties of some of these teams' victories as well. But we were speaking about this in the green room as well, right? Sagi was like, hey, Hailang been playing a lot more of the control mages. Back in 2024, he was a Shangguan and Mai Shiranui main. He's bringing this out in game number 1 against KAGENDRA. What we thinking?
What am I thinking? I think my Shrew, this pick is one of the highest ceiling picks in terms of the mage and mid role, right? If you can make your own tempo with this pick, you can set up your team for success. It's definitely going to be a very big threat, especially when you're playing the likes of a Lady Sun plus main combo that does not have a lot of innate mobility here.
Not a lot of innate mobility, but I mean, if we're thinking about this, Lung over to the side of Twisted Minds, we are going to be having those infinite vastness. They're either going to be used defensively or to reposition Shanks onto the Gorge. But speaking of more of the most picked heroes so far within the KWC, we're getting the Ogryn, and yesterday seemed like a day of Ogryn performance.
Oh, I do especially remember Dani's performance onto the Ogryn here. And right now, Twisted Minds, they pick up the Ogryn for Mr. Clean himself. I do believe this pick will be served as a very solid front line to combo with Zhang Fei, which is going to the hands of City Boy here. So this forms a very strong wall. But yet again, the question is, can this engage heavy team composition catch out the likes of Lan Feng on this Lady Sun?
I mean, right now, obviously, they do have the front line. They do have the burst over to the side of Twisted Minds. What are they really lacking up into that clash lane is potentially some more pickup potential.
I really love this Lady Sun pick here coming in from KAGENDRA, because this pick here, because of how much control she provides in her spell kick, the spell 2, the bounce, the Destructive Deluge, the ultimate, right? It makes the Ogryn to come in a very, very tough time. It's gonna be like, oh, I want to move in.
Yes.
I want to come in with the ultimate to get lifesteal, but the Lady Sun is stopping me from coming in. So that's the value that this pick brings.
Massive value, right? I mean, we've been seeing the Lady Jen not being like the most biggest playmaking hero within the KWC, but seeming to be a little bit more of a scapegoat, but with a mission. The mission to do a lot of damage onto the enemy team. And like you were saying there, Sagi, the Destructive Deluge is going to be the fault stop to the Ogryn. And here's that pickup potential, right? The Mai Yin, again, being another one of those big, most picked heroes of KWC this far.
Exactly, and you look at both of these team compositions, they spell one thing. They want to engage here with their clash laners. Dharma onto Ihans. He needs to find these multi-man engages, these flanks. Mayin onto the hands of Twisted Minds. They want to find these insane bursts onto the Lady Sun. So, the carry-focused team composition on the side of KAGENDRA here. You need your Lady Sun to stay alive with this Bing to really propel yourself to the later stages of the game.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Ihans, I don't think is going to have the easiest time on this Dharma as well, right? Because, I mean, there is a lot of, like, get in, get out. I mean, you have the Mai Shiranui. We know how far this hero can travel across the gorge within a moment's notice. You have the infinite vastness. You're going to make sure that has been expanded before you go in with the Truth Mantra. Because if you're going to go in with the Truth Mantra onto something like the Zhangfei or the Ogryn, it's not going to have the impact we've been seeing over the past 3 days.
Exactly. Like, we have to see so much bit pick and ban has been great for these teams.
Yes.
But it all boils down to execution, the game plan. Can they execute the game plan? Are they playing towards their win condition? What is the objective they want to achieve?
The drafts are locked, the stage is virtual, but the stakes couldn't be more real. Let's head into the gorge. Casters, take it away.
Here we go. Game number 1 between KAGENDRA, IKL's first seed, and the KMW's winners, Twisted Minds. This is going to be a brawl, and we're already seeing 3-on-3 into the mid lane. This is going to be looking for those resources, right? The 4 minion wave.
Exactly, and this is a standard lane matchup that we've seen so far when you pick up the Lady Sun and Ming. Because why is it so good? You get the damage boost from the Ming for the Lady Sun, and she gets to clear these waves extremely fast to look for these roams, the engages towards the clash, and look at the position right now. They are looking to gank 90.
Yeah, I mean, this could be trouble for 90 here. They need to get out of there. Obviously, the CC immunity is going to be what they need to get out of this 2v1 jam. But like you were saying there, a good thing to note as well is obviously the Purify.
Exactly, double Purify here to make sure that they do not get catch by the hands of Hailang onto this Mai Shiranui or City Boy onto this Zhang Fei here. And Hailang, sneaky steal onto the board here, cementing themselves a very decent lead so far in the early game.
decent lead in the early game so far for Twisted Minds. Again, back with that 3v2 into the mid lane, just looking to try and mitigate this, but 90 is going 1-to-1 with iHands here. Not looking too high, he has to expand the flash, using the flip out of there. It's not going to be enough, the dash comes through.
Solo kill for the side of iHands onto this Dharma. We talked about this. iHands stepping up huge against 90, the FMVP of Twisted Mind in the grand finals of the KMW.
Yeah, Twisted Minds at 90 there, just took a little bit off, a bit more off, more than he could chew right of going up against iHands with the Dharma. He now has the XP lead as well up into the Clash lane, so he's already going to have those truth mantras. And what do we know about the truth? It hits hard.
It definitely hits hard, and right now, a very good setup here coming in from the side of both teams here. They both want to control this mid lane priority here. And hang on the moment, those Shanks flashes in.
No, that's it. I mean, this is Meta President going down, so that is a trade, however, though. High Lang for Lampang could be a good trade here. Obviously, the late game carry, Lampang, needs to be staying alive in these team fights.
Okay, for me, I love the play here coming in from the side of Twisted Mind, but look at this. They are losing some form of waves here on the bottom side here.
Yes.
And it gives so much space for Senko to catch up on this EXP here. And let's look at the replay real quick. This 1v1 being fought out by both these two Clash laners. Here's 90 overstaying more than he can. And immediately flashes back, but it's too little too late. The mantra here coming from iHands to pick up the kill and secure the first blood 1v1.
Yeah, I mean, the Brucey bonus about that replay was the fact that Mayin was actually be able to get that minion wave taken out. So there'll be no advances onto that T1, meaning that Dharma couldn't really leave the lane there. So I think that was kind of like the swan song for 90.
Exactly, and look at the map state right now. Both teams here, they are looking to play in a rather slow tempo here, but the tempo will obviously shift when it comes to the Tyrant spawn in about 50 seconds here. And right now, look at Senko, look at Vira.
Yeah, just sitting in the bush. I mean, this is a game of patience, right? Neither of these teams really want to sacrifice it all in the early game because, I mean, we've got late game potential on both sides, from the Lung, from the Lady Soon. But right now, the Bright Light Burst does catch onto the Lady Chen. Senko maybe in trouble there, gets the Flaming Palms right the win, keeps her in place. Shanks gets the kill onto this team fight as well. Nice pick up for Twisted Minds.
Giving props to Shanks here. Another roam coming in from the farm laner of Twisted Minds here. And they catch up again, and one goes to top side again. And Mayin goes extremely low here.
Yeah, extremely low, but Clean is going to come through just to clean up and hopefully help this takedown onto iHands. But it is going to be High Lang coming through, doing the damage, but it is going to be Clean picking up that kill so far.
Well, the 1v1 can always happen, but you gotta remember, guys, this is not a 1v1 game.
Nope.
Rotations tend to happen, especially Senko was down for that fight. There was no member from the side of KAGENDRA to rotate to you for this 1v1 here, KAGENDRA.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be setting up a good neutral objective here, right? The 4-minute mark is on the board. You see the Tyrant, you see the Overlord. This is where the pace starts to formulate. This is where the snowball could get out of hand here for KAGENDRA.
That's the thing, right? KAGENDRA has to pull a break here. They have to fend off this fast lead coming in from Twisted Mind because from that series of play, it's already a 1.5k goal lead here.
The 1.5k goal lead. And to be honest, the thing I noticed about Twisted Minds in previous games is when they get the lead, sometimes they just take a little bit of a backseat. They don't do what the good teams and the great teams do. They like to put the pressure on when they've got the good going. But right now, speaking of good going, it's going to be Senko. He goes down. Potential here for a pickup of that T1 into the mid lane, but Wiro just on point, like a bus, comes through, plays the minions.
They do get the top tier 1 though, but hang on a moment. That mid T1 gets damaged so hard here. And I believe that Crimson as well was stolen under the eyes of KAGENDRA members here. To add insult to injury, they just pulled the goalie to a 2,000.
Yes, 2,000 goal lead here for Twisted Minds. They've got to do something here, KAGENDRA. I mean, like you said, they put a bandage on the wound. They've cauterized the bleeding now within the mid lane at this point, but it's looking pretty low. Same with the Clash lane, right? I mean, yes, they got the advantage for now for the side of KAGENDRA, but that's only going to take a few blows and a minion wave here for the side of Twisted Minds. But Wiro into the backline, just trying to catch up High Lang. Isn't quite successful just yet, but he does have his boys. He's got the backup. It's a 4v4 that can potentially go down here in the mid lane, but they are able to get that T1.
They get that T1 towards the top side, and right now they have positioned themselves to counter this Azir Golem. Will KAGENDRA look for a fight here, or will KAGENDRA back off? What is the call here, KAGENDRA?
Yeah, I mean, if they do lose this one, we were looking very dependent onto that Azir Golem, right? I mean, Dune likes having that low cooldown skills. He needs to keep soaking in that mana, and he's lost it. This could be crucial for these next few team fights for KAGENDRA.
Especially when you are such a tank jungler that requires these tank items to really be the front man, tanking the damage for your team. Twisted Minds, they're just choking you out of any resource possible. Look at the top wave here. It's crashing towards your Clash Lane here. It's about to get your tier 2 as well, KAGENDRA.
Yeah, T2, I mean, we've seen there that iHans has definitely moved the position down to the bot side of the map. He's looking to go for a little bit of that macro playstyle to get a bit more pressure onto the side of Twisted Minds because the team fights aren't quite going in the favor of KAGENDRA right now.
Indeed it is, and look at this. They are once again looking to counter this Crimson buff. But Crimson buff does go towards the hands of Weeraw here. There is no buff transfer towards Lanfeng that desperately needs this Crimson Golem to do damage.
Unbridled Outburst does connect onto 2, however, is this going to be enough pressure for the side of Twisted Minds to get that T1 into the mid lane? He does drop the Destructive Deluge. It's not going to be enough to keep Twisted Minds out of there. They get the prize, they get out.
That was clean stuff coming in from Twisted Mind, led by Clean as well. The tier 1 being taken down means that the map is completely open right now, and Twisted Minds have more of a flanking angle for the likes of the Mai, for the likes of the Mai Shrew to look for these kind of engages.
Every engages, I mean, he's able to get out of there. Lanfeng actually having a little bit of a blessing within that mid lane brawl right now, because I mean, they don't have the T1. They have more of a distance to travel back to safety.
And look at this rinse and repeat here coming in from Twisted Minds. They have the exact buff timers here for the likes of KAGENDRA. And right now, you just have to rinse and repeat this and escalate their goalie here, making sure that Weeraw does not have any resource to farm onto this map.
Yeah, they are completely starving him of this Azure Golem. I mean, the Unbridled Outburst, not the best one that we've seen City Boy play to date, but it got the minion. I mean, at least it got something right.
Yeah, at least it got something here. It forces them out. But if KAGENDRA looks to really punish them here, this is the time where such a crucial cooldown coming in from Twisted Mind is actually down.
Yeah, I mean, they are going to be looking for that invade onto City Boy, but I mean, we know Twisted Minds, they aren't going to make a mistake like that, hopefully, but iHans is able to catch out Highlang. That is a lot of damage for the side of Twisted Minds being taken off the board right now. Twisted Minds Shanks here, just looking to do a little bit of damage just to keep them away.
With Highland down, can they realistically take this Crimson buff here in the jungle of KAGENDRA here? Clean, what is the call here? Is it going to be the smite? They secure it safely.
Yeah, Weeraw gets the buff, but is he going to be able to get out alive? No! Shanks gets the kill onto Lanfeng, onto Senko. The damage is not here for KAGENDRA. That is a 3-0 trade at this point. We have minions in the mid lane.
90 coming up clutch with a 4-man crucial crowd control, immediately capitalizing on all members of KAGENDRA here right now. As you mentioned, the minions are coming into the base. Is it going to be a game-ending push?
Uh-oh, Lou not looking too good. He's got a clue. That is going to be a double kill coming through here, though, for Twisted Minds once again. 7k goal lead at this point. Twisted Minds, they are looking for another brawl. The Unbridled Outburst catches onto 2 into the backline. They get the higher ground turret into the mid lane.
Man, clean stuff coming from Twisted Minds there. However, Clean overextending, but CD Boy and Highland that immediately diffusing whatever danger their jungler has. And right now, they clean up the jungle, they look for their recalls, and 10 minutes is about to reach, and that's where we see the game-ending push.
Yeah, I mean, just look at this replay here, right? I mean, even with the Destructive Deluge, it is still a lot of damage here coming through to the side of Twisted Minds, but it did not deter them, right? They still went for this team fight.
For me, Twisted Mind did an exceptionally good job in shutting down the primary man, which is KAGENDRA's Senko here.
Yep.
Senko has been awfully quiet this game. Right now, we gotta think, how does KAGENDRA come back into this game with an 8,000 deficit?
I mean, they gotta try something right. They've gotta try and get the crucial pickups. We've seen the potential from iHans, right? He was able to get Highlang, but is that gonna be enough? Just focusing Highlang, or is this Highlang's MO? Is he just a scapegoat? Is he just gonna start the wound? He's gonna start opening up, and then his teammates are just gonna come through.
Exactly, and that's the thing that they have to look for iHans here. If you can find the Long, the Mai Shrew here, but then, can Lanfeng and Lu survive the dive coming in from 90 and Highland here?
I mean, at this point, I mean, only time could tell, right, Sagi? We do see the Splendor being built here for Senko, and those new players at home, if you're looking for something like a little bit of a safety net, Splendor will give you a little bit of a status, a little bit of a lifeline, and time for your team to come to your aid.
But talking about time, time is ticking for the side of KAGENDRA here. Your tower is being knocked on right now. Your team has to fend off this push. This Shadow Tyrant is proving very strong. Shanks looks for a bit of a poke, but does not find it.
Does not find it. I mean, was it the fate here of Twisted Minds to only push that minion wave into the top side? Because, I mean, we didn't have anything in the mid lane or into the farm lane, so the pressure wasn't really on there for KAGENDRA.
I do believe that the better wave clear has to be done here, but City Boy here, look at him, positioning right in front, so Shanks can siege the tower safely, but look at 90 though.
Oh, there we go, 90 to the back line, the right lane burst catches the onto 2 once again, but the cleanse comes through for Lady Sun, but right now, we have the takedown of the Weiro in game number 1. The minions are quite there, the delivery not coming through for Twisted Minds just yet. Shanks has to use the Infinite Bastards to get out of here.
Lanfeng gets out with a bit of health here, but Twisted Mind came what they wanted. All tier 3s have gone down for KAGENDRA here. For Twisted Mind, they can chill, they can go for the Shadow Overlord, and they can look to set up for the game-winning push.
I mean, the game's in their hands, right? I mean, they have everything going for them at this point. KAGENDRA really need to find a breaking point or at least some kind of vent out of their base just to get some resources over to the likes of Lanfeng. But if we look at it though, even though the game's been dominant towards Twisted Minds, Lanfeng's been able to keep up the farm. He's only 200 gold behind the sides of Shanks.
But that's the thing about these crucial solo carry team compositions, right? If Lanfeng, without the Purify, falls down the next fight, KAGENDRA loses all hope immediately.
Yeah, I mean, they've got no sort of safety net, right? So definitely maybe trying to play the next team fight to that counter.
Okay, Twisted Mind hasn't been in this situation before. 3 waves down, they're crashing all in. This time, will they learn their lesson and they show us a better way of ending the game?
We can only hope so, right? I mean, they don't want to go towards the base and completely disregard the enemy team like they tried to do against Nova. So definitely this will show if Twisted Minds has already learned their lesson within the KWC, but they have the enhanced minions in all 3 lanes. Weiro looking like a bastion here.
And the Shadow Overlord is marching slowly towards the bottom side right now. With the Shadow Overlord, we'll see a big fight that is about to happen in just a few seconds.
Yeah, carting through the potential Trojan horse here would be the Shadow Vanguard. Weiro is already looking like he's taking a little bit too much damage for my liking. 90 to the backline, trying to stop him getting into the base, but we do have the Vanguards coming through. That is an unbridled light burst onto 4. But right now, it's clean picking up the kill for Ions onto Senko. But they're losing City Boy. They're losing 90.
Tower!
Can they keep the crystal alive? No! Game number 1 goes to Twisted Minds.
Well, it wasn't the cleanest of the fights,
No.
but thankfully this time, the Overlord and Vanguard secured the deal and secured the win for Twisted Mind in this crucial best of 3.
Yeah, like you were saying there, it wasn't the cleanest of write-offs, right? But I mean, they have a jungler, his name is Clean, and if you are going to do something, clean by name, clean by nature.
Clean by name, clean by nature, clean by mechanics here. Very good game 1 coming in from Twisted Minds here to really cement the lead from early towards the later stages of the game. I love it, how they actually look to secure these early game objectives here to really cement their lead.
Yeah, looking to cement their lead. I mean, this is definitely what they really want to do in this first best of 3, right? I mean, this is the lower bracket, but we did see some great scraps for KAGENDRA and Twisted Minds, but the scraps was definitely going over there to Twisted Minds. We saw a 2k gold lead to begin with, slowly started to go into that 4k.
Man, I gotta give props to Shanks. He went from the farm lane, rotated towards the mid side, and got such a good angle onto Senko. And look at 90 here, man. 4-man knockup on this Majin. What a crucial way to break open game 1 in such an important series here, Blam.
Very important series. Like you were saying, that it's the lower bracket. You definitely want to be starting with this win in your stride. And Twisted Minds, like we were saying, were definitely kind of dismantling a lot more cleaner in the early to mid game. But as they were trying to approach the Crystal, we're already starting to see the weakness of this team. They definitely find the difficulty to just basically secure the Crystal, right?
That has been an issue with all these teams coming to KWC last few days. At the Crystal, they tend to panic. And look at this fight. Okay, 90 goes in. All 3 waves collapse. Is it the call to end the game? Is it the call to fight? What is the call here? In the end, they chose to fight and they almost lost the fight. But thankfully, the Vanguards have marched in and Hailang, the sole surviving members of Twisted Mind, sealed the deal for the side of Twisted Minds.
Indeed. It was a close one. It was a close one, but Twisted Minds come out on top of that one. The first game win within KWC this far.
I'm telling you, I agree completely with what Sagi just mentioned right now. It's been a trend that it's been really hard to just make that final push on the crystal. You saw it over here with Twisted Minds, right? Like they come in, they have the high ground. If it wouldn't have been for the Vanguards, most likely they wouldn't have won that fight at the end.
Exactly, and especially Hyla was like, guys, end the game, guys.
Yeah,
Stop fighting. Learn your lesson here. And Hyla, of course, he ended the game and they secured a comfortable win in Game 1 here. But Game 2 and Game 3, if there's a Game 3, for me, Game 2, KAGENDRA, there's no stress to hide right now. Bring everything out. The kitchen sink, the pan, everything. It's time to bring it out now.
It's time to analyze the numbers, man, because at the end of the day, it is a numbers game. We need to be able to go there and look at what is working, what is not working. Right now, from the things that did not work, in my opinion, the Lady Sun strat did not work.
It didn't have the room to breathe, right? Like the pressure into the bot side of the map didn't help, but also the added pressure of the stolen Azure Golem as well. We know Dune as a pick needs that cooldown reduction. He needs that mana coming through. And what did Twisted Minds do? They just cut that lifeline off.
That's the beauty of playing around objectives, right? You fight around the objective, and if the enemy does come and try to tackle you on this, immediately they will get punished if they are weaker here. And that is what exactly happened into this series here. Twisted Minds, they kept playing around these tempos, which is what? The mid tower, the buffs, the buff towards the red buff, the Crimson Golem here, especially. Look at the stats right here. All the damage is only from Lanfeng onto this Lady Sun here. And Weirao, without the buffs, without the gold, he is as squishy as a paper here.
Squishy as paper. I mean, paper mache is definitely not what you want to be when you are a tank, right? But if we look at the gold, though, we do have to give props over to Lanfeng. He was 12.4k to Shanks' 11.8. So, yes, he got the kind of motives that he needed in the components to actually try and get the Lady Soon online, but it was just the pressure that Twisted Minds were creating and putting onto KAGENDRA just didn't allow it to shine.
Who shined in this game was Twisted Minds. Everyone shined in there, but one player stood up higher than the rest and shined the brightest. It was 90 on that Majin at 228 KDA.
Yeah, I mean, it even shows here, right? Those watching at home, even if you suffer the first blood, you can still be the MVP. You can still have a lot of priority, a lot of effect into the games.
For me, he was really a playmaker coming in from the likes of Twisted Mind. Man, his 4-man knockout really sealed the deal and get so much momentum coming in from the side of Twisted Mind to really blow the game open as of that point.
Yeah, blow the game open. I mean, that access into the backline really put the stress onto the side of KAGENDRA. They really struggled with this one.
It was difficult. It was really, really hard for KAGENDRA. Going back to what Sagi was mentioning when we were looking at the stats, it was just the timer that they had, not only the Azure, but in the Crimson Golem. They knew when the Golems were going to spawn, and they had a very well synchronized attack going from one jungle to the other, taking turrets on the way. It was just a beautiful dance. When we are put in those situations, what can we do in order just to stop the music?
Okay, a very easy way is to just give it up entirely and look to focus your resources, your players on the other side of the map. Be it stealing certain small jungle camps, be it pushing out the minion waves so that they cannot escalate a push. That is a better way of slowly looking for these teamfights, because we saw this before, like the likes of Vitality versus A7.
Okay.
A7 was losing 3,000 gold, but they never took a big fight. They were always playing towards their later stages of the game. They were playing like, okay, we wait for Vento, no, sorry, not Vento. We wait for our farm lane to scale.
Yeah.
We wait for our team to scale. Once that skill kicks in, that's where they should fight. But in this game, KAGENDRA, maybe due to experience, maybe due to game plan here, they always wanted to fight. And that resulted into them losing out the side lanes, losing out the priorities here, losing out farm for Lanfeng and Weirao.
It is one of the important things in this game, right? Like just to kind of like stop the snowball. Don't let them just become too big for this to be inevitable. What are some other ways that we can just help just people at home to learn how to stop those snowballs?
Kim touched on it yesterday, right? It's playing the map. So you then go to the macro play. So obviously what we saw that Ihans was trying to do, yes, he got the priority up to the top side of the map, and then we saw a heavy presence down to the bot side. So he was really trying to disrupt the play of the music by pulling out the cord, but somebody was there just sticking it back in, and the pressure just wasn't able to kind of surmount anything in the end, unfortunately. But it's just definitely keeping that pressure on, but also getting those big picks in those team fights.
Twisted Minds comes in with some picks that completely work for them. The Ogren, the Long, very expensive picks. And on the other side, KAGENDRA already used their Dharma, which has been one of the top players in this whole game.
Yeah, it's definitely something. I mean, if you're looking at it as a whole, I think the resources and expenditure is definitely more onto the side of Twisted Minds there, because Lady Chen is not always the kind of like first game hero you go for. Dune, again, always the latter part into the format, but it is like you were saying there, Isaac, the Dharma is definitely the crucial piece there, and Ihans loved that pick, right?
Ooh, Ihans definitely loved that pick, but definitely there is still the picks such as the Pei, the Arlie, that is yet to be up for grabs for either of these two teams. So we gotta see what is KAGENDRA trying to formulate for the upcoming draft this game.
I am just thinking, there's no tomorrow. They need to win this game. There's no way of just thinking like, all right, maybe we don't win this game, we can win the next one. There's no next one.
There's no next one, exactly. You lose this one, you're packing your bags to the airport real quick. So if you're a KAGENDRA fan, if you're KAGENDRA yourself, it's do or die. It's now or never. It's time.
The time is up. The time is now for KAGENDRA, right? They definitely need to put a stop onto Twisted Minds, but Twisted Minds, it's not like they've come from an easy matchup within the KWC, right? They went up against Nova Esports, a team they have not played against yet, and Season 3 Invitational Champions, MKL Spring 2025 Champions. And now they got up against KAGENDRA, the IKL Spring 2025 Champions. They don't seem to be faltering here. I mean, yes, towards the end was definitely where they faltered the most, but we're getting into the BP of game number 2.
Ooh, for me here, Twisted Minds picking up the Arlie and KAGENDRA banning out the Direnjie. Not something you would practically do because this really locks off any counters that you have for the Arlie into the farm lane role, but yet again, Byron and Diadia, a strong early to mid-game tempo hero being locked in for South KAGENDRA, a change of game plans.
I mean, we talk about the D-Ranger being a counter here to the Arlie, right? But I mean, is this going to be a Chano coming out? Because obviously we always say that Chano could be one of the other counters to the Arlie, and obviously having the Diadia here, being able to catch Arlie when she can't go back to her Parasol, and then obviously having those Spirit Wolves could be the thing they're looking for here on the side of KAGENDRA.
You make an exceptionally good point here, Blam. Having the Chano also secures you the later stages of the game.
Yes.
But we talk about Chano. He does not have the best of mobilities here. And when it comes to that, Fatigue, spelled one flash into the backline. Exactly the way you want to catch off a Chano. But yet again, we have to see what KAGENDRA drafts for their farm lane.
Yeah, we'll see anyway in a few moments' time, but I do like the Vardy pickup. Again, it's been at about a 50% win rate. Obviously, we do give it over to the Chuck BR teams. There it is, the Chano does come through. It's as if I do my own work, lads. But we are coming through here with the Chano. It's going to be interesting to see how they play onto the side of KAGENDRA, and like you were saying there, Sagi, it gives them the late game potential. But obviously, this Hue-1 here, a lot of sustain going up to the side of Twisted Minds.
And coming into game 2 of this series, I want to see KAGENDRA make changes towards their draft. Yes, we see Lan Feng, the key player for their team in terms of the carry department, to be the main firepower. But yet again, if you put all the pressure of being to do DPS or the carry work, he's going to have an extremely difficult time, especially when Twisted Mind is drafting a heavy team dive composition.
A very team-heavy dive composition here for the side of Twisted Minds as well, right? I mean, we're seeing here the Dolia ban. Maybe they're thinking that the High Lang is going to be jumping onto this Hue-1 here. I mean, we've seen it before, though. City Boy has definitely picked up this pick also, and we've seen predominantly within the KWC that Hue-1 has been down into that roam lane as well.
It's definitely a very flexible pick that Twisted Mind can draft for their team compositions, and props to KAGENDRA for noticing that to ban out the double unending sorrow type of route that they can take, right? For the side KAGENDRA, maybe it's picking up the Pei to amp up the tempo so they have double carry, and then to look for another utility mage, or we can see a different approach coming in about 6 seconds.
6 seconds is definitely... I mean, they're looking for their jungle, right? They're looking for the jungle, they're looking for the mid, and they're looking to get a little bit more damage here. I mean, this is a nice pairing. The Diadia and the Ganamo.
Diadia locks the enemy with the spell to Bid of Farewell into Ganamo spears, instantly bursting them.
I mean, it's not just one spear, it's a couple of blades, right? It's a couple of blades, and it does so much damage, especially with his ultimate, right? Freshly forged, he gets more blades chucked out, and they do a lot more damage.
But here's the thing about Twisted Mind's team composition. Bati has a Purify on his ultimate. Arlie has the Maple Dance to block out projectiles, which is ranged spells. Yu-Huan has the Unending Sorrow to dodge out the Freshly Forged. So, How do they realistically pull off this combo with no mistake?
Ooh, I mean, no mistake. I mean, there is always going to be error for these teams, and we are getting the second Flowborn tank variant of the tournament. Yesterday, played by none other than Alpha 7 Danny, and now we're getting Wero's take on this pick. What's your take here, Sagi?
My take? We have Clean on Mr. Clean's Luna here. And one thing we learned about Luna loves fighting against immobile tanks.
Yeah, immobile.
This is going to be a showcase between a tank jungler versus a Luna assassin carry here. Can Clean find the angle? I don't know. Let's check it out.
Let's check it out. I mean, the time has arrived for him to potentially find the angle in this game number 2. Is it going to be a 2-0 or can KAGENDRA bring this back?
KAGENDRA fans, KAGENDRA yourself, it's now or never. Bounce back now or bounce to the airport. Ladies and gentlemen, Game 2 commences.
Game 2 commences here. Again, we're just seeing another bit of a brawl here into the mid lane. Not quite that 3v3 that we've been seeing in the previous one, right? But I mean, right now, we see that the rotation here, Shanks up into the top side, and then we have Lanfang dealing with 90 down to the bot side.
I love this lane swap coming in for the South Twisted Mind because we talked about this. Lanfang channel counters the early from the hands of Shanks. So allowing this at least secures one winning lane for the South Twisted Minds, and especially with the River Sprite towards the Clash lane here, they can secure that as well as the neutral objective.
Yeah, just trying to get that Doomsday activated a little bit more quicker for Shanks onto this early. But I mean, we put a lot of pressure onto Clean on the Luna, but Hailang on this Yixing was one of his greatest picks within the KMW, so I'm a little bit more fearing for that into the mid lane as well. I mean, that world is my board. Definitely a disruptive one when you have to fight on the enemy's terms.
Well, you remember what we said about if you pick the channel here. Yes, it's an extremely good laning here, but you gotta tackle this. But hold on a moment, Lou might be caught out here. A little bit of tipsy taps, but they are still a safe 2v2. Jumping back to the point. This channel here might get caught out by the Warriors, my board. Might get caught out by 90's flash engage here. So definitely, they're putting a lot of pressure onto this Lanfang carry pick.
A lot of pressure onto the Lanfang carry pick. I mean, it's going to be that late game ticket like we were saying in the BP, right? So really, they're going to be keeping him alive to try and do his best here as much as possible and try not to die as much, right? Like, if we sort of see a big focus onto Lanfang, it's going to be horrible for the side of KAGENDRA.
Ooh, I do have to agree. And especially Clean. No one is affecting Clean's clear path here, but 90 here rotates to the top side. And 90 gets a knockup, catches Lou, gets the catch, gets the first blood here. Who would have thought that they would rotate 3 men towards the top side, and Lou, Lanfang gets punished heavily.
Gets punished heavily, and he is on the run. So first blood going up the side of Twisted Minds once again. But Wero very disruptively comes in and gets the kill onto City Boy.
Wero shows City Boy the bounce out here, secures a 1-to-1 trade. But right now, just looking at the goalie here, 2 minutes 30 in, already a 1,000 goalie towards the hands of Twisted Mind. This Luna is having a field day.
Having a field day and being completely uncontested, right? That's definitely not what you want to do when Luna is on the Gorge. We want to make sure that we got some jungle invades. We want to make sure that we are contesting the Azure Golem. But right now, KAGENDRA is just like, we don't want to overextend too much because we don't want to lose this game because there's so much riding on it.
And just look at this replay here, 90 from his rotation here immediately. Flash, spell 1, canceling the teleport shrine here, punishing Lou, and Lou goes down. That is such a beautiful rotation here coming from 90.
Beautiful rotation. Lou just trying to put a bit of pressure onto Shanks, onto the Ali, but the Parasol is able to get him out, which is what we was talking about previously, right? Yes, the Dire comes through, Dire comes through, try and get the lockdown, but speaking of that, the freshly forged daggers come through for Seiko on the Ganamo, picking up that kill onto Clean, so this is already going to put a bit of stop here.
So we look at this Weero pick onto the Flowborn tank here. The bounce house making sure they're clean, unable to escape from the knockups here. Immediately, Senko follows up with the freshly forged spear here.
Oh yes.
Pretty good combo here coming from the KAGENDRA bunch.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing with the Ganamo pick, right? Like, you need to make sure you're landing those couple blades because if you expand them, you kind of keep yourself a little bit open to a chance to be dived on, right? And there's a lot of dive on potential here, like you were saying in the BP. Barty, you also have now Clean onto the Luna. But right now, 4-minute mark is up. we saw in game number 1, Twisted Minds was able to take that Tyrant. I mean, it would be crucial for the side of KAGENDRA to try and get this. Weero already trying to get the dive onto one of them. The Worlds by board gets committed here as well. Destiny counter, is it going to be enough to get Weero into the backline there? It is. Ihans, 90, having a bit of a clash into the mid lane. Nobody dies, but definitely looking worse for wear is Weero, and you don't want your jungler falling at this point in the game.
Oh, he's so low. He might not be able to contest for this Tyrant here, but Clean focuses on his jungle assassin duties. Back to the buff first, and we will revisit this Tyrant shortly. Right now, we're looking at a tempo that is super comfortable for Clean on this Luna and Shanks on this early. But for KAGENDRA, they have to stall enough time for Senko and Lanfeng to scale towards the late game.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good bit of intel, right? Like, we knew that Twisted Minds Clean had to go and get the Azure Golem, because that means more to him than this Tyrant. The Tyrant's just going to flesh out the rest of his team, especially with Hailang onto the Yixing, especially Shanks onto the Ali. But right now, they're able to secure it once again, and that gold lead hasn't quite deterred too much from that 1k gold lead.
It's still a 50-50 game, right? But we have to see the resource distribution here. Is Weero still realistically 50-50 in this game? But looking at the gold chart here, 90, having a healthy almost 1,000 gold lead over his lane opponent, which is Ihans.
Exactly. I mean, definitely having that gold lead is going to help the side of Twisted Minds for now. But right now, they are looking at trying to get Lanfeng just to get a little bit more of a macro playstyle. So we've seen it. They trade the T1s across the Gorge, just trying to put pressure onto both of these teams now.
Man, this game though, but 90 finds Weero. Weero gets poked out a bit. Shanks wants to look for a bit of a poke here, but it is A-okay coming in from the KAGENDRA. But look at the rotations here. Twisted Mind, they want this top tower here. And for the side of KAGENDRA here, they are looking to swap towards their bottom side, to punish, to look for these trades onto the tower here, but that exposes your mid lane tower.
It exposes your mid lane tower, and that's one thing we know, right? That is one of the crucial ones. We see that obviously the Crimson Golden buff is going to be up in around about 6 seconds. Yixing, we see the Hailang, Shanks already rotating up to try and contest that one again. Maybe try and give it over to Shanks here. It looks like that may be the MO, but KAGENDRA, catching wind of that, do rotate into their own jungle.
Beautiful stuff here coming in from KAGENDRA. They know if they want to make sure that Weero is sufficiently tanky, they learn from their lesson from game 1. They make sure this jungle is protected with no flaw.
No flaw at all. I mean, we could currently see already, we see the Lung Knight Guardian being built here onto Weero KAGENDRA, but we do see that 90's helped himself to the enemy's Azure Golem, which is going to be trouble, right? I mean, Flowborn definitely gets better with that cooldown reduction.
And especially when we talk about Long Knight Guardian here, it's so good when you're against burst-heavy team compositions here. If you take about a full burst here, you recover back your health to a certain extent.
Yeah, certain extent, but here 90 not looking like he may be going worse for wear here. He's able to get out thanks to the skills here. We do get a lockdown onto Lu as well. So already out of the competition, there is going to be that dire deer into these next few team fights. Sustainability for the side of KAGENDRA is looking a little bit weaker.
And Senko here runs out of mana here. The next wave is about to approach. He needs to take this quick recall if he wants to look to defend this mid tower.
Yeah, I mean, the minion wave's crashing in at the right time, right? Like, this could be potential here, or at least keeping away Twisted Minds in that mid lane.
Ooh, this tempo is starting to look pretty 50-50 for both these two teams. As we're slowly approaching towards the later stages of the game, the Shadow variant is about to be sponsored, but Ihans might be catching a City Boy here.
Yeah, you don't want to lose City Boy, right? You mean that is a lot of sustain, a lot of healing, a lot of team fight potential, but Ihans is able to soak a lot of that damage, but not from Shanks. He gets the kill onto Ihans. That is going to be crucial for the next few team fights, right? We need Byron on there. We need that CC to get the catch onto those more squishier heroes.
And these are the moments that you cannot be faltering or be losing your tempo here.
No.
Immediately losing that kill onto Ihans here, your top goes down, your mid goes down. Right now,
2v2 into the backline, a bit of a pincer movement here from Twisted Minds as they look to take 2 of the side of KAGENDRA, as well as that T1 into the mid lane. We see the 90 tanking the damage, not able to actually finish it off. It just needs a little touch. Go on, just a tap.
Shanks just having an absolute insane of a game on this early here. He's unstoppable at this point. Just look at him. 7,000 leading the goal lead, and the top 3 is just full of Twisted Mind players as of this point.
Yeah,
if you hope for the late game for the side of KAGENDRA, it's so far gone off of this point.
It is. I mean, they definitely need to try and find a stop right, or at least make it into the late game, because that's where we can kind of see the damage come through here for Lanfang. He was 4th in that chart, so it is borderline between those two picks. But now, KAGENDRA have to make the effort here.
4-man board coming in, and right now they all get caught in the board. Wirao goes in, Ihans almost takes out Hailang. Is Steph Stone huge? But right now, everybody goes down on the side of KAGENDRA. 2-man down, 4-1 for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, 2-1 trade overall here for Twisted Minds. Obviously, that puts them again ahead with that gold lead. 6K is looking pretty strong. Also, the Gorge presence here for the side of Twisted Minds is looking very strong. KAGENDRA already still have those high ground turrets, and that's what they're really going to be relying on here.
But blam, 5,000 gold lead prior to the first Shadow Tyrant. How are they ever going to be fighting this 5v5 that they desperately have to? And look at Lanfang, he's getting caught up by this Luna, dancing at the battlefield, still dancing, going in, going out, making sure that his team cleans it up.
Yeah, cleaning it up and cleaning some more. Wiro goes down at a crucial point within this best of 3. 10 minutes in, Shadow Overlord, Shadow Tyrant are on the board.
And right now, look at that top wave here. They are having a beeline straight towards the tier 3 coming in for KAGENDRA here. Shanks, he has that Maple Dance. He can block off these freshly forward.
Oh yes, City Boy going very engaged, very heavy in there. Sorrow that's going to keep him alive and take down that T3. They lose Shanks, but they gain so much more.
They indeed gain so much more here. That's so much gold being funneled over to the likes of Twisted Minds and all of them. Right now, they're positioning themselves towards the Shadow Tyrant here. It's a 5v4 KAGENDRA. If it's not now, it's never for the series.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great bit of pressure they put here, right? Top side of the map is going to have a lot of pressure. Now they can try and go for this Shadow Tyrant. Again, a lot more damage coming up to Twisted Minds if they're able to get this, but 90 looking a little bit too worse for wear into the back line. He meets the couple blades from Senko on the side of KAGENDRA, and now Ihans looking into the thick of it. We don't need that right now. Action is going on. We are seeing that is already a 2v1 trade here between KAGENDRA as they're trying to push away Twisted Minds.
And Wirao here might be caught up by the Luna here, follows in. Ali comes in, the Ali picks up kill onto Wirao here. 2 members are staying alive on the side of KAGENDRA here. To might look for the final defense. Look at the damage coming in from the Luna here. It's exceptionally high. They go back, they take the Shadow Tyrant, they look to plan for the final push towards the last chance.
Yeah, I mean, Lu and Senko being the last 2 alive here, it's going to be enough to keep the minions out of that crystal, but it is not enough to move out of your crystal core, right? They are now, Twisted Minds is the they I'm speaking about, are going to have a lot of free reign onto the jungle.
Ooh, they're definitely twisting whatever they need towards the win condition right here. Just look at the damage dealt by Shanks and Clean. A total of 140,000 damage just at 12 minutes. That's insane. The gold they are funneled, the amount of damage, the room that they can have to do damage is just so perfect in this game.
So perfect, and even is the takedown of the T2 as well here. So already still putting that pressure on is Twisted Minds. The Waterfall board is not going to catch anybody just yet. Clean actually gets a little bit of a hit there, but that couple of blades is going to be enough to clear out the minion wave. And there it is. Shanks gets taken down. This could be crucial, but they still have a lot of damage thanks to Hailang, thanks to Clean.
Shanks slightly overextending here. The marksman not being able to live for the final push, that will serve a small issue here for Twisted Mind to realistically close out this game.
Realistically close out this game, exactly. I mean, this could potentially be here. The enhanced minions into the top side of the map. Lu looking pretty low. You don't want to be losing out that deity just yet.
Right now, Twisted Mind, they acknowledge the fact that they lose out their marksman, they recuperate, they go for the Shadow Overlord take in 4 seconds once Shanks is spawned back right into the map.
Yeah, just for those watching at home, obviously you don't want to really be going for the Shadow Overlord when you have that Primal Bond. When you take one of the neutral objectives, you get a debuff. It takes longer to get the second neutral objective, so timing by Twisted Minds is perfect here.
Exactly, and especially right now, they go back and collect the buffs, they push all together to finish this game. And look at the replay here. Okay, Luna goes in, immediately styles onto 4 members, single-handedly taking out Lanfeng and making it out alive. That was how they won the 4v5 here coming in from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, a great kind of team fight here as well. I mean, definitely what you want to be doing here, but also to the, obviously the praise of KAGENDRA. They are trying their best to keep this game to victory, at least some kind of hope, right? But right now, it's looking very bad.
The hope is slowly but surely fading away as the Shadow Vanguard is marching towards the bot side. Clean goes extremely low, but the fight is about to open up.
Yeah, speaking of opening up, we're closing it down with that World is My board, catching out 3 on the side of KAGENDRA, and down goes Lu. Your sustain is gone. So is your tag. KAGENDRA looking low. They need to wipe out these Vanguards, but they have no resources. It is going to be a 2-0 sweep for the KMW champions, Twisted Minds.
With that win, Twisted Mind advances once again, a step closer to the last chance. They will face the loser between Nova and BSE in this upcoming match.
Oh, I mean, is it going to be a first round matchup again, obviously Nova against Twisted Minds, or are they going to go and try and take down the 2nd seed of the MKL? But they've taken down the champion of the IKL.
And that we have to bid goodbye and say thank you to KAGENDRA as they have ended their journey here in the KWC 2025 here, Blam.
I mean, I just want to put something out there. I mean, EWC 2024, it was KAGENDRA that waved goodbye to 4 of the boys onto the side of Twisted Minds. It is now Twisted Minds waving goodbye to KAGENDRA. A year is a very long time to progress within Honor of Kings, and it is showing with those boys behind you. They've earned this victory, and they've done it so cleanly.
And revenge is sweet, and it was a 1-year planned revenge, and finally, the Twisted Mind bunch, the players, they deserve it and they got it. And check out these fights. Yes, most of these fights were expected from Hailang. The beautiful World is My board, setting up so much success for the entire team fights.
So much success indeed. I mean, definitely taking down and focusing Lanfeng as well as Senko. Senko actually played this one very well, right? I mean, the Ganamo definitely was able to get that position in, so Senko played, knowing that he had that long-range potential and needed to get a lot of damage onto the side of Twisted Minds. It's just the fact that everybody was all up in his grill, right? Like, if it wasn't for the Luna, if it wasn't for the Fatih, everybody was just all in his face, and he had no room to breathe or have any distance to take the advantage.
Exactly. This stems back to our discussion back into the pick and bans, right? You drafted Lanfeng onto this specific channel.
Yep.
Yes, it realistically works against the early in lane, but how are you going to survive against the board, against 90? And this is the exact situation that you're facing against.
Yeah, I mean, it was right for us to point out as well. Like, obviously, Clean got his Luna, but Hailang on this Yixing was incredible. I mean, there was so little boards that he missed in this game number 2. Really, the zoning in that whole game zone, the warfare with on the gorge into a small space just meant that Clean could just clean up.
Congratulations to Twisted Minds that they're going to move forward to the final in the lower bracket. Sadly for KAGENDRA, this is going to be the end of the road. They're going to have to say goodbye to KWC 2025 champions' hopes. I'm really sorry for KAGENDRA, but let's talk about a little bit about the BP. Me, I am personally a little bit confused about the reasoning behind allowing both the Luna and the Arlie for Twisted Minds in a game that they needed to win.
For me, I'm confused as well, because if we look at certain early counters, you do not want to be banning Direnjit as yourself. And also, you allow the early to be passed over, fine. But you leave close to 0 counters for the early here. You pick up the channel, yes. It makes sense as a lane matchup, but you do not foster a safe environment enough for the channel to scale towards the late game here. It was just the Arlie, the Luna, and Hailang on this. Such a good Yixing pick, making sure that this Lanfeng onto the channel was not doing enough to carry the team.
Not enough to carry the team, and I mean, in terms of damage, look at there. I mean, 30k difference between both of these marksmen. 101k damage there for Shanks, and then obviously we saw that Clean doing a lot of damage. We see that Highland's doing a lot of damage as well. So it wasn't like if they take down Shanks, which is what KAGENDRA were able to do in some of these team fights, that they was like, oh, scot-free, we can breathe. There's not going to be any damage. If that, it's not the case. Highland came through with the damage, and also Clean came through the damage as well. As you can see here, Highland not dying once.
Oh, and just look at Shanks and Clean here. They were full slotted. They were ahead 3,000 gold against Lanfeng. Clean was ahead 6,000 gold against Wirao here. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not 6k ahead on something like the Luna, right, you kind of played him a little bit wrong. But then again, Wirao likes to play these tanks. Dune didn't quite do as well as he needed to. Same with the Flowborn here. So Flowborn tank is obviously, it's good, but it wasn't disruptive enough.
I am a little bit concerned about the performance from KAGENDRA as the champions of IKAL.
Oh, yes.
I would love to be able to see a little bit more from them. But before we actually go to KAGENDRA, what about if we go to the players? Let's go and talk to Mara about this.
But before we jump to Mara, let's check out the MVP of the series first. It's definitely going to be Highland here. Yes, we saw flashy moments coming in from Clean. We saw flashy moments coming in from Shanks on the early, but Highland was the foundation of the entire team composition. He was the one to set up all these fights with Clean. Multi-catches on the World is My Board.
Yes, World is My Board was so impressive. I even said it into the closing matchup, right? Like, this was the great thing to just keep everybody in place. And speaking of being in place, we need to be somewhere.
You know what? I am just super excited about that Highland performance because I knew that his eSIM was really good, 80% win rate in the previous tournaments. What about if we just start and send it right now to Mara, who that is talking to Highland?
Here we are with the MVP, Highland. Congratulations. You were so incredible out there. But when you saw that you got the MVP, you were actually surprised. How come?
Yeah, because I'm thinking about that our jungle will be the MVP. And then because every time we are doing some mistake, our jungle will help us.
You guys were so incredible in terms of your synchronization. You move like you have one mind. How do you get to that point where it's as if everybody has the same brain in the game?
Because every time we do, like we go out to have a sport, we go basketball or football, we do all together. And then every time we play games, we are not just like just one by one. We are talking about to others, say, asking you what you want to do, and I will follow you. And then we are all doing like one thing. It's not he want to do something and we follow, or he want to do something. We just do all together in one thing. So we'll be very great.
You do everything together, and you know what? That reflects in the game. But I'm going to ask you something a little bit more serious. What do you think about the competition so far? Is it a lot easier or harder than you expected?
I think last year was maybe easier, but this year is harder because our group is very hard. Our group have 3 number 1, and then we are very, you know, very 压力怎么说? Yeah, very pressure. Because last year we have so many chances, but this year if we lose again, we will say goodbye.
But you know what? You're also making it harder for everyone else. And keep doing what you do because you're becoming a threat. You were so incredible. Once again, congratulations. And now we're going to head back to the desk. Lead the gorge.
Thank you very much, Highland. Pressure is the word that he was looking for. Pressure was never found right over there because they played in a way that just made it look like they could just completely just flow through the game.
Well, that's it. You flow through the game. For Highland, it was flowing through every decision, and that flow of information was always in one mind of twisted minds.
I mean, we talk about it, right? I mean, Highline touched on 2 things that I really liked in that one. Is the fact that obviously he's noticing that he is in a group of champions.
Yes.
He's taken down one of them already. And then the second thing I love is the fact that these boys not only are friends in Honor of Kings, they play sports together, they do everything together, and it just enriches their experience on the Gorge, and he really told from that game number 2.
You can see the synergy in between them, right? Like when you're playing games with friends, that just makes it just easier for you to communicate with them. It's easier for you to enjoy the time, and it makes it easier for everyone just to enjoy these amazing performances. Well, game 1 is already done. Game 2 is coming our way. What about we take a little break and we come back in a minute?
Come on, let's go.
Rush mid now. Come on. Jungle combat. Rotate back to low HP. Victory!
Hi everyone! The Honor of Kings Flowborn Outfit Design Contest is officially underway. We've always wanted to make HOK more fun for players. We hope the highly customizable outfit feature of Flowborn becomes a way for players to express themselves. In this contest, we welcome all players to submit their ideas through original outfit designs. Create your own exclusive hero. Outstanding entries will win cash prizes and may even be implemented in-game. The submission period is from July 4th to July 25th, so don't miss out. Before submitting, please make sure to download the official template to keep your submission format correct. After completing your design, follow the steps to submit your work. Please wait patiently for the official review results. What are you waiting for? This time, be your own hero.
This might be the game that everyone is looking forward to. Nova Esports is going to play against Black Shrew Esport. This might be an amazing game. I am totally certain that it's gonna be a complete showdown.
The MKL showdown once again. The grand finals of the MKL best team and the second best team. It hurts my heart, but one has to go towards the playoffs and one has to descend towards the lower bracket.
I mean, we're not too sure who that is going to be just yet, but I mean, historically, Nova Esports have taken BSE, but the main component of that takedown is the ultimate battle. What don't we have in a best of 3? No ultimate battle.
No ultimate battle right over there. What about if we start looking at the players, you know? Like for the players, we're going to have to put the spotlight on the players that are going to have to carry and who are going to be the different cores for the teams. Nova Esports, what are your takes?
For me, it definitely revolves around Wendy and Shrew. These are the coin playmakers, the backbone of Nova Esports. They always came in clutch when the moment mattered. Wendy, exceptionally good. The firepower of Nova Esports. Shrew, the playmaker, the clutch factor for Nova.
The clutch factor indeed, but I mean, it wouldn't be Nova Esports without the other 3 guys, right? I mean, Waypit, fantastic support player. We have CY, great jungle, and then obviously Moocher as their farm lane. Again, all these would not be Nova Esports without any one of these boys.
They say that you need to have a gigantic heart if you want to be a Nova Esports fan, because the games can be sometimes a little bit hectic. There's like big ups, big downs, but at the end of the day, they make it to the finals.
Oh, tell me about it. I'm from the MKL region. I always look at them and they always deliver, but the delivery part, it's kind of shaky here.
Kind of shaky indeed. Yes, exactly. I mean, right now, I think the thing to keep in mind for those at home as well is the fact that it is a best of 3.
Yes.
We've seen them play in a best of 3 before. Nova, 9 times out of 10, do take it, but with what's at stake here at KWC, you know for a fact BSC is going to come out swinging.
Well, BSC on the other side, they have many players in there that we need to spotlight as well. It's going to depend on the multiple cores. We know that it's not going to be the one guy that is going to stand up. It's just all of them taking turns for this.
All of them taking turns. I mean, FMP, right, out of the KC 2024, Musang King is going to be the crown of obviously this team. But JR, again, and their mid lane are definitely somebody to give a good worthy mention.
For me, I totally agree. JR Musang King, so solid, but then being the addition to the roster this year has brought so much maturity, so much value to the team to make them even more unite as one.
Yeah, I believe it was one of the interviews within MKL. It was like saying, like, what's made the biggest difference for the side of BSC? And they all give props over to Dian as well, right? Like, shot caller-wise, he has definitely elevated this team to the next level.
The shot calling gotta be important, the communication, just when to make decisions, and those decisions, because the price of not being able to get that decision correctly right now is gonna be going down and fighting against Twisted Minds again.
Yeah, I mean, definitely don't want to be doing that, right? I mean, we saw a bit of a bloodbath between those two, but if it's going to be Nova go up against Twisted Minds or BSC go up against Twisted Minds, if I'm in Twisted Minds' mind right now and it's not as twisted and I'm very clear, I feel like they would rather see BSC down there. They don't want to try and go for another round with Nova Esports.
What do you think?
Maybe it's either one. I can't tell. It's a very 50-50 matchup we've seen from MK regular spring season.
Yeah.
They take one series, BSC takes one series, they're 50-50. Grand finals, it goes to Nova Esports. Coming out this series, Malaysia fans, MKL fans are quite happy. It's like, oh, we get one team towards the playoffs, but oh, one team has to go down. So especially when facing the likes of Twisted Minds, such a strong foe coming from KMW, one has to worry about the one that's actually losing and falling down to the loser bracket.
And what they need to focus about is going to be their opponents in front of them today. Is it going to be Nova Esports? Is it going to be BSE? Well, the strategies need to start just falling down in place, because if we do not have the right picks, if we do not have the right bans, we've already seen it in previous matches. You could actually lose the game since before you go to the Gorge over here in the BP.
Absolutely. I always say this, and it'll be something that I believe till the day that I die. Is that the game starts at the BP, right? The game always starts there. It's a beginning match of chess, and this is where they get into the minds of the teams and realize the strengths and the weaknesses of their opponents.
And this is the battle of coaches, as we mentioned, right? The mind battle, the pre-planning, the game plan here, and especially towards the start of the game, we immediately see a payback being locked off to the side of Nova Esports, limiting Musang King's pull that he's so favored on this pick.
So favored on this pick, but I mean, something like the Gudo for me would probably come through more for Musang King, because he doesn't mind taking the backseat in terms of obviously being the core. He doesn't mind kind of just navigating around as well, but we are obviously seeing that Ali has not been banned and has been picked up here for Mooch.
When you know Arlie's not banned, Muchi's definitely going to swoop in and take it. But you know what else not banned? My Shiranui is still up for grabs coming in from the side of Black Shrew Esports.
You cannot ban everything in a best of 3, and that is the big problem. That is the big difference in here. We've seen these teams fight it out in best of 5, best of 7s, but in a best of 3, it's going to be your top game against my top game. Who's going to have the higher foot?
I mean, at the moment in time, right, I mean, we do see that Dion is able to get the Zhang Fei, which is one of these big picks, and within the MKL, this was one of the most highly banned heroes also. So for a reason, respect ban, but also it comes through when you are on that reactive red side, and obviously Sohang is able to pick up that Mai Shiranui as well.
And we talk about Mai Shiranui counters, we gotta relate back to Yu Huan here. And we know Wendy is a nasty player when it comes to Yu Huan. Why is it good? Yes, Mai Shiranui, you want to get these big engages bursting down these squishies here, but Yu Huan has the unending sorrow, goes into invulnerability, and can dodge away the engages coming in from this pick.
And indeed, I mean, we've even seen it before, right? A lot of people are very passive. A lot of players are passive on the Huan, but Wendy can carry. But here, we're going to see Musang King come through with the Jing. So it's no game 1 play about, mess about here for Musang King. He's coming in swinging.
They're going to come out with everything that they have. They do not want to give an opportunity on the other side. Top picks on both sides.
Top picks, exactly. And look at the Jing. The moment this thing comes out, it's looking to hunt Muji on this early here. So it's a battle between who can survive, who can thrive in these team fights. Because if Muji falls to the hands of the double assassin lineup coming in from Black Shrew Esport, that could spell doom for Nova Esports.
Still no Clash laners in none of the two compositions. That might be the big change in between them.
Big change in between them as well, right? I mean, we still got big picks like Dharma's been taken off the board here. We have the Byron, we have the Mayin. I mean, we could even potentially even see Xuan on something like the Guan Yu. We know he loves this pick. But at the same time, onto the side of Black Shrew Esports, we're looking for our marksman. And is it going to be the D-Ranger? It hasn't been banned out here.
It can be the D-Ranger. There's also the certain picker on the low. If they want to look for the counter, it's pivot towards the D-Ranger and the channel here. So this fourth pick here may be reserved for the Clash lane. So because why? We can pick the Clash lane first because you can look for the priority here. Because look at this. Dharma, Mayin, Fatih is all banned out. So maybe you can look for the Byron here. Maybe you can look for something else here. So the priority here, BSE, what are you looking for?
What are you looking for as well? I mean, out of all the obviously picks up into the Clash lane, obviously Lu Bang gets banned out here because we have seen fantastic pairings within the Lu Bang and Jing combo till this point. But there it is. He brings out the Byron. So it's going to be Xiang getting that pick. So we're not going to really be seeing that Byron pay combo within this best of 3 for BSE now.
Well, but they're going to leave the farm laner as the last pick, right? Like they want to know exactly what's going to be Nova Esports' last 2 picks just to decide on what are the options over there for farm.
Exactly, because that is why you save the farm lane towards the last pick here. It's never about the 1v1. It's about thinking, how do I foster a comfortable environment for JR, this player, to play these team fights? If I draft a channel here and they draft super dive heavy team composition, there's no one to defend the channel here. So definitely smart move coming in from BSE and the coaching staff.
Do you think that it's going to go in the DRNG way?
Well, I don't know, but that's a Diao Chan and Fuzi being locked in from the side of Nova Esports. Their debut, and man, that looked cool.
It looked very cool. I mean, that's a big flex there. I mean, Wendy getting the Dio Chan is going to be scary, right? I mean, yeah, it's crazy.
And if you think about it, yes, we play solo farm lane carries playstyle like KAGENDRA did just now. What did we learn about that? If you get engaged on, if you get pressured out, there's no DPS. But look at Nova Esports draft. Do we need a solo carry? We don't. We have the Diao Chan, we have the Fuzi, we have the Arlie. Tri-core playstyle coming in from Nova Esports.
Exactly that. But I mean, here, towards the end, we're getting that Loon pickup, right? I mean, we've known notoriously and historically that the Flaming Palms matchup against Arlie can be counted out with a Maple Dance.
And also, when you talk about cancelling out, Diao Chan spell 2, the dance, can also cancel out projectiles here. So with this pick, these Arlie and Diao Chan will be a very big threat coming in for the side of this lone.
Yeah, I mean, in these team fights, right, I mean, you're going to be hoping, where's the Jing? Where's the Dio Chan? There's going to be a lot of dashing around, so very flashy team fights potentially here coming through for Nova against BSE.
The coaches have done their homework. They came in with a BP that has surprised a lot of us in a lot of different bands and a lot of different picks. There is not much time until we move into the Gorge. Nova Esports, on my opinion, they have a little bit of a better pick.
I love their draft. It's so innovative
their comp
here.
is really good.
Out of these past few days, we've been seeing the same similar drafts here, but Nova Esports at the upper bracket, the direct access to the playoffs here, bringing out such fantastic picks, Fuzi, Diao Chan, and ladies and gentlemen, let's go to the Gorge.
All right, Nova Esports again, Black Shrew Esport is going to be the final of the upper bracket. Whoever that takes the dubbing here is going to move into the group of kings.
Moving to the group of kings is there only can be one MKL represented in that top part, but they can drop down to the lower part here. Waypit not looking too hot there, has to expand the flash already.
Ooh, Waypit almost gets sniped here, but Musang King, with the help of the Jing, immediately secures this blue buff invade onto CY of this Agudo.
Yeah, BSE playing very aggressive here, right? I mean, they were straight into the mid lane, making sure they was able to get that common skill off of the side of Nova as well as the Azure Golem.
And BSE on the other side is just completely protecting all the jungle, right? Like they knew that they came in, they dealt damage, and then immediately going to protect jungle.
And that is the game plan of CY's Agudo, right? You want to make sure that he gets this early game. And look at Shrew here with the Fuzi, immediately pressure pressuring a 1v2 situation here. Xiang is getting immensely punished by this Fuzi pick.
Yeah, speaking of getting punished, right, he still gets hit by those flaming palms. It's going to be enough to keep him away, but I feel like here what we haven't spoken about is obviously the split push potential between the Agudo and the Futsu as well, right? Like, that could be so fast, so aggressive.
And to add on, imagine you're a Jing. You want to be staying away from Strength Fuzi. You don't want to get locked down by the ultimate, by the Sage Might. You can't be moving at all.
Yeah, that's a tricky way, right? I mean, Sage's Might is definitely going to be the thing that's going to be the leash for Jing.
Musang King right now already on level 4. They've got a little bit of an advantage and he procs his ult.
Oh, he procs his ult. Wave pick gets taken down. Are they going to look for some more or just clean out this minion wave?
Man, that was clean stuff coming in from Black Shrew Esports here because they know for a fact that after that level 1 invade, Wave Pit had no flash. They had the exact timer. And what's the cooldown? 2 minutes.
That is very, very, very long. A long time for them to wait and a long time to don't have that special ability.
Very long time. I mean, we know that these teams are obviously of the top caliber, especially within the MKL, and they are going to know these timings to a T, right?
Exactly, and these are the core fundamentals of a pro team here. You need to remember what is the cooldown timer, and Sage Might hits onto Xiang, but it's just out of the tower here. Xiang can just safely escape this.
Yeah, trying to pull him back in to try and get hits onto the turret, but I mean, with Sehong and Musang King just within the wing, I don't feel like anything was going to be pressured there, right?
I mean, if it was right under the tower, it might result into a kill, but it's just way too short of an ultimate here. So, Xiang there, he got out alive, and it was A-OK for the side of Black Shrew Esports.
Now let's wait and see what their decisions are going to be, right? Like, because right now, we can see Agudo just making the rotations around, just cleaning the farm, moving around, just trying to be very mobile. On the other side, Musang King just giving us a master class of early game.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing about the Agudo as well, right? Like, you want to be very proactive within your roams. You want to make sure you put in the pressure, obviously, into the mid lane to get a bit of resources over to yourself. Because right now, is behind is going to be CY. But if you're on a Jing, you want to be ahead. You want to make sure you're keeping and maintaining that lead.
And just look at Zihong here. He's putting so much pressure on this Maestro Nui here. And this 1v1 to the bot side is in favor of JR on this long here. But ladies and gentlemen, 30 seconds on the clock. Then we will see the first Tyrant to be spawned in this epic showdown.
Be careful. They might want to just come in. The pressure on that mid lane, it's so high. It's impossible. Just Zihong is just putting so much pressure on the wave that it's impossible on the other side for Wendy to get out.
Yeah, I mean, it's not only the pressure obviously into the mid lane as well, right? We've already seen that JR is putting that work in down into the farm lane as well. Or we're looking to try and give some intel to see where CY is situated here. And he's situated back at base.
Dian played that immensely well, but the fight has to continue as Dian goes in. Look for Wendy. Wendy dances, but look at the Ali here, almost taking down Zihong here, but they come out alive here. But look at Strando, he's lurking.
BSC coming in, taking the kills, and right now they're gonna take that free Tyrant Lamb.
Free Tyrant, free damage. That movement speed increase is gonna be crazy.
For me, I think Dian plays so well in that fight. When Agudo is channeling the smite onto the jungle camp, he got cancelled immediately. The buff went wide open here. He had no furball, he had no defensive. Immediately gets jumped on by Zihong on the Maestro and follow up immediately by Musang King's Jing.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that towards the latter part of that team fight that Shawan was trying to get back in next. I mean, if he kind of made it into that component, could have been scary for the side of BSE.
He was a little bit just too far away from the fight, so he did not have a good positioning for it.
And just look at Muchi's build real quick. Spark Sports Dagger that we've seen so far from the last 2 games here. If you go for this build, it's talking that, hey, I want to go the semi-time build because why? Double assassin lineup coming in from Musang King's Jing and Zihong's Maestro Nui here. And also, look at Zihong here, picking up the crucial venomous staff to counter what? Waypit's healing, CY's healing on the Yuhuan, on the Agudo here. This is what we're talking about. By healing reduction.
On Nova on this side, I know that when Wendy's damage is going to be online, it's going to be a lot of damage. We know that that's going to be a lot of pressure coming in as the rotations are coming and bringing everyone down to the farm lane.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is here with Nova's draft is you don't want to be in a tight circle, especially with Wendy onto the dial chain. Here we've seen that Musang King's going in, and once again, the Bridal Outburst goes in, catches Wendy like we was talking about just moments ago. The re-initiation for the JR. Dion is going to be there to soak a lot of the damage and bring that to a 1-1 trade.
again, the fight happens around an objective here. BSE has the timer of the Crimson Golem here. Immediately, a fight breaks out, and Dian, once again, with a beautiful unbridled outburst following the chain crowd control, takes the life of Wendy.
Black Shrew Esports right now is doing amazing because the person that they lost in there was a roamer. So it's totally fine if Tranfe is the one person. From the 5 of them, if someone needs to fall, let it be him.
Yeah, because I mean, you're not going to take a team fight directly after another team fight, right? So it is a good call here to lose Dian just to make sure you get out alive.
But for me, it's still banking to the fact that this game is a 50-50 because looking at Nova Esports draft, they are so mid to late game centric here. You have 4 mid to late game heroes here. As long as CY can beat the early game rotation, hold down the fort for the early game, the other 4 will prove up huge in the mid game.
We're coming into the 7 minutes mark, a little bit more of a 2,000 gold lead. It's not gonna be enough for BSE, as we just mentioned that they might want to start fighting in here. Look at the pressure that right now Nova is trying to put on that turret.
Already using the flash there is Xuan, so we know that he wasn't able to get the flash and the Sage's might combo, so that could be something that is going to worry the side of Nova going into these next few engages.
Exactly, without the primary engage here coming in from Nova Esports, they have to play reactive, and once again, a fight breaks out at the Crimson Golem.
Big fight come through. Yep, the rage is built up. The Unbridled Outburst is available, and there it is. It catches one. It gets Xuan as well. So already taking down 2 on the side of Nova.
Musan King comes in, takes double kill, and right now the whole map is looking red, and it's the red of BSE.
The BSE red is dwelling onto Heroes Scorcher, and they are looking to knock on this mid lane tower as Musan King once again goes for Wendy.
Oh no, Wendy, that's a casualty you don't want to fall. That is BSE tearing apart their T1, tearing down their mid lane.
I said that it was not a big gold advantage, and right now in the spawn of just 30 seconds, it came from 2K all the way until 4K, and if we keep just snowballing like this, it's gonna be too much for them to take.
And that is the beauty of playing around the objective. This is the BSE playstyle. They only take fights when they want to take fights. Where is it? The Azure Golem, the Crimson Golem, the mid tower all went into their pockets, and they punish Nova. Punish heavily.
Punish heavily indeed. I mean, that's it. It's keeping Nova kind of restrained here. They're not going to be able to kind of get out and get the lead that they want to, right? And even more, a surmountable neutral objective being secured here is going to be that Tyrant once again.
They have timers on everything. All the information is for BSE. Nova just trying their very best just to try to keep her alive. But look at Dian, he comes in, he flanks, and the fight starts!
2 gets taken down there with the Unbridled Outburst, but there we go. CY is able to take down the Maestro Noi as well. Muchi actually coming out swinging. This is going in favor of Nova Esports. Don't count them out yet.
And what did I talk about, guys? Give them the mid game and they will come in heavily. You have Musan King flying around the mirror domain? No problem. Fuzi from Shen locks you down.
Once you are in trouble, you need to find someone that is going to stand up. And Mutsu right now with that double kill comes in, takes the kills, and right now pushes the waves, and they might take that tier 2 turret.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fantastic outcome here, but that replay is definitely needed, right? There was so much going on, but as you can see here, there was a fight into the top side here, just keeping locked down the side of BSE whilst everything was being focused here as well. So a fight on 2 fronts.
BSE had the advantage right over there. They took the priority. Both flanks, they had control, vision. The stun comes in, and how did they lose that one over there against Nova?
Well, one thing's for sure, they overdove into 2 turrets here. We see Musan King mirror swapping turret to turret and taking so much tower damage even before the Sage Might. But ladies and gentlemen, 10 minutes strong, and Nova, they are looking at the Shadow Tyrant, and both teams here, they look to enter. Go!
Go, go, go. I mean, a bit there. Sage Might locks down the Jing. Is going to be enough to take down that jungle. Sion Ghost gets taken down. Muchi with the double kill coming through.
It is just lovely how Mutsu right now is just coming and just taking the script, tossing it into the bin, and asking us to rewrite it completely as they go all the way to the high ground.
He is so clean onto this early. This is why you always prioritize early on Muchi.
Muchi, yes, exactly. Shining here after that double kill. Gets the takedown here onto the high ground turrets. Nova was just waiting for their prime moment. Like you were saying, Sagi, mid to late game is their game.
You can never count them out, I'm telling you. All these top teams, it's not about the 1 to 2,000 gold. It's about the timing of the fight. It's about how to come back. The team fight that they formulate. Look at Nova Esports. Look at BSE. Masterclass of team fighting.
I just love how just Mutsi in this moment stood up and he just said like, okay, I'm gonna be the captain of this whole ship. Just give me that and I will take you to the victory.
Yeah, give me the control, give me the helm, and I will get you to your destination. And that destination ultimately was the Shadow Tyrant, was the higher ground turret.
But still, it's only a 1.5k gold lead coming in from Nova Esports here. Can they break it open? We don't know. We know for a fact that they are really good at team fighting here, but still, they recognize the fact that, hey, they have Shadow Tyrant here. We cannot approach this Vanguard, even under Primal Bond.
We knew that it was gonna be a coming and going, that it was going to be throwing punches, and this has not disappointed at all.
Not disappointed at all. I mean, speaking of this, we mentioned it in the previous game, right? Primal Bond is up, but still, it didn't stop Nova. Nope. They have so much damage coming through for them right now, and they now have the Shadow Lord Overlord in their possession.
This is the mid to late game I'm talking about. Once they are coming online, this is the level of effort, this is the level of pressure that they're applying right now. The pressure is applied on the tier 3.
They're looking for it. They're looking for a way in, right? Wendy is already kind of overzealous here, but he gets back to his circle of safety.
And looking at the current state right now, another tier 3 falls towards the hands of Nova Esports. They are slowly approaching, chunking down all members of BSE. The rotations here are slowly looking towards the bottom lane of the final tier 3 of Shrew Esports.
It's going to be a big 5v5 as the Vanguards are coming in. The first target is going to be that high ground turret. As the high ground turret goes down, it's going to be more Vanguards coming in for Nova to try to take the game.
Yeah, more bangers, more mash, but we're going to be seeing here the takedown of that T3 into the bot side of the map potentially here, but it is going to be BSE to their props. They're able to wipe out those minions and the critters right now.
And the Shadow Overlord has arrived towards the bottom lane of BSE. Will Nova look for a final push to take down this final tier 3 off the side of BSE?
They're trying to find the flank. They do not see the flank, but they take the turret. Now the Vanguards come in. It's going to have to be a decision. They don't want to push it. They need to go back.
They need to go back. I mean, yes, they're only ahead by around about 4k gold here, but they're looking to get some more to finish off that itemization.
And look at the itemization coming in from Muji here. We talked about it. He wants to be more tanky, and what way of doing it is buying the Curious of Savagery, and he's looking to either finish the Blood Weeper or the Mortal Reminder.
I was really looking forward for the Diao-chan, but you know what? Is the Arlie the one that's going to be carrying the game?
It's kind of like a bait and switch, right? It's kind of like, hey, let's focus on my right fist, but I'm going to go in with the jab with my left, and that's exactly what Nova is doing here within these team fights. 4-0-2 is Muchi right now.
Exactly, Muchi carrying a lot of weight and all of Nova Esports. Just like TM said, you play as one, and this one mind, a collective hive mind, is really making it work.
Super minions coming in from all the 3 different lanes for 25 seconds for that Dark Tyrant. Nova has it in their hand. They do not want to rush it. They want to take this steady.
Yep, they always say that shouldn't rush in, right? I mean, you can't hurry love and you can't hurry a victory into the King's group stage.
And for me, I think after we realize this, the final team fight in front of the Crystal is severely important. And what way to secure a team fight is by securing this Shadow Tyrant and formulating a final fight.
And they're going to rush it, but look at that. The Howling Emblem comes in, forces Shrew to flash away, and they want to fight that.
They want to fight. I mean, it's going to be Dion taking a lot of those blows onto the chin right now. We do see that CY is coming in. The bridal outburst from Dion is going to be disruptive enough to see this team fight going to the side of DS. Bucci does go down, and we are looking at a trade 1v1 right now. A lot of fights going on. Musa King delivers an escape into the back line, but is it going to be enough to run away from Furball?
He's extremely low. He's being chased on by 3 members, and he gets last hit by the jungler of Nova Esports.
A lot of damage already been expended here by BSE. They've only lost Jing, they've lost the Mai Shirunui, so really, they don't have Dion to use that Unbridled Outburst.
This is team competition, right? You take out Muji, but you still have Wendy, you have CY, you have Shrew. It's a collective few members of everyone doing damage. And look at Wendy, he's dancing at the base.
They want to go for the last push. Look at that, the super minions are coming in and the fight goes one more time.
Fight's going one more time. JR looking low. Siang is already low enough to go down as well. The Unbridled Outburst catches 2, but it's not going to stop the pause. Oh, Nova taking game 1.
What a way of making a comeback here. They know their timers. They know their power spike. Playing towards that, they formulate such a good mid to late game here. Yes, in the final moments, you got Muji. But still, there are so many carry players coming in from the side of Nova Esports to back Muji up even if he falls.
Yeah, I mean, so many things. I mean, like we were saying, like Isaac saying in that game that we were scared about Wendy on the dial chat, but really the prime suspect here for the takedown of BSE was Muji. But overall, that hive mind came through thick.
And for me, especially when we talk about, yes, BSE, they play around all these Crimson buffs. They got so many of these early fights. A 2,000 to 3,000 gold lead falling into favor for them, and it was so great in the early game. But still, you gotta remember, it's not always about the early game. You scale, and what you scale into fruition coming in from Nova Esports.
I think that the early game is a very big advantage, but if you don't know how to control it and how to materialize it into taking the win, then I think that that early game just was completely wasted by BSE. They had an amazing start. They knew exactly, and it was in this fight that everything turned around.
And exactly, you see, they're fighting between two turrets here. Zihong overdiming himself, and Musangi taking so many turret shots here. It's not a ground you want to be fighting in, tanking so many turrets.
You don't want to be taking shots from the teammates, and let alone the turrets as well, right, Sagi? But here again, we saw that BSE was really trying to formulate and lock down one on the side of Nova. It just wasn't quite enough. Chuan's there to be so impressive to take down Musang King, to look at holding in on Dejong.
And look at this, even if you take down Muji here, all the other members of Nova are still standing strong, especially the late game threat of Shrew and Wendy. They're just dancing, resetting their spells in the team fights here, making sure that even in the late game, they can still carry without Muji.
I loved how at the end of the game, they just made that decision just to go and push for the high ground. They knew that they had only a one-man advantage, but it was nothing for them to fear. They came in, took the push, and they took the first victory for this game one.
It's like we mentioned, obviously, BSE, Nova knew the timers of this game. They knew what exactly was the potentials and the limits of their opponents, and they knew when to strike. And Nova, when they were backs towards the walls, around about those T2 territories, they knew that they had to strike there and then. And it was the overzealous of Musang King taking that fight between those two turrets.
This is the championship mentality. Even though your back's against the wall, you still have to come in with composure, know your game plan, know your power spikes. Takes fight that you can actually take. Avoid when in all costs. Look at Muji. All of the fights that were occurring at the Crimson, at the Azure, he was nowhere near. He was making sure that he was getting farmed in some form or another way.
Let's take a deeper look into the stats. And when we analyze the damage dealt, the damage taken, the total gold, when these numbers are put right over there in front of us, what can we see?
What can we see is the fact that obviously there's a big team fight participation rate from the side of Nova Esports, right? Like they're all around about that same function. You can see down to the bot side of it, obviously BSE, JR, Dion, always looking, trying to rotate with each other. Whereas obviously the Mai Shirunui, so as Hong as well as Siang is just looking for those pickups, and it was just always a little bit too slow.
You can see from those percentages that it was always big fights, right? Like it was always these 5v fights always happening in there. But at the tempo and the pace that people were arriving to the fight, it was completely different.
And just look at Wendy's build here. He opted for a semi-tank build. Holy Grail into the Ice Blocker, into full tank here. Whatever you do to him, he's gonna be dancing. He's gonna be flourishing this map with the Diaochan ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just one movement speed decrease item. He's got the Ominous Premonition as well as the Glacial Buckle as well, right? So as soon as you are locked into Wendy, you're kind of just running slow, like as if you're going in like a Baywatch movie, right? Just going, literally. It's probably what they needed here for the Nova Esports, especially trying to lock down the likes of that Jing and the Mai Shirunui.
I love that Baywatch note. I know that half of the people don't know what we're talking about, but I really appreciate that one.
Thank you. I know that one. I know that one. Far too well, maybe it's showing our age.
Oh, gosh. Nova Esports take the victory in what looked like BSE could actually just clutch in an early game in there. Early game for BSE. They need to be thinking about what to do in there. Now, Nova Esports had an MVP, had a person that stood higher than everyone else. And what about if we just put the spotlight on that, man? It is going to be Nova Esports CY on that Agu duo.
even though he got so pressured by the likes of the entire BSE team, you gotta give him props. He was playing a consistent game. He had 100% kill participation, and all the fights, he was also providing so much room, so much healing, so much pressure towards Black Shrew Esport.
A massive amount of pressure. This is why I like the Gudo pick, right? Like, you don't have to be the biggest playmaker. You just need to be there to be the forefront of your team. Use Furball as that pseudo tank, but then also use your first skill just to offer out so much healing, especially when you're playing to a circle parameter, like we saw Nova Esports do.
Exactly, and we talk about this Furball so many times. Agudo is a staple pick even in the MKL. It's so consistent and solid here, and this one, even for CY, it took a while, but eventually in the further team fights, he was a force to be reckoned with.
A force to be reckoned with indeed. I mean, that's not the only thing for Agudo as well, right? Like we were saying in the introduction, that push, the push potential for the Agudo, especially paired with the Futsu as well, super crazy.
Crazy days, crazy times that we're living right now. But I am super entertained from game 1. Let's move into game 2. Game 2 is going to be BSC, the ones that they need to come in with a better strategy. I do believe that their plan was working at the beginning, but there were some decisions in there that turned the tide around.
And these are the peak level of games, right? It's top level Honor of Kings. If you make one small mistake, it's going to be torn wide open by your opponent as well as themselves, they are a top-tier team. They know when it is to strike back.
And right now, the Jing is already out of there. Like, the Jing was already picked. Sadly for BSE, it's not going to be available no more since we're in global ban pick.
Exactly. This is where you start to become the victim of the global ban pick, and it makes even more weight to the words that I was saying within the introduction to this game, right? Is that the global ban pick is the start of this match, not that 0.000 seconds on the board. It's at this point.
But you know what? Nova Esports very, very smart. They took the Diacha and they took the Futsu that are not like very meta picks right now in this moment, and they just having those two lanes, they already have a very big advantage.
And especially in global ban pick, it tests your hero pool. That's why it's such a competitive format. It doesn't only test the players, it also tests the planners. Who are they? The coaches. If the coaches can battle, outwit the one another, that's where you gain an advantage or a lead.
So right now they have that advantage. What do you think they need to focus on right now as we move into the next round of ban and picks?
I mean, like we saw in that game number 1, right? Like, it doesn't quite matter what the draft is. It's like how you execute it and knowing the limits and the timers of that draft. So as long as you know what you are locking in and when they activate, that's the most important thing between these two teams because they're playing at such a high level.
And right now, if you're Nova Esports, right, you just have to ban out the Arlie and Pei, and you can lock away most of the threat coming in from Black Shrew Esports. But if you think about Black Shrew Esports Game 1 draft, there's so many heroes expended. You have the Zhang Fei, the Long, the Maestro, and Louis. All of these picks being thrown under the bus due to global ban pick.
Extremely costly. Extremely costly for BSE. Those options are not going to be on the table no more. And I know that the coaches are thinking about that. Both coaches are going to have the focus right now on that BP, thinking, how can I just kind of like narrow the options for the opponents to take the victory away from me?
Yeah, I mean, we always say that it's a 5v5 game, but when it is that BP, it's a 6v6, right? It's the battle of the masterminds of those coaches, and really, that's where the beauty starts to lie.
And I'm telling you, a very good coach can really make it a 5+1 is bigger than 6. I am completely sure of that.
Absolutely, but we're going to get into the game number 2 BP right here. We're already seeing the Black Shrew Esports are denying the Lung and denying the Mai Shirunoi that they picked in game number 1.
And this opens up for the Luna to be picked up from the side of Musang King here because the main counters has been removed from the side of Nova Esports. And right now, Luna, another jungle assassin, has been locked in from the side of Musang King.
A beautiful start. Beautiful start. We already saw one Luna today. It flew and dealt damage and dealt disaster and created just a complete mess in front of her. Is this Luna going to be the same? Can we expect that?
We can try and expect that, but I mean, if statistics, if we're looking at it, the Luna always comes through onto the blue side, right? So if Luna was going to come through, it was definitely being written in the stars already when we saw that Black Shrew Esports locked in that blue and it survived those first 2 waves. But right now, let's look at Luna's kit.
And why is Luna difficult, right? It's like survival damage, yeah, it's pretty good, it's pretty alright, but difficulty stems in being able. Exactly. Difficulty stems in being able to reset your ultimate.
Yes,
You want to reset your dash, you gotta make sure you hit these marks coming in from where? Your passive, your spell 1, your spell 2. That's what makes a good Luna player.
An extreme Azure Golem dependent. Very, very Azure Golem dependent.
yes,
So
yeah.
it means that if your Azure Golem is just being taken away, that Luna is the same as just not having another player in there.
Exactly. It's like having another minion, but there we go. Nova or Esports already doing a little bit of their homework as well, right? Because we're talking about the marks of Luna, and that's how she gets on top of you. Who can get rid of that cleanse? It's the Ranger, right?
Yeah.
Using that second skill, you can completely get rid of that mark. So if they dive on top of you, you've completely messed the flow of Musang King on the Luna.
Exactly, and that's how you want to be countering this pick, right? But you gotta look at both of these team compositions. Yes, Luna can fly around the team map, can do so much mobility. Look at Nova Esports. They're looking for these big engages here. They're putting J on to Muji here. He's gonna say like, hey, you're gonna be staying in the back line, you're gonna be dealing with yourself. We're gonna be going in and doing all the damage we can do.
So much pressure on Muji right now, but he had such an amazing performance before. Is it going to be the same? Can we expect that he can deal with the pressure of having to carry the team one more time?
I mean, I hope so, and I really think so, but I feel like the core shifted a little bit here as well, right? I mean, Xuan is getting his Dharma, and we always regard that Xuan is one of these top Clash Lane players within Honor of Kings Esports. So him getting that playmaking pick that is the Dharma that we've already seen multiple times within the KWC, I feel like the core is changing here.
Exactly, and I feel like we might just see a Kongming special coming in from Wendy here.
Yeah,
because
eventually.
when we talk about J, we always think about the early towards the mid game here. And if you lose out the late game firepower, it wouldn't be the case. And what's late game firepower? It's gonna be Wendy's signature Kongming.
I'm scared of this one. I'm scared of this one. We've seen this performance time and time again. It's like watching The Last Dance, but this is going to be Nova Esports. Wendy on the Kongming using the ultimate strategy to lock down and have the hone-in skill with the ultimate is going to be very damaging here for the side of Black Shrew Esports. But when there is damage, what do you need? You need healing and you need Hu-Huan.
You need Yu-Huan, and they lock it in for DN as well. It's a very good pick when it comes to like really being able to push out the vision, because a Yu-Huan roam using your Unending Sorrow, you can escape from many situations here. So definitely a smart pickup here coming from the side of Black Shrew Esports here. And talking about Marco Polo here, a very good pick towards the mid to late game stages of the game. It's a battle between the Marco Polo carry against Kongming. And right now, Nova Esports, what's a better way of cutting out healing? It's the Musashi.
I mean, he's got 2 blades, right? That's a lot of cutting that he can be doing, and obviously he's dual to the death for those at home that have maybe never even touched the Musashi. He can dive straight back in onto the back line. So if you're trying to really protect something like the Marco Polo, you can go in, knock them up, and then your team can collapse.
Is this the first Musashi we see in the KWC 2025?
It is indeed.
I think we saw Yukio Tachibana. We did see that one, but I don't remember seeing Musashi in these 4 days.
I don't think that we see Musashi so far, but we may be wrong, we may be right. But what's wrong or right is for the players to decide who wins this game or match.
One more time, the coaches from Nova Esports just showing us a little bit of what they have prepared for, right?
Yep, so this is confirmed. It is going to be the debut of the Musashi. So right now, we've seen the Musashi, like we saw, it pairing up there. The ban of the Diadea, the ban of the Motsu starts to make sense of why the Musashi came through. Because if you have those 2 picks, you can just stop him in his tracks. Like, no amount of extreme speed is going to get you out of that CC.
It is a very interesting ultimate, the one that Musashi has, right?
Exactly, you get to dive the backline, but you also apply the strongest form of healing reduction onto your enemy. They can't heal, they only get the heal after the duration of the ultimate, hence, that's why it's called Due to the Death.
Another finer detail as well is his Illuminating Slash, that first skill, if it's timed correctly, he can block the Destructive Deluge.
Oh yeah, blocking Destructive Deluge and being immune to crowd control. That is the kit coming in from Musashi. That's why it's so good and commonly picked in the MKL. But without further ado, let's check out the team composition of both teams here.
Both teams here have locked in all this in, but this could potentially be the last match within this series, which would be super duper interesting for Nova to still be in that 2-0 sweep.
One team moves forward and one team goes down to the lower bracket. This is going to be do or die on the Gorge.
Do or die on the Gorge. But before that, let's get a technical pause first, as we may have a bit of a tech issue here. But let's talk a bit on these two drafts. Looking on the side of BSE's draft, they definitely want to be playing towards two win conditions, being the Luna's early to mid game tempo and the Marco Polo's mid to late game dominance in the side lane and in the team fight with the Resplendent Revolver and with the true damage. And let's look at the side of Nova Esports.
Looking at the side of obviously Nova Esports, they do lock in the Zheng Fei, which we've already seen the BSC use last game, right? So Dion really set up some really good engages, some really good team fights that really disrupt Nova Esports in that one. Now it's over to the hands of Nova Esports. Are they going to do the same?
I really love the calming pick coming in from Wendy here because we talked about it so many times. It's always Wendy doing all these DPS, doing the highest amount of damage onto the field. And if you put Wendy on these firepower heavy picks, you will always see it come to fruition here. And that is the main firepower you have to stop if you're BSE. If you can mute Wendy from this game, you can have a better way of advancing to a 1-1 nil.
Yeah,
it is just so hard to mute Wendy.
Yes.
Like, we could actually just say, like, okay, what you need to do is just to stop him. Stop him and that's it, right? But how do you do that? It's like, that's the difficult part
of it. That's for you to find out.
That's the first to find out, especially after this technical pause. But I feel like there's going to be a lot of body blocking, especially with the ultimate from Kong Ming, because you don't want that landing onto the likes of the Marco Polo, right? Like, that will delete, like, pretty much like 3/4 of his health.
Exactly, and it also really commends the entire draft of Nova Esports. Muchi on the Diren Jie will be facilitating the early to mid game thanks to the hero's strong early to mid power spike. On the side of Kong Ming, being to the addition of Nova Esports, it just makes so much sense because you lack the late game firepower. You need a late game mage, a strong carry mage, and who else fits the job? Kong Ming.
I mean, not just who, but which player. I mean, Wendy from the MKL, obviously, on this pick, had great performance and great promise. So really, is he going to be the carry? Obviously, Dieringer, towards the latter part of the game, can be quite a good carry, right? But he has to start to get the Spark Forge Dagger in the early game to get that wave clear come through. And then, as we've seen in multiple games, building those defenses means that towards it, you are going to lack the damage.
I think that we are almost ready to go back. I can see already like the players getting ready, trying to get back in the gorge. We're really sorry that we had some technical difficulties, but you know what? It's esports. When the tech doesn't want to tech, it is really hard just to go.
Yeah, when the tech don't tech, the game don't start. But we'd rather get it all fair and square for these players onto the gorge. We don't want anybody at a disadvantage, especially at this point in the tournament.
Can you imagine disadvantaged right now when it's do or die?
Yeah.
I don't want that. I am totally fine with just sitting here and just talking to people for a little bit longer.
Exactly that, exactly that. Get a little bit more of Sagi's advice on these drafts. So what are the key points between these both teams, do you think?
Ooh, key points. Nova Esports needs to facilitate the Luna's early game here. And for Nova Esports, it's definitely banking on Muchi and Wendy. But don't forget about Shrew, don't forget about Waypit, because that's a lot of engage.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We are back online. It's going to be BSE on the blue side and Nova on the red side. I am Isaac Peña.
I am Blam.
And I am Sagi.
Let's go, boys.
Let's go. This could be the last game within this series, but do we really want it to be? No, we do not. And neither does Xuan want this TV1 to be a takedown here. Both going into the turret. Could be the takedown here for Nova. So first blood going over to BSE once again.
Ooh, beautiful stuff here coming in from Blam. Really making sure that their game plan paid off. And look at that right now. They're advancing towards the middle of the lane to cut off Shrew.
This looks like the first game again. BSC coming in and just dealing damage extremely early.
Dealing damage extremely early and just trying to get a little bit of intel to find out where Masashi is within that jungle. And now he's able to take his Azure Golem, takes his Crimson completely uncontested.
These type of early games are very interesting, especially it comes down to coaching staff or the players to really decide that where do they want to be tackling. And right now, if you're looking at Shrew, he's going to be a solid engager, but if you shut him down early, he's going to be having a tough time to really look for these angles.
Yeah.
You know what? Talking about angles, talking about beautiful things, those skins right over there, I like that Musashi skin. That is one of my favorite skins, and I know that all those anime fans, they're loving that one.
Yes, the Ichigo Kurosaki one. I got it myself. It is a beautiful skin, so much great. I mean, look at that, the graphics on that one. That's the Illuminated Slash. That looks so powerful that it could be your ultimate.
I mean, what kind of, oh, another 1v1 kill coming in from Xiang, but hey, what kind of, like, amazing game that you can see Elsa fighting Ichigo.
Yeah, maybe. It's the first time I've ever seen it in my life, right? But there we go. We've always good at first things. At least try things once within your life. But right now, speaking of trying, I mean, we need to see a little bit more trying here for Shrew up for the side of Nova Esports, right? I mean, they really don't want to lose that side lane this early.
It would be just very bad for their hopes right now just to finish the game in a 2-0. If Shrew just keeps falling in there again and again, it's not only the fact that Shrew is going to fall behind, it's just the fact that Fatih is just going to be online so early.
Exactly, and you do not want a Fatih to be really jumping on your backline in every attempt. Just look at the goalie coming in from this clash lane. That's a 1,000 goalie single-handedly delivered by Fatih towards the side of Shrew.
And it's only 3 minutes of the game, right?
That's too fast for my liking, to be honest. I mean, if that was my Clash laner in my ranked games, I'd be like, boy, you need to do something. If I was a jungler, I'd be giving over some more aid up to that top side of the map, wouldn't you, Sagi?
I mean, it's Shrew. He's the star player coming in from Nova Esports. I do believe that if it's anyone, he will find an angle and a way to bounce back into this game.
It's alright, it's Nova. It's not like it's just the 5 casters that were always playing online.
Hey, we didn't get to play our game last day because somebody decided to do something different with their lives, you know?
Yeah, no, I'm really sorry.
That means we're going to play 2 games tonight.
Today, I'm going to be online, boy. You know me. You know me.
You know him, that's Isaac, and he makes his words count. And look at this map state right now. We see a bit of a focus here coming in from Nova Esports to get this bot lane priority so that this Marco Polo does not have a good farming spree. On the side of the clash lane here, Shrew is still suffering from so much pressure as he has no priority at all.
No priority?
None. Look at him, like he needs to start rotating and just... In a moment, he's just gonna have to let go of that clash lane. He won't be able to protect that turret no more.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting to the crucial point though, right? We are getting the neutral objectives up within that 2 seconds now. So Tyrant and Overlord for the first time in this game are now online.
And right now, we look at Muji here. Thanks to the Sparks Watch dagger being picked up by JR, that's a lot of damage being poked onto Muji's face. But looking at no BSE, they seem to be not wanting to contest this Tyrant at all.
Nobody's going to take that one, but look at that. It's going to be DN trying to keep an eye on that just to see the Tyrant fall and go to the side of Nova Esports.
Going to the side of Nova Esports is definitely going to benefit the likes of Wendy and Muchi, right? That damage coming through a lot earlier, being amplified for the combination and the D-Ranger is crazy. Looking to try and get those stacks onto Dian is what Wendy is trying to do here, but ultimately they forced him away to get this T1 down to the bot side of the map.
And that's the importance of actually having to force the Marco Polo out of the lane. If you give him such a good early to mid game, he's going to be a monster towards the mid game here, and that is a good decision coming in from the Nova bunch here. But right now, goalie is equally tied for both teams here.
It might be a 2v2 right over there. Luna's going to jump in.
Oh, CY just committed the duel to the death, but did not die. But it's still time because Shuan is left to the dogs, and that's a 3v1 takedown there. BSC getting their 3rd kill on the board.
It's gonna be horrible to be sure right now. His screen is going black every single minute. What is going on?
What is going on? BSE is capitalizing for the fact that Xiang has been winning his lane. This is due to the good planning coming in from BSE and the coaching staff to really put pressure on the star player of Nova Esports.
Gotta put pressure onto that core players, right? I mean, you can't let them just shine within these best of 3s when so much is on the line and when it is Shuan on that Dharma. But we do see the pay respects down to the bot side of the map as well, obviously trading those T1s across the gorge for now. Right, at this moment in time, it's only a few hundred gold difference.
It's only a few hundred gold because there are still a lot of gold being funneled towards Wendy. And we talked about this. Wendy's late game is what to be feared about Nova Esports and Shrew. He just has to find that one perfect engage.
He's going to force that ulti out from Wave Pit that is going to be very painful for them. Look at that.
Shuan gets the Troop Mantra onto the side of BSE, and there it is, the pain goes down.
And that's the proper engage we're talking about. You can't be 0-3, you can't be 0-5. But once you find that, you nail it. And once again, Wendy might be caught out.
Yes, direct consequences of that action. They get the Azure Golem, and they're looking to get a little bit more. Musan King, he's like, hey, I don't need my blue. I'm going to take down Wendy. I'm going to take down 2. But same time, that is a 3-1 trade.
CY right now is standing up in business and taking that. Double kill for him. It's going to be amazing right now for Nova.
He goes in for more. Musa King wipes down Shuan. It's like paying them back, takes down CY as well.
Musa King with a triple kill. He did not miss a single new moon until the end of the fight, securing amazing team fight, a triple kill win for BSE.
You thought that your double was cool? My triple is cooler.
We can say 3's always bigger than 2, right? So he was definitely looking to prioritize that push there within those team fights, but a really good team fight there from BSE, putting them back in the stride within this best of 3. We're gonna have a look at that replay once again.
And just look at this. New Moon onto Whippet, gap close, killing Wendy, making sure that he always has a stack onto the members of Nova Esports. Up to the very end, he always adds his ultimate. Up to this point, okay, look, JR, Musa King, cornering in the 2v4, getting that double kill. Whippet wants to shield CY, but immediately gets punished by the spell 1 of Luna. Beautiful.
Yeah, it looks like a little bit of miscommunication there. I mean, we saw that obviously 2 of the members of Nova was kind of separated away to the top side of the map, and then it's like, guys, no, we need you here. CY is like, come on, guys, we need to go and try and get this Mustang King takedown. But speaking of takedowns, T1 down to the bot side is taken down here for BSE.
As we move back into the game, it's 8 minutes right now. It's going to be a little bit of an advantage for BSE, right? And not only an advantage in goal, I would say in the morale, because Nova thought that they had a good fight in there, and BSE completely shut the door in their faces.
But it's still only a 2,000 goal lead here right now, Isaac. We still have such a long game to go because 8 minutes 30 seconds, second Tyrant has spawned. The fight seems to be formulating around this Crimson Golem that's about to be spawned in the upcoming 3 seconds.
Yeah, you don't want to be losing that T2 just yet if you are Nova Esports, because that's going to put a lot of pressure on, but they want to make sure they do secure that Crimson Golem. It goes over to Muchi as well, so going into the right place, and they're able to secure it.
Moving down to the mid lane, look at that. The bangers are going to come in. They're going to put a little bit of pressure, but that's going to give advantage just for BSE to take on that Tyrant. They know that they can rush the Tyrant, and they might go for the Shrew Golem as well.
We have seen this situation before where last game BSE was immensely ahead in the early game here, but look, Wendy, 2 items in, slowly working towards his 3rd item here. He will be a firepower that, oh lord, Shrew goes in but misses the engage.
Ooh, he gets the untargetable, which is going to be, oh, nicely timed there by Waypit. He waits, his patience is a virtue, and it comes through with some clarity.
Xuan might have missed that one, but there was Waypit to say that there is a team behind Xuan. If Shrew is not in the moment, Waypit can come in to save him.
But that's a big cooldown here. 20 seconds on the clock. You do not have the flash coming in from the Dharma. Where is your backline assist? None. Waypit also does not have the ultimate at all. This situation looks so good for Black Shrew Esport.
Very, very costly as we're going to make it to the 10-minute mark. And the Dark Tyrant and Dark Overlord are going to become online.
Yeah, it's pretty scary here. We're getting a bit of a 1v1 down to the bot side. Just trying to keep that minion wave procured there and there for the side of BSE. But right now, a bit of a push into the top side of the map as well.
Fatih and Dharma. Fatih knows that Dharma has nothing on him today, Sagi.
Exactly, and as long as Shred does not get to go to this team fight, the Fatih will always be much stronger. And look at this, Nova starts off the Tyrant here. Waypit still does not have the ultimate here. BSE still looks to push in. Musa King jumps in.
Musa King does jump in, but it is going to be CY that gets the claim here. The duel to the death, onto Musa King is going to be the disruptor that they needed. That is it. The battle strategy coming through as well from Wendy, connects and does a lot of damage, opening up that T1.
And Xuan, he found the perfect truth mantra onto 2 core members, taking out Musa King and DN. Wow, CY wins the Smite War against Musa King.
And that was without the flash, right? That was completely only on movement and pure skill.
And once again, ladies and gentlemen, this situation, we've seen it. Early game goes to BSE. Nova, thanks to their ability to capitalize on these team fights, comes out once again on top.
And the timing is just perfect, right? Like CY comes in, takes the Dark Tyrant, and then they go into the fight. Break that down for us.
And look at this. Okay, CY steals the Tyrant first, and look at Shred's position immediately. Positions to get 2-man knockout, sealing the deal. But if you look at BSE's position, they weren't ready at all.
No, not ready at all. But what is ready is the flash. What is ready is the ultimate here for Shuan. But it is going to be JR face checking with a splendid revolver. Nova is trying to bait to the side of BSE here with a potential Shadow Overlord.
Look at Wendy's damage, and JR is already half. They can't contest this. This is the late game insurance here, and they have to back off from any sort of attempt that they want to contest this.
Yeah, Waypit there using the unbridled outburst could be a little bit detrimental here for the side of Nova Esports going into this next team fight. I mean, he maybe used it as a bit of a phase check, seeing if he could check that Musang King was in that brush to the mid.
Exactly, but still, he is now going on to the jungle camp, making sure that he stacks it before the Overlord marches towards the bottom side of Shrew Esport.
And marching right now is going to be Nova taking that tier 2 turret. Right now they want to put some pressure on the high ground. Is it gonna be contested? The end comes in just to kind of like face check a little bit. Drihon wants to clean the wave, and the wave is going to be cleaned away.
Clearing the wave there and putting a bit of pressure onto the backline. It's going to be Wendy with his ultimate, but there it is, the splendid revolver, the Fever Barrage, doing a lot of damage onto Nova Esports. Siyoung getting the double kill.
JR comes out huge, pairing the Purify, and the Winter's Approach immediately secures 2 kills. The core carries of Nova Esports, Wendy and Muji, goes down during the siege.
It is clutch performance after clutch performance, and 2v1 right over here, forcing Musang King to go back as he came in to try to check on the red.
Try to go for the red, try to get a little bit more of the resources away from the side of Nova Esports. Because when you are building attack damage Musashi, you want more damage from that Crimson.
Look at that, beautiful. As you mentioned, Black, if you do not have the Unbridled Outburst coming in from Waypit, that was immediately punished from the side of JR on this Marco Polo.
Yes, again, BSE just playing to the facts and their intel that they have onto the side of Nova Esports, paying back that takedown into the mid lane, they get the T1.
This game is just going from red to blue, from blue to red. It could be for anyone. Whoever that makes the mistake is going to pay it with the defeat.
And that's the beauty of strong teams here. It's never a one-sided game. There are always multiple angles for these teams to come back, to formulate the team fight. And this is really good Honor of Kings that we're looking at.
This is top tier Honor of Kings that we are looking at as well. But I mean, we have to give a bit of respect here, obviously, to the British charge here onto the Marco Polo. For those at home, once you go in, this is going to set up such splendor for your Fever Barrage as well. You get to stun those within the circle and make them, render them useless.
It is a must-have item for Marco Polo over here in the mid and late game. We can see everyone just moving around. Musang King trying to find the angle from behind, and look at that, Blam.
Into the back line, it's going to be CY and Musang King just going toe-to-toe once again, but Dion is going for the unending sorrow, so he's untargetable, but it is going to get hit by the Unbridled Outburst once again, leaping on top. Currently a 3-1 trade, 2. Wendy goes down, Musang King making sure work, but JR is going to get taken down. Schwan here looking for that glory. He may get the takedown here. Is he going to do enough damage? He cannot.
And now Shren managed to stop Musang King from recalling. Look at the mid lane wave. It's going towards the base of Shrew Esport.
This might be the end of the game. Musang King is going to be the last hope, but no. The minions are coming in. Moons and Waypit want to put the
Look at Musang King.
He's trying his best. He's trying to get his speedy boots on, but the minions aren't there. It's Muchi and Waypit. Is it going to be enough? Oh, he's able to clear out the minions. Bring him through, lads. The Trojan horse. But at the same time, Siyoung comes back with the ultimate defense.
Musang King makes it sure that he dashes back to base. What a crucial defense coming in here.
I am loving this game. This is top-level entertainment, ladies and gentlemen. BSE against Nova.
Absolute cinema at this point, right? I mean, look at that Crystal, so low on health, but at the same time, Nova needs to come back here.
This 5v5 was played magnificently from Nova Esports, but still, it was still a bit short. But Siyoung jumping onto Wendy, they do not go for the further engage. They look to secure this Shadow Tyrant that's about to be resetted.
The Shadow Tyrant right now is going to be the next target. It's going to be Nova, the one that come and check. They do not want to let this go untested. Right now, BSE wants to re-aggro. They must push back. Dying right over here with the Crystal being as it is right now would be the final chapter of this.
A final chapter indeed. Maybe the final, not even the final nail just yet, but Schwen is into the front line. There it is. The Fever Barrage just get cancelled out now. JR not having the impact that we've seen before. Unbridled Outburst didn't catch anybody, but it was enough to keep away the side of BSE. CY needs to extreme speed out of there, or he goes back to base just like that.
And still Musang King continues with the new one. He's still going. Wendy does not hit the ultimate. Gets reset on. Musang King comes up clutch.
Right now it's going to be double kill. It's going to be a 3-2 trade for BSE. Right now they've had the game. They've got the Dark Tyrant. 16 minutes and 30 30, we might end up seeing the Tempest Dragon.
Maybe. Just for the first time today, the Tempest Dragon is trying to surface onto the Gorge, but we are seeing the very fine line once again towards that late game. A few hundred gold difference between both of these teams.
It's such a back and forth game. Just look at the damage department. Everybody is making sure that they mark a stamp onto the Gorge, making sure that if they want to win this game, they win it as 5.
We talked about just trying to stop Wendy, right? And Wendy's going to deal so much damage right now that BSE needs to think that if they want to take this game, some of magical defense items need to be made.
They need to be made, but I mean, even here, you can see that Musang King's looking for a lifeline. He builds the Splendor, but here it is, that vital replay. CY getting caught out a little bit too early for my liking in that team fight, and then towards the end, Muchi gets hit by Musang King. Wendy tries his best to get enough of that back line, but he just doesn't have the front line for help from Schwan or Waypit.
And especially when you build the Splendor, you counter the refresh coming in from Wendy's winning strategy, the ultimate. So if it doesn't refresh it, he loses out so much execution and damage.
At the same time, even though we've got the Primal Bond, they're looking to go for the Overlord. A little bit of a remnant love story that Nova did in game number 1.
It is going to be free. BSE is going to take that Dark Overlord at the 18 minutes mark. And this is going to be bad news for Nova. They might not be able to go with the 2-0 winning here.
It'd be a bit of a shame, right, if they aren't able to get this one out, but would we rather see a full best-of-3 or a 2-0 sweep? That is up to BSE at this point in the game, but here it is. The Unbridled Outburst catches Xiong here, but it's not going to be enough. The Fever Barrage onto the backline doesn't take down anybody just yet.
The fight goes on, but still Xiang looks for the engage. Musang King has the Sage Sanctuary, but does not expend it. Only JR expends the Sage Sanctuary coming in from Shrew Esport. A siege attempt is being mitigated.
They tried to go over there for the push. It was unsuccessful. Right now they need to go back, and sadly for them, those Vanguards are not going to have the effect that they wanted.
For the both of these teams, that was the best case scenario at this point, right? Nobody died, but they did get a few bits of ultimates out of the way.
Yes.
The Fever Barrage, the Unbridled Outburst. They got to pay attention to these next few team fights.
And especially Sage Sanctuary, this item that allows you to revive after dying once, it only is able to be used twice in the game.
Yes.
Once that two times gets expended, you can no longer buy it or use it.
No longer buy or use it, but also any passive items now, as we're getting to that 20-minute mark, you can upgrade them to the likes of the Blood Rage, likes of Splendor.
Exactly, to the Moon Goddess, to the Phantom. That's the 20-minute game-winning item here. And right now, 19 minutes on the clock, 30 seconds until Tempest Dragon. We look at all these items here. Aside from the roamers, most of the heroes on the board are full slotted.
I'm telling you right now, we're going to come into this the next 25 seconds and it's just going to be a little bit of a dance. Nobody wants to engage right now because that would mean just giving the Tempest Dragon for free.
Yeah, we don't be giving any kind of Tempest Dragon for free here. We do have a bit of a priority down to the bot side of the map, which is going to benefit the side of Nova here right now. They have the pressure.
And minion waves are extremely important right now. You have to set an equal wave, making sure that it does not bounce to your tower as of this point.
Nova has a little bit of an advantage since they have super minions over there in the mid lane. Right now it's going to be 20 minutes. The Tempest Dragon is going to be online, and this might be the final battle.
This final battle is being started right now. Both teams want to take this mid priority before starting the Tempest Dragon. Both junglers are looking eye to eye. Smite is exceptionally important here.
We're going to wait and see right now. They're going to try to jump. He stuns, Shrew tries to go away. He doesn't have his ulti. Blam, take this from here.
Yeah, there we go. Obviously, the damage is going to land onto Xiong instead. And there it is. CY does get the claim, but is he going to stay alive? Looking to have that smite. The Unbridled Outburst catches Dion. Musang King needs to dash out of this one because if they lose their smite, they lose that Tempest.
Zihong pays the price of JR being over-aggressive. Flash forward blocks the winning strategy from Wendy. If not, that will spell disaster. It's still a 4v5. Look at Xiang. He's looking for the clash lane wave here. It might be a potential backdoor that we're looking at.
It might be a potential backdoor right now. Nova wants to rush this Tempest Dragon, but they want to go for the kill as well. Wendy being maniatic, he goes in, he tries to take the kill, yet he's gonna run away with a little bit of his life.
Life literally on the tether there, but you can kind of see the macro play here for Xiang is trying to be the saving grace, but Xuan is here as well to kind of mitigate that. But Tempest Dragon secured by Nova CY.
And look at the map movement here. Muchi and Wei Pit wants to collapse on Xiang. If Xiang falls here, it's gonna spell disaster for BSE.
Nova Xuan, he's got the Tempest Dragon buff. It's gonna be a 1v3. What can Xiang do? He goes against the wall. He's going to fall first time. He's gonna resurrect, but only to miss his fate because he's gonna die as well.
Yes, a takedown here for BSE in this late game is going to be that party, and that is crucial.
That 40 seconds on the clock, no more Sage Sanctuary for the next few minutes here. And right now, the Tempest Dragons are slowly but surely crashing towards the mid and top side. Look at JR, he wants a 1v1.
Look at that right now. The turret is going to fall. The dragons are going to come in. And this is going to be the fight on the high ground that might send Nova to the King's group.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a base right there. We saw the attempt for JR, but he's gaining the movement speed out of battle. Boots being clicked on, but he is going to be the base. Being disrupted. Nova Esports are your kings of Group C.
The kings of Group C, the champions of MKL. Even though that game was so back and forth, these two games were legendary.
Absolutely.
Look at them right now. They are elated. It was such an amazing, incredible, legendary performance from Nova Esports. And now let's wait and see what's going to happen, because we knew that one of those two teams needed to go down to the lower bracket, and one of them right now, as they shake hands, is going to move all the way to the top 8.
Top 8 is going to be Nova Esports, potentially, as obviously they get into the group stage. They've qualified for the playoffs. Their next point of this tournament is just seeing where they're going to be situated into that playoffs. But BSE, however, they drop to the lower bracket. They go to fight Twisted Minds tomorrow.
That is going to be an insane matchup coming in from the side of Group C's lower bracket here. And let's take a look at how it happened. Let's break it down. Okay, this fight was a crucial fight coming from Shrew Esport. Literally, Musang King secured so much value here due to his individual prowess here on the Luna. Yeah.
It was going to be a CY double kill that he was going to take the spotlight, but then it was Musang King coming in and saying, let me make it a triple.
Yeah, he wanted that triple. We got no quadras for this game, but I mean, it was so close. The play style of these two teams, because I mean, we talk about the how, but it was all about the when.
Exactly, and look at all these fights. It was always a scrappy fight coming in from both teams here. You take some, you win some, you win some, you lose some. It was never a 5-4-0 here. And right now, and look at these. Okay, this was the final play. Okay, it looked like a final play, but Musang King managed to travel from the Azure Golem. The clutch, it was so close.
I mean, this is just it, right? I mean, we saw potentially the end of the game 5 minutes before it almost went over, but it was just the fact that Musang King came in, and just again, he came in and served here also, getting the kills onto Muchi, onto Wendy as well. He was zip dodging everywhere on the gorge.
I'm telling you, at the beginning of the game, I was a little bit harsh on Xuan, saying that he did not have an amazing performance, but at the end of the game, like as he came back online, he proved me wrong.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's what they're going to do, right? I mean, if they're going to prove anybody wrong, they want to prove themselves wrong. But if they prove the casters wrong, that's just a Bruce bonus, baby.
It's totally fine.
I'm telling you guys, it's 0-3, but the Truth Mantra still hits. That's strength for you.
Amazing performance.
Oh, man.
This was a legendary game. I liked it so much. We made to see the Tempest Dragon, and I love when the Tempest Dragon is online.
Yeah, it just heats up everything. Even though the Tempest Dragon emits thunder, but the heat of the gorge definitely rises with that.
Heat of the gorge rises, the rain starts pouring, you hear thunder, and the music starts amping up. I believe as well, the players feels like empowered to be like, okay, it's this final moment, I have to do it.
It sounds like a disaster of temperature and rain and hot and heat and everything. It was just splendid for us to enjoy this game and hope that you enjoyed it at home as well. 2-0 for Nova. They're going to move forward to the top 8 for BSE. It's not going to be the end of the road. They still have an opportunity to go and fight against Twisted Minds. Let's analyze a little bit the data of the game, because we can understand a lot more of it through the numbers. We can start finding out in there who was the right person in there. Wendy, we knew that Wendy was going to be gigantic and critical for Nova to make it through.
Exactly. This stems from Nova's capability of drafting around Wendy here. Locking in that Kong Ming makes sure that Muchi on this D-Ranger is not the sole damage dealer. 40% on this Nova Wendy, on the Kong Ming. That is insane coverage in terms of DPS.
Absolutely insane coverage overall, to be honest. I mean, the damage output from all these heroes. I mean, we wouldn't have got this far within a team fight if we only were riding on one carry.
And that's the beauty of this team composition. Nova can always rely on Wendy here. And look at the 22-minute scoreboard here. 15-14. Look at Shrew. He started off 0-3. He ended the game 3-4-9, only dying once, aside from that one mistake in the early game. He was involved in almost every fight.
I mean, look at this, the preparation for Musang King's Luna, right? Succubus Cloak, 4 out of 5 onto the side of Nova. That's just how much they feared Musang King in this one. They're just like, oh, we need some magic resistance. We need some magic shielding from that item.
You know, and the one thing in here that we need to understand as well is just the fact that as you come in and you buy that Succubus Cloak, it means that you're just losing a damage item. And a lot of these players, they needed that damage. They needed really just to have that in there. Well, analyzing all the game, looking it there with you over here among us, we came up with who else could be the MVP of this game more than CY on that Musashi. CY carried the team in the right moments, in the moments that he needed to jump, he jumped. In the moments that he needed to deal damage, he dealt it.
He was consistently winning Smite Wars against Musang King.
Yeah.
In this game, he secured Tyrant. In this game, he secured the Tempest Dragon. This man was on fire, and he was always looking for these backline engages.
I mean, with back-to-back MVPs, could we say it's Supernova CY?
Supernova?
Yeah. For those K-pop fans out there, you know. I'm showing my culture here, but I think we need to be elsewhere as well.
I love it. All right, let's move on to the interview. Mara got Swan over there. What about if we pay attention to what he has to say?
Here we are with Xuan. Congratulations, you are super amazing. Now, there was a moment in the last game where you were at your opponent's base right on the crystal. You had an opportunity to end it, but then the opponent turned the game around and gained control. Can you share with us what was happening in the comms? And how were you able to stay so level-headed during those difficult moments?
Kita sama. Kita membincang dan reset first for the next team fight.
So what Shen say is, so when that moment we decided to retreat first and then reset our stated and then prepare for the next team fight.
Was it loud in the comms? Was there somebody that was taking the lead during that time? Let us know what's going through your headset.
紧张
他的意思就是说，就是你们这个是谁去 take 这个 control， 就是谁去 lead 这个沟通的
？5个人都有吧，就是 5 people also got
take the communication.
Very well communicated. Yes. Now, you defeated Black Shrew Esports. They're going down the lower bracket. This is your fellow Malaysian team. What do you have to say to them? A message for them as they continue in the lower bracket, so perhaps you may once again see each other in the playoffs.
Good luck.
Good luck. Yeah.
Malaysia team 就是希望 Malaysia team 可以一起进 Malaysia Volley. Good luck for the next game.
Yeah, so good luck to the BSE, and then we think that Malaysia team can make it, and yeah, we will see them in the top 8.
And we'll see you in the top 8. Congratulations once again. We're gonna head back to the desk. Lead the gorge.
Thank you very much, Sven, over there, just telling us the importance of communication. Well, right now, Supernova, as Blam just called them, are going to move into the top 8, which is going to be amazing news. On the other side, the second place for the MKL is going to be BSE, that they are going to still have the chance to play against Twisted Minds.
Well, that will be a very, very interesting matchup. As we mentioned before, Group C is crowned as the group of death. You have multiple champions in this group. You also have BSE that has multiple championship titles here, especially KMW's first seed coming in to fight BSE. That's going to be a heated matchup.
I know it's going to be a heated matchup. Sagi, Blam, thank you very much for being with us. We're going to move forward into game 3. I'm going to go and try to find Holler and Kindofu for them to come and get to work. But what about if you give me 2 minutes just to go and get them, and then we'll be back.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Activating warp jump. Destination? The brightest star.
We the kings, it's an honor show.
Pulse gun charged. Scope calibrated. It's a quantum party. Ignite the stars. Into the nebula. Cosmic shifts. Supernova pulse. Woo! Right in the core.
Welcome back to the 2025 KWC, the main tournament of Honor of Kings. We're going to have our Game 3 Alpha Gaming against OG Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, what about if we put our hands together and we welcome Holler, Quintafo. How are we doing?
Feeling great. I'm feeling great. I'm excited. Obviously, we had some bangers of a series, and the last one just now, and then now we're going into the next one, which is, of course, going to be APG versus OG.
Yeah, high intensity in that previous series, and I think this one might be the same as well. I think at this point, we need to take a look at, okay, look, end of the day, we're born with two fears, right? Which is loud noises and the fear of falling. Every other fear is learned, and I feel like APG shouldn't fear OG today.
I hope so. I hope that there's going to be no fear in here. We learned a lot from the previous two games, right? Like, what do you think that the OG Esports or the Alpha Gaming players could have learned from just watching the games today?
I just think that you're looking at what happens. I mean, both of these teams really want it. And if we're looking at Alpha Gaming right here, it's going to be Yulong, Daohan, Saber, JD, and PHY. These are a bunch of guys from MKL. They were the third place team. They have a lot of fire in them. Yes, there are some consistency issues, but this is still a very strong team to go up against OG here.
Do you think that consistency is still going to be a problem right over here for Alpha Gaming, Kin?
I actually honestly think so. Look, at the end of the day, when you're playing against a strong team, they will make you quake, they will make you quiver, and I think composure is definitely important. So if they can't keep their composure, I feel like maybe there might be some consistency issues.
We might want to see what they can do, right? Like we already saw from the previous game between Nova and BSE, that if you do not have a clear plan, it might just come back to bite you.
Yeah, for sure. And then that could be the problem, right? In APG, the biggest issue is that they've had a couple of new additions. Yulong and JD, the team was taking a little bit of time to kind of gel and to get to this level, but they're here now. They were strong against ACT. We need to see more of that going into this series.
They were already strong against ACT, but we need to be very clear. When you put ACT and you look at their stats and you look at OG Esports and you look at their stats, they might not be the same caliber of team.
Exactly. I think OG is very clear. As they took control of the West Majors, they didn't lose a single game up until that grand finals against Twisted Minds. So I think at this point, Alpha Gaming, they need to be really careful and composed, have a clear plan, and sometimes, you know what, structured games are great. That's OG's game plan. But maybe Alpha Gaming can try to go for a very chaotic gameplay.
Well, if they become chaotic, we're going to have to pay attention to what OG Esports is going to have on the other hand. Because if Chaos is going to be knocking at their doors, with what are they going to answer?
Yeah, I mean, look, OG made up of Muchen, Wen, Keke, An, and Dao Dao. Everybody knows him as the monstrous jungler. But OG Esports in KM West, they had a bit of a shakeup in terms of that grand finals. Twisted Minds, I mean, who had not beaten them a single time, all of a sudden beat them in the grand finals. It was a big wake-up call, and it helped them now. I kind of feel like OG Esports did the same thing to my boys, Nongshim RedForce.
Understandable. I mean, okay, so at this point, right, the entirety of OG, they actually had a boot camp in China. They were trained by Chongqing Wolves. This is one of the premier teams in KPL. So I think they definitely have leveled up. We've seen their performance against Nongshim the other day, and I feel like this is a tall mountain for Alpha Gaming to climb.
I love the way that you put it like that, right? Like OG Esports, they went and they had a boot camp. They learned from the best, and always learning from the best might just up your game, isn't it?
Oh, for sure, for sure. Being contested and everything is just like at stake, right? If you're playing against really good teams, you will level up because you'll learn things playing up against them. You might lose a lot, but you're going to learn a lot too.
And it's totally fine to lose a lot as long as you're playing against the best. If you go out there and you play against the best and you take a couple losses, when you come back and then you play against people in your own region or here at the KWC, you might be able to see that minimal difference is going to come and help you out to take the victory.
Exactly. If you take a look at the advice given all across the globe, right? If you want to be the best, you have to play with the best because that's a lesson you can learn. And even in defeat, there are lessons that can help you grow much faster than the average Joe.
Let's wait and see. OG Esports against Alpha Gaming. Is it going to be an early, mid, late game? What do you think is going to be the strat?
OG, tempo, tempo, tempo. I mean, they did it against Nongshim. They started strong. They put the foot on the throat, and they just never let go. It was unfortunate for Nongshim to even try to get back into this game. I expect more of the same from OG. They are a suffocating team.
You think that it's going to be just tempo, just in the early game, just going with the foot on the gas all the way until the end? Kin, A different take or just the same?
I have to agree. I mean, Dao is one of the most aggressive junglers out there.
Yeah.
And to add this, their previous series against Nongshim, I want to highlight Ke here as the Clash laner. He had this very small movements across the map that not only helped save Dao at critical times, but also turned huge team fights in favor of OG.
And we have seen already from the games today that the Clash lane, the performance in there, how they can help the rest of the team has been vital for the teams that actually took the victories.
Yeah, I mean, if teams are looking at what role is the most important, sometimes they kind of overlook the Clash lane, and it's kind of unfortunate. You're kind of on an island and all that, but we're proving time and time again. You're seeing some monsters, even today, about how important that Clash lane is.
And talking about that, you mentioned something very interesting. They see that Clash lane just like an island. It's like you are there all alone, on your own. So survivability, just being able just to take that lane and take control of it is one of the important features of a Clash laner.
Exactly. Clash laners, if you do your laning phase successfully, you essentially cancel out the other Clash laner, allowing you to add and aid your other teammates in the mid, in the roam and farm. And more importantly, that crucial 4-minute Tyrant where you get that damage buff, it's a huge win for the team.
The players are getting ready right now. You can see all of them kind of stretching their fingers, right? It is always an amazing habit that they have, just to kind of like just getting into the rhythm of the game, trying to just relax and loosen up.
Yeah, you definitely need the blood flow, right? We need that adrenaline running.
Yes.
You don't want to be late to the party. You want to make sure that you're on top of things right here.
Yeah, and look at some of these picks right here. The Lung, Zhang Fei, the Princess Frost, right, starting off very strong. Lung has had some monster highlights. It's 7-6, 54% win rate. It's the third most pick in the entire KWC thus far. It has a lot of impact, something that they've been trying to focus, but it also takes away the Princess Frost from the Liang combination that OG wanted.
Good break right over there, isn't it?
Exactly. I mean, look, Dao is on the Luna. Luna has had a exceptional performance today. Musang King, even though they lost that game, I have to say Musang King, he was on fire. Well, kind of opposite from what Luna actually is, but fire gameplay.
But we get to see a lot more of the Luna. Day 1 and Day 2, we just saw that Luna just live in the ban, completely just set in jail, and right now just allow that Luna to come out. Is it that teams have already understood a way how to counter that?
If you take a look at, I want to highlight TNX. When he was playing the Luna, he kind of showed us one of the weaknesses of Luna, which is she's a hero that is pretty independent. She likes to go in alone. And if you're actually able to cut her out and isolate her, she does not have a good time. So her strength is also her weakness.
Okay, so understanding how to go alone, farm on the resources, control your resource, control your Azure Golem, it is going to be a critical feature or characteristic for that Luna, isn't it?
Oh, it's the most important thing, right? I think that the teams are going to be very aware of this. They're going to be aggressive, and they're going to try to take it away from Dao. Because again, once he gets going, he gets that blue buff, it's going to just help accelerate him to another level, and you're going to have a tough time.
This is actually why the Lung pick is so great, right?
Yeah.
With his third skill, he actually pushes you and knocks you back. So that will give a little bit of detriment to the side of Dao, which would open up the opportunity for PHY to land his second skill, the Frigid Prison. And hopefully, you know, I mean, this is a fairy tale per se. I don't think it's going to happen often, but if you get the freeze on Dao, he is gone.
But one of the important things that we need to see from the OG Esports composition, that Liang is going to have the suppression. And that suppression, to whom is it going to be done? If it is going to be spent over there on that Sun Tzu pick, I don't think that suppression is going to be a good idea.
I mean, they were trying to lock down this Lung more than anything else. Just stop JD, stop him from going to Dragon Form. That was the biggest piece. Plus the fact that it was still out there. They didn't want the Princess Frost, and they want to kind of prioritize Dao's hero with this Luna. It is aggressive, but I do like it.
Yes, I agree as well. And on the side of OG, if you take a look at the picks here, Wen and An have actually picked up for their team, right, the Byron and the Mai. These are two very disruptive heroes on the side of OG. So they actually provide the security for Muchen on this Liang as well. So let's see, right, both teams fired up. This is game number 1.
They finished that pick with the Hoi, right? The Hoi that we've been seeing in these last 4 days, that's a very interesting counter to Lung.
Yes, it is, because you can actually go for that tank build, right? So you can actually survive the initial burst from the Dragon Boy Lung. And after that, you also have access to that Burning Sun arrow, which is your ultimate as a whole E. You get the stun. And teams love stuns because that allows you control and an opening for the team to expose the weakness
The
of
initiation ability right over there coming in from Hoi is going to be lovely. The coaches shake hands. They're going to go back. Everything is set. The arena's ready. Alpha Gaming OG Esports ready to battle it out for a ticket to the top 8.
That's right, both teams looking to be the alpha at this point. But OG has had a better history at this point. It's up to Alpha Gaming to prove them wrong.
I mean, who's going to go into Group Kings? That's the biggest thing, right? Obviously, there's a lot at stake on this one. You have a much easier ride. Unfortunately, if you happen to be on the losing team, you would have to play another game and then see where you're at in that lower bracket. I mean, it could be a world of disaster, as you could, even in the lower bracket, you might get eliminated.
It might be a world of disaster, and it might be a world of dreams. Who knows what's going to be in the future more than the players right over here. OG Esports is going to be taking the blue side, Alpha Gaming is going to be taking the red. Oh no, my bad. Alpha Game is going to take the blue and OG is going to be taking the red.
Okay, so this is a monumental start, right? Every first blood in the game is so important.
I mean, we're going to start with tempo at this point. I mean, I think the biggest thing from OG is like, they're going to just try to protect the jungle as much as possible. APG need to be aggressive and doing the same likewise. But let's talk a little bit about this Flowborn tank. Yulong in the jungle, what are your thoughts on this one?
I think it's okay, but I mean, based on the stats, he has a 0% win rate. He has not won a single series and game in KWC so far.
Those are some heavy and very, very ugly numbers for sure.
Yeah, I mean, teams just haven't really been able to find it out too, you know, they haven't been able to solve it, but throwing it in the jungle, an interesting play here, but more to keep the team alive. I mean, you have a lot of survivability. The Zhang Fei is one of those, and then you have the counter initiation with the Sun Tzu from Daohen. So you have the potential ways of just blocking it up because they're going to be aggressive and on top of you, and if you stun them, you're going to be able to take down OG.
It is going to be important just to understand when Alpha Gaming wants to start fighting, right? The way that they're going to spend those initiations is going to be important, right? Like they want to take Muchen's Liang's ultimate out and they want to put it in one of the tanks.
I mean, that's the idea, but if you're looking at the OG lineup, you know that Wen is going to be high flying, starting things off, is going to have that vision and can dash out whenever he wants. Plus then you have Dao Dao who can go in a moment's notice.
Yep, it is close. Not going to count just yet. Dao Dao putting a little bit of pressure. And with the bolt support coming in from Daohen, this is an interesting start, right? Actually, I'm quite curious because OG actually have left pretty much alone in this first 2 minutes of the game.
Yeah, I don't mind that. I think that it's okay. Let the man solo. It's more about the other lanes. Yes, An will be your win condition and can carry you in that late game, but he just needs to survive, not lose anything. I mean, yes, the lane will push, and they'll, you know, APG will even try to focus and give as much space to JD as possible. But An, again, he's not the worst thing right now.
Yep, stun is going to be landed with the suppression as well. One goes in, first blood maybe. Saber, he might give his life, and first blood goes over to OG.
Yeah, and you knew that right when Muchen hits level 4, that potential was going to be there, but the Burning Sun Arrow combination, way too much.
Look at that, OG wants to come in. They're going to force the ulti coming out from JD.
Yep, not ideal, right? JD, he has expended his one escape mechanism and it's T1 pressure on the bottom.
Yeah, OG already playing very fast. You can feel the tempo. I mean, 1.2K lead, OG. This is the way that they like to play. They, again, are very aggressive. They get that early kill and then they slowly take away the map.
And I like this, right? An isn't that greedy. Most teams you would see that he actually throws his ultimate, that Burning Sun Arrow, at a very far target, maybe across the entire map.
Yes. Normally, it is just being used just to try to make a very long snipe, right? Like we know that because of the mechanics of that ultimate, the longer the distance that the arrow is going to fly, the longer that the stun is going to happen. But right now, that doesn't seem to be OG's strat at the moment.
Yeah, you don't really need that. I mean, look, just a slight stun is all you need for Muchen to get in position. He also has the flash control if they want to go.
Yep, they go in. This is a second kill available, and this time it goes into the hands of Kirka. And this is a great communication on. He's playing so safe.
And this is why the Liang is just super annoying. Once you hit level 4, every single time that control is off cooldown, you want to be making a gank, and OG doing it to a T thus far.
It needs to be immediate. You saw that the tempo in there in the clash lane was faster because at the farm lane they were unable to take anything back.
Yeah, take a look at that information got by Kirka here. OG knows when the timing of the Zero Golem is, and this is going to be so important later parts of the game.
Yeah, and look at this. The 4-minute mark, teams are starting to kind of congregate around this tyrant, but it looks like it's going to be OG's way. I don't think APG makes it a play on it.
Yeah, maybe Saber doesn't have the smite. He actually took the stun instead.
he came in and he just took a vision just to see the Tyrant fall. Nothing he could have done about it.
Nothing he can do. Now On right now in the bottom lane, happily farming. He'll just take this one. I mean, he's soloed, he's isolated, but he's doing a great job.
Hey, he's going in. He's looking for that suppression. Gets it down. KAGENDRA, can they finish the job? Yes, they will. No, Wern actually misses the shot. One more hit. Is it too much? Hang on, Wern. He doesn't get the kill. They will commit the flash, and KAGENDRA, they have to expand quite a bit here.
Yeah, exactly. It took them a little bit longer than what they would have waited for, right? It was taking them a little bit too much. And look at that. The burning arrow comes in, but it's going to be wide.
Yeah, huge commitment there by the top. But they eventually secured it. That's all that really mattered. It wasn't like a complete waste. Yes, some ults were being used and all that, but they got it in the end, and that's going to be a huge win for OG. Again, starting to snowball at this 5-minute mark.
Yeah, this is not ideal. Take a look. Lifesteal already available for DAO. They will be happy to fight on the side of OG.
And look at this, back in there. Look at the impact that you're seeing from Wen. He's 0-0-3. Yeah, he's not getting in the kills, but his impact from all of the different rotations. They've gotten ganks, and he's gotten 3 assists to his name. What more can you ask for this Mai?
Yeah, it's nothing much, right? At this point, there's so much value that this Mai brings at this point. And DAO free farming, hang on, they get the suppression as well. Not going to get the kill. It's really more of a deterrence, more of that.
But look at that, the farmland is going to be a 2v1. It's going to be JD, the one that's going to be forced to use his ult to get out of there.
Yeah, JD has to use the infinite fastness. That's a feels bad, man, as he just got gone on. DAO just like focusing it down. He had the potential burst, and JD really no answers at this stage.
Crystal clear waters for the side of OG. This is so clean. They're going to try. Saber actually hits onto KAGENDRA, but that boat is coming.
Yeah, that boat is potentially coming, but the top lane is pushing. That's the biggest thing. Again, creating a little bit of space. Yeah, you're kind of like fighting in the mid lane, but the top lane will be pushing, and now OG need to respond.
OG has already a 2,000 gold advantage. When is going to have to be pushed back. They've got right now control of the game, but I don't see that APG might be a little bit too crazy about taking it back.
They can't risk it at this point. Augur's Word, that purple wand onto Luna, it's a tank item, right? So it's already something so hard to deal with against DAO. And one more item, Doomsday. That's going to be an important marker for An.
Yeah, and look at this. I mean, look at how scared APG are. They normally would be a lot more aggressive in the enemy jungle. Oh, but that arrow just barely missing.
Yeah, that was a hard attack for them. KAGENDRA catches eyes onto 4 different members. They want to force this T2. And Unbridled Alpha is going to be knocked back at this point. But KAGENDRA gets the flash as well. Can they get the kill? They're going in. OG, this is the time. They get the kill. 2 members down. Saber and Dowhan no longer here. PHY tries to delay the inevitable. DAO says no risk to be taken. OG, take the lead.
OG right now looking gigantic, a 2-0 trade, and right now they have complete control of the map. They're going to take the turrets, they're going to take the blue, they will put their hands on anything they want.
Yeah, I mean, DAO, like, we're making some serious plays. Right when that Umbrella Alphas have been used, I mean, they still burn down Saber, and they focus him down. And DAO was actually looking to dive the T3 base when they didn't even take the T1. Calm down, DAO.
I also want to highlight, I think Wen has done superbly well on this Mai. He's actually assisting the team to get a knockups as well.
It's just like the way that he enters in, right? Like enters in, gets 1 or 2 people stunned, and then immediately the whole OG comes in, congregates, and gets everything that they want.
I mean, taking everything right now. I mean, just looting and pillaging the enemy jungle. They are making a home in the APG jungle.
5,000 gold advantage
really no
Look at that
for this, and they're like taking away the boars. They're taking whatever they want, and it's super uncomfortable.
A nice stun suppression going to be there as well. The Bridal Alpha saves the day for the time being, but OG, they are strong. They're feeling it. DAO goes in. That's a lot of damage. Saber forced to run away to tank. If he's not tanking, what's going to happen to APG? For now, they make it out scot-free.
Nobody can get eyes on An. An is in such an amazing position that Ho is dealing some crazy damage right now.
Actually, perfect positioning by An, right? Like, if he gets gone on, that's a problem. But he's just, like, ensures that the rest of his team are in front of him, so he's always being body blocked, and then he's letting those arrows fly. He's doing some serious damage right now.
Yeah, I really love his positioning. And at this point, Yulong, he chooses to go in, but the suppression is available. They get it down as well. Where's the backup damage? Both going to stop them for the time being. But KAGENDRA, he's so tanky. They're throwing the Kachosans as well. KAGENDRA wants to force for more. The backup comes in. He flashes in for PHY, stops and on. Destroys the tower. DAO, what a nice catch. They will not overcommit. One joins the fun as well. Will give his life. APG, they survive, but they barely hang on.
It is nothing that they can do. In the moment that OG starts taking the fight, there is no opening to try to find the back lane, but look at that one more time.
Yep, the Shrew comes in, the boat comes in as well. They managed to catch out Dao, the burst just a little bit shy.
Look, OG went all in on this one. They were trying to make a play, they were trying to get the catch, but almost everyone from APG was wounded, and they did fight on this in that little bit of a skirmish, but they all survived. They made Wen pay for their troubles, and APG in a way definitely with that kill helped them out.
It did relieve some pressure, but at the end of the day, it's a 6,000 goal lead, boys.
It's gotta be something that APG needs to start thinking about. They cannot let that snowball keep going. The suppression comes in one more time, the fight goes.
And the damage is laid on as well. On is free to hitting, but the freeze! It comes in, down, will he make it out? Kaka, support comes in, and OG, they're doing so much damage. PHY, the first one to fall. Nobody has fallen yet on the side of OG. Kaka, a killing spree as Saber and Dowhan. They have to run for their life, but where can you run when OG is on fire? Dowhan!
There is nothing that Dowhan can do. He's gonna try to go and try to run away for his life. Dowhan's gonna find, he's gonna take the kill, and the minions are coming in for both the mid and the farm lane.
Yeah, Dao, they're being fed there. I mean, they were just completely funneling it to him, making sure that they got it. What a great initiation. Arrow's gonna miss on this one.
Yeah, it's nothing too big. They have access to the T3s. Keep it simple, boys.
Just like that. They take one, they take a second one, they decide to go back, target acquired.
Target acquired. I mean, taking them all down. I mean, you pick a single one. And I mean, in that last big team fight, I saw Muchen go in onto Yulong. Yes, they had the control, and he's very tanky, and he did survive that one. But it looked like APG were like, actually, we want to fight this one, and that was kind of their downfall.
Yeah, everyone's shouting.
This in here is just such an energetic game. Like, you can hear it from the players at the back that they're just so loud. They want the energy. They have the game in their hands. This is just pumping in my heart.
I mean, I'm not sure whether you can hear it. APG, the players are shouting for them to find an opening, but there isn't any. OG is just so clean.
So clean, so together. I mean, they understand. Look at how far up they are. This is, like, he doesn't need a farm. He just needs to understand where, again, clearing the waves, and then push them back if he sees anybody, and provide that space for the rest of the team, Dao and On especially, to get that farm.
The stun comes in onto the tank. They will not be able to get the kill here, but it's all about the objectives. T3 under pressure.
It is trying to take that T3. They want to take the turrets. They want super minions coming in from all the lanes. They're not going to be able to do that right now, and they're going to just rotate to the next target.
Yeah. So, our new players, do you know why Word was actually clearing that mid? It's because they want to synchronize all three waves, because you can't deal with all three lanes at the same time.
Yeah, very smart. Very smart play. I mean, just understanding how they do it, but they didn't take the top T3, so that is still a bit of a hurdle they need to cross, but still the Burning Sun arrow misses yet again by On.
Yep, they don't have to overcommit at this point. OG, the pressure is rising.
It's just going to be a matter of time. Look at that. The next wave, they come in and they take the T3. And now super minions are going to come in from all different waves. Look at that.
Yep, opening goes on to Kirka, but the suppression comes in. A nice save coming in. Yulong is down so low. All they need to do is poke them out, and they choose to go in on the backline. Word with another amazing play. A rampage for Dao. The crystal is open, but there are no minions at the moment.
Saber's supposed to be so tanky, but he cannot be taking no more damage. Look at that. One more stun.
Oh my goodness, it is going to be the end of the game to get JD as well. Dao, the last surviving member, and the crystal is wide open. OG, what a performance.
What a performance. Very clean performance at the end of the day. There was no losing on that one. They had full momentum, even from minute one, and they just carried it throughout. Just a perfect game by OG Esports.
Yeah, look, one is someone I want to learn this mind from. He is so insane, and I also have to highlight, like, Kirka. I think the way he played Byron is so interesting, because most Byrons are going in, I want to get the kill, but Kirka's going for setup.
Yes, exactly. He knows how to play for the team, right? Like, he doesn't want to just go and get the kills just looking out of his KDA. He just wants to go in there and then just be like, okay, what does the team need? Let me provide that.
And I mean, look at this one. I mean, the only thing about OG is that they've really had no hardships in only 3 games at the KWC thus far, right? I mean, this is a huge confidence boost, but sometimes when you're later, you might lose a game, your confidence might be shaken up, and then the true test will happen.
It is such an interesting point, Holler, because up until right now, games against Nongshim, they were not close, and this game right over here completely just sailing and just kind of like gliding through.
Actually, if you talk to a couple of coaches across the globe, they always say that, you know, winning all the time actually isn't that good of a thing because then your mistakes are not founded out.
Of course, like it might be just that right now you are just kind of like gliding through the whole process, but then when it comes to bigger games, when you make it to that top 8, things might change a little bit.
Yeah, and that's going to be the true test, right? And so sometimes, and you kind of saw this with Nongshim, right? In Season 3, they were taking every series to the distance. And so because of that, they learned so many different lessons, and they were getting stronger and stronger as the tournament was playing out.
And I like this, right? You were talking about it. OG likes to go for pace, and boy, the pace of this game was super fast.
They really just gotten that Ferrari, right? That Ferrari ride, 0 to 100, super quick, and they never slow down. Amazing performance.
Yeah, and this Ferrari is fueled by the shouts of the OG squad. They are so vocal, and I love the energy that they bring.
Exactly. Last year, Alpha 7 was like the loud house party. This year, OG joins that carriage as well. I think it's so fun.
Do you think that that's going to become a trend, just like becoming very loud? The louder that you become, the more points that you get.
I mean, it definitely helps them, especially within each other, right? Because they're like moving on, they're being aggressive. But the problem is that once we go to the main stage, and I'm potentially assuming that they win this one, they make their way there. But with the crowd potentially being in there and things are kind of muffled, it's kind of hard to hear. Yes, you'll still be yelling, but not everybody's hearing it. So it's kind of like, it's a little bit of a different environment then.
The energy is going to be completely different. Look at the numbers right over there. The stats are telling us everything. Only a 13 minutes game with OG taking so many battles with so many kills.
I want you guys to pay attention to OG Muchen. His team fight rate, 92%. This Liang was everywhere. That's why they had so much success, because the suppression was always available. And that's how OG really stomped their competition here in Alpha Gaming.
I mean, they were setting it up. Every single highlight, and we'll see exactly how these team fights started, was with Moonchen starting it out with that control. Once somebody was locked down, they might not have gotten all the kills, especially against Yulong, who's very tanky, but it set the tone because APG were like, oh crap, now we need a fight, and they don't really want to take that one.
Exactly. And you know, when things are bad, it gets even worse, especially when you're playing against Dao, specifically this Luna. I want to talk about PHY. This pick, I think it was smart. They wanted to get the lockdown. But when you can't land those frigid prisons, your second skill, then everything becomes immensely harder.
It was really difficult. Yes, he only died twice. And I mean, we shouldn't be like, oh, he died so many times and he ruined the game. It wasn't like that at all. It was the fact that Dao on the Luna, then you had the Mai Wen, you had so much high-flying acrobatics in your face that it's very difficult to play against because you're very static.
There's no place to run.
Exactly.
Like you want to run away, but as you turn left, there's just someone else just in front of your face.
Yeah. And it's focus for them, right? Because Keke, Dao, and Wen, the three heroes, they're so mobile, they're able to access the backlines. And what does this make available for OG? It means An and Muchen, as the Hoi and the Liang, they have so much space. If you take a look at the replay later, An was just standing still and shooting his arrows for free.
Exactly. You cannot allow that. And that's the problem, that from the other side, from APG, they never found a solution to kind of try to flank around, try to find the back lane. It was no way that they could actually jump over that mountain.
Yeah, no real chance. I mean, it was going to be a tough one. But again, we were kind of questioning just how much space and time does he need. He had plenty. He was doing the most damage on the team. He was finding, and just the initial push that he had with the rest of the team, just next level.
We have been talking a lot about An and how his performance was amazing, but the MVP for this game is going to go for OG Esports Keke.
Keke, this guy, 4-0-7. He provided so much more than just the setup for the team. He actually tanked quite a bit for the team's sake as well. And he was always this first offense is best defense mentality. He pushed them all the way, allowing Dao to pick his targets, get right into the heart of APG, and use his ultimate, sucked everyone in.
I mean, he was like the perfect tank. He was attracting so much attention. Everybody would be like, oh crap, Keke's on top of me. Like, how are we going to deal with this guy? And then he had the Storm Strike, and he was going from hero to hero and just picking things up. But the biggest thing is the 0 deaths. I know you don't like KDA, kid, but it was really important for this one because he was so aggressive, and the fact that he didn't die, that speaks volumes, and this is why he was the MVP.
This is one of the few days that, once again, I will agree with you. This KDA is absolutely beautiful. You know, the Byron, like, okay, I have tried Byron so many times, and I'm going to take personal lessons from Keke from now on.
I'm telling you, everyone should go back and then just watch the replays of how Coco played on that Byron, because this was a master class that everyone at home should be taking notes. Sadly, that Byron is going to be unavailable for OG Esports, but it's going to be there for APG for grabs.
Yeah, and I mean, look at this draft. This is, of course, the global ban pick. You're not able to pick that same hero again in this series. It's a best of 3. It's not the worst thing, and it mostly comes into play in best of 5s and beyond. But this one right now, if we're talking about meta, I'm not a huge fan of the Flowborn tank, as well as the Sun Tzu. The Sun Tzu is like, what, 1 in 5 in the KWC? It really hasn't had too much of an impact here.
Exactly. Actually, this is something that I think we would definitely like to discuss. Flowborn tank here, 0% win rate still in KWC. Is OG going to take a risk and bring it up?
No, I'm pretty sure they won't. I think APG was like, I like donuts. I'm going to go with the 0% everything. Yeah?
You know, I'm telling you something. I know that the coaches right now are analyzing what is going on with that Flowborn tank, because going on 0, it's actually very weird. It's very rare that you see on a completely new hero. It means that just we're not having the synergy with the pace.
I agree. I mean, maybe it's just a new introduction because it hasn't been released for that long. So maybe not too much research has been done for this hero just yet.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the research, but it goes both ways, right? It's one of those things where if you continue to play it and you master it and you have that team synergy, you're going to have no issues. But to pull it out in game 1 in a best of 3 with like literally everything on the line, like these are so important every single game, that one is a bit of a risk for me.
It's the KWC, man. It's 2025 KWC, the top level of our competition, of our game. You cannot come in and take this kind of risks.
Well, technically you can. And this is one of the reasons why I love Alpha Gaming, right? Because, look, I have a decent risk-taking level. And I think, look, if the Flowborn tank works, number 1, you have a good result. Number 2, you'll be the first team in KWC to make it work.
Bragging rights. Yes. I mean, look, nobody on their LinkedIn is like, oh yeah, I was the first team to win with Flowborn in this game in the KWC, right? There's a certificate that does that.
No, but this is something you can't use money and buy. You can farm all the gold in the game. It doesn't give you that stat.
Money does not buy everything, right?
Yes.
Well, it might have bought them a victory if they got a little bit more gold. I'm just saying.
True. I think maybe it's just a matter of gold, right? Not enough farming.
I'm certain that everyone at home right now is having the same question as us, how to make that Flowborn pick work. If you have any good ideas, just send them to us. We want to hear what you guys are thinking.
Yeah, put it in the comments, man.
I mean, the biggest thing for me is that, like, if they had a more standard game where OG Esports aren't able to play with their speed and their pace in the beginning game, where, again, they were just being aggressive, right? I think that, again, if you had that time, Yulong would have flourished. I think we would have seen that, but it's more of a playstyle more than anything else.
I agree. This is why I really like this first pick for Alpha Gaming, right? Instead of being fearful, like we mentioned before, you know what, we're so scared of being invaded, why not be the aggressor? Go and invade their jungle.
So they're going to determine the pace of the game. I'm not going to let you dictate the pace. I am going to be the one with the script in the hand.
Yeah, and we've seen this. Even OG, they picked it up themselves. The pay, that is, because, again, they like to play really fast. Let's see how they counter this sort of strategy. Are they going to go speed for speed, or if it's going to be more standardized?
Exactly. So if you take a look at these stats here, Pei actually very strong early game. He's one of the heroes to pick if you want to have a early entrance into the opponent jungle, take some camps. And not only that, by taking the camp, you're also dwindling the farm and EXP of your opponent jungler.
It said in there that survival was actually pretty low, right? But at the same time, Pei being so mobile, I would say that I would actually contest that survival stats.
True. For Dharma, I would contest this as well because the damage does not feel like that. It feels like he is a full bar of damage. When he catches you on the wall, you're gone.
Immediately disappear.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, just setting it up, the potential, just like that wombo combo truth is, we've seen it time and time again, the potential more than anything else. But if we're looking at this lineup again, slowing the pace down.
Yeah.
I mean, look, the funny thing is that OG Esports, when they were up against Nongshim, Nongshim picked up the Ogren, and they countered with the Pei. Because they wanted to play fast and just, take away the farm from Haku's Ogren. But they've decided, hey, we have the Ogren, we can counter the Pei because we know how to play against it.
I'm telling you, OG Esports knows that Alpha Gaming want to be in charge of it, and they just want to take that back. They will not let it. They will try to farm on that Ogren to try to make it bigger and bigger and bigger.
That's true. And I talked about chaos on the side of team fights, right? So Alpha Gaming, with this lineup, actually they can ensue a lot of chaos because Pei, pretty independent. You have Yixing, who can lock people in the board. And you have Fatih, who, through the course of KWC so far, has been played as a disruptor, the pick-off hero, right? He will be flanking on the sidelines and pick off one important member on your opponents.
It's actually one of the heroes that in these 4 days I have been very impressed with, right? Like he did not come in as like one of the big meta heroes, right? But has been such a clear and constant answer to most of the clash lanes.
Yeah, and I mean the sustain, the fact that he's just like very, self-sufficient just in that top lane. I think he has a lot of play, and your teams are starting to really take advantage of that. And plus, I mean, if you don't get the Dharma, sometimes you don't get the Byron. I mean, they've already played that one kind of thing. So it's one of those moments where you're like, this is the next best option.
And he is surprisingly mobile. So if you take a look at the bans of Alpha Gaming, these are the heroes on the farm that they can escape. The Long, taking to the skies. Marco, he can actually TP a short distance. And because the ban coming in from OGO's own self, the Arlie, you're left with very small choices for mobile farm laners.
Yeah, I mean, but they're going to go with the D-Renjay. Again, it's the Ogren style, which is like the slow and steady sieging. They don't really need to have that high flying, like An with the Houyi in the last game, right? He just has to work on his perfect positioning. He'll be fine.
It's just a matter of just finding the right place just to deal damage and then do not mind about anything else.
Correct. Okay, and this is also why I like this pick, the Channel. Actually, surprisingly long range in the farm lane matchup as well. And with the stuns and the heals coming out from Yuhuan, who is going to be piloted by Saber here, there is a good chance of winning that farm lane at the start of this laning phase.
Can someone please help me to make sense of that last Lady Trend pick, please?
Okay, so the Lady Chen, actually one of her strengths is fighting in tight corners.
Yeah.
And I'm expecting that, look, the Pei is going to come and invade the jungle. So there is a very high chance that Alpha Gaming will ensue fights in the jungle space, which is a very tight corner. And Lady Chen loves tight corners.
So they're just trying to use the map structure just to try to force them. If you are to jump into my jungle, where it's like, actually, as you just mentioned, really tight, I'm just going to freeze you in there.
Exactly. So first skill, Ocean of Tears. Second skill, Flowing Sigh. Everyone's stuck together. And once you hit level 4, Destructive Deluge, the ultimate of Lady Chen, it could be quite disastrous on the side of Alpha Gaming. But Alpha Gaming, they have a lot of potential control and big burst damage in the Pei, the Fatih. These are all options that Alpha Gaming, if they play the cards right, this could be a beautiful game.
Holler, as you see over here, just both of the compositions, who do you think we're going to have to be paying attention to?
I mean, obviously it's got to be Yulong, right, on this Pei. Is he able to get that farm? Is he able to steal away from Dao Dao as much as possible? Because then Dao Dao really struggles. I mean, without that farm, he's going to want that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is going to be Game 2 between Alpha Gaming and OG Esports. If OG Esports takes the victory here, they're going to take a ticket directly to the top 8. On the other hand, if Alpha Gaming is about to not take the victory, if they are unable to stop them from that, they will have to go to the lower bracket final.
Yeah, so tournament experience at risk, because it could be a very fatigued run for you if you lose this series.
Yeah, it could be very tiring. I mean, you have to play that other one, but Dao Han just trying to stay alive.
Oh, he does not make it. What? First blood actually goes to Kirka, and he makes it out with a sliver of health.
I mean, that was like a perfect beginning. I mean, look, the way OG play, they're going to look to just kind of ensure that Mu Chen makes an impact in the other lanes, taking, getting first blood in this one. Absolute gravy for OG.
And we thought that Alpha Gaming was going to have the early game, and immediately just OG Esports just putting a stop to that plan.
It shows their understanding, because they know that, hey, with a Yuhuan and a Channel, you don't win the lane in the farm lane. So let's make a play elsewhere.
That's going to be the biggest weakness for them. And OG, again, just being smart. Everything should be funneled into Dao Dao. They're going to be sticking a 3-man squad and just speeding up that farm and letting Dao Dao get that farm.
Yeah, I like this vision opening here by Mushen. As a die idea is so important. Actually making use of a passive to jump into brushes as well. You could be in positions where they don't expect you to be.
I love the fact, like, his Kuka, he had that spider sense. He knew something was a stray, because Dao Han was being a little bit of aggressive, and he saw in the corner of his eye Yulong making a rotation into the top. I mean, yes, he's going to take the sprite here, but in the end, Keka surviving, biggest thing for him.
Nothing that he could have done about that, and he did not have to use his flash as well, so it was not actually that costly for him.
Yeah, and actually, right before that pause, I mean, it looked like JD was kind of like stuck in a bad spot. We'll see how that one plays out, but not a great position to be right when this thing starts back up.
Yeah, especially after you've given the first blood, right? So OG in I won't say commanding. I think commanding is still too far ahead, but a comfortable position at this first part of the game.
And they were supposed to be in a little bit more of an uncomfortable position, right? Like, because we actually had mentioned again about the early game. But let's wait and see what is going to happen in there. We're having a little bit of technical difficulties, and we're going to get back to it as the referees are just trying to fix the problems in build.
I want to point you guys back to that first interaction by Yulong, where he attempted to enter the jungle on the side of OG, but instantly got stopped by Dao Dao on the Ogryn as well.
Yeah. I mean, there was a great rotation, right? Great stop there. But I think I want to talk about the comfort level here, because APG need to do a great job of just limiting OG's farm as much as possible, because not only do you make them, on the losing side, but then you quiet them down, right? I think OG right now are just so boisterous, and they love this chaos that things have been happening because they've been winning, but you need to shut them up in a way.
At the same time, like, you think about Alpha Gaming having to protect all of their resources. Do you think that they need to prioritize the invasion at this moment of the game?
I think it'll help. I think at this point, if you see Dao Dao in like the top side, you got to go to the south side. You got to take whatever is given at this point. You got to be aggressive, which means you got to play a little bit more risky, which can really bite you in the butt if things don't go well, though.
So decision making is so important in this particular game, and in fact all the games as well, even your ranked games. And in order to make full use of this, you need information. So right now, both teams, the roamers and mid laners, have to do a very important job. They have to open the map up.
I mean, there's a lot of, I would say, both of those roamers really need to step up this one, because they're the ones that create that support and that chaos, because you have that extra number, and then the potential stun, it's going to be key.
Yeah, but I feel like for APG, it's a safer chance for them, because as a Yuhuan, you are able to check brushes from range. As a Diadea, you kind of have to face check the brushes, and then hopefully you get out if you get caught.
Yeah, but Yuan, right? It's the second most pick in the KWC. It has just so much impact. Teams are really feeling it. I mean, the flexibility in terms of role that it's played, and also the gameplay around that sustaining sort of like potential stun with the AoE. You just have a lot in this kit.
Actually, I'm pretty curious, right? How does Alpha Gaming go with this Yuhuan pick? Do you go for the tank version of it so they can soak up damage? Or do you go for the magic build to maybe add on to the aggression that is already complemented by Pei?
I think you go tank. You got to just more about the sustain, staying alive, cycling those skills. Because if you look at the rest of the squad, you have Fatih, Pei, and the as well as the Chano, you have so much damage, right? You don't need any more damage.
Really? I disagree with you. I love damage. And I think if the Yuhuan is able to go damage, then that's another form of aggression. And then you kind of create the same situation that OG created in Game 1, which is offense is the best defense. You have to stay safe.
But, okay, while I understand that,
great.
The biggest thing about this one is that the enemy team, OG that is, has an Ogryn. Right? Once he gets online and he starts hitting people and he's just kind of survivable, he's able to outlast your damage, he's going to slice you down because you don't have anything but offense.
I see where you're going with, but once again, I'm going to have to disagree with you. Look, Ogryn hates burst potential. He hates being stunned up. And like if you go full damage, you can burst the Ogryn down. And once Ogryn is dead, what do you have left on the side of OG?
All right, I think for the sake of this argument, you were just arguing to argue? I don't really know. I don't know about this one.
You know what? I'm a peace-loving person. I'm
Disagree, I know you. There's nothing peace about you, my friend.
What? I'm so peaceful. I take the buffs from my farm laners just to let them know how peaceful I am.
Yes.
Because I don't want to fight.
I reported you that game, by the way. But yeah, no, going back into this one, I do feel like, look, the world is their oyster in APG, right? Because again, setting the tone, having that early game Pei, being aggressive, a lot of the pressure is on you, and if you're doing well, you can do whatever you want, right?
True, but they're on a timer.
Yeah, they are on a timer, and that's my concern, right? If things don't win, if you're not able to win in like the first 15 minutes or something like that, you're kind of in a bad spot. You're not going to be able to take them over the edge, because OG with this Ogryn build, and they have the lineup to really support him, you're going to have a tough time.
Okay, so I just want to back up my stance here. Look, I think they should go for the Magic build because so far in KWC, the win rate for Yuhuan has been 42.86%. Okay, but let me add this on. Most of the games that have been won in KWC where a player picks up Yuhuan has been won with her building the Magic attack build.
Okay, all right. Well, you know, fake news. I question all of it, everything. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. No, because I feel like you have like that steamrolling game and you're doing well, and you have that. I mean, you still have sustain. You still have that healing kit. It doesn't go away.
True.
But again, look, 15 minutes, right? That's all OG need to do. Just get to that 15-minute mark. Well, let's see where Dao Dao's at. If he's got those items, I think it could be rough for APG. Again, more pressure on them to perform.
Okay, so we know that OG is the team that is touted as the stronger team in this matchup. But there's one player that I'm so curious about, which Isaac, you mentioned before. Wen on this Lady Chen. They love this counter-attack initiation where she's able to get them in tight corners. But what happens if Wen dies? All of this detriment, this deterrence is gone.
I mean, it's going to slow things down, which is going to be tough, right? And that's why he needs to stay alive as much as possible. Also, I like the fact that you're like, Wen is on the Lady Jun, and you were kind of like rhyming a bit a little.
Oh, I'm actually a pseudo-rapper here.
Pseudo-rapper is.
Yeah, I rap burritos.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being online. This is the KWC 2025, the top-level competition of Honor of Kings. We're live from Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. This is the Esports World Cup. Right now, we are having a little bit of technical difficulties. We are trying to fix that. But don't worry, we're going to stay here with you. If you need to go real quick to go and get some water, go and do that. There's no problem. But we're going to stay here just all the way until the referees can give everyone a fair chance to compete.
Okay, so let's talk about this clash lane. You know, for Daohen on this Fatih, do you think he's going to have a big impact in this game?
I mean, he's got to have a big impact, right? I think a lot of the space and the fact that, like, the rest of the squad, very squishy, right? Who else is going to be that frontliner? He needs to ensure that, yes, if he's going to go with the damage, he's going to have that sustain. He needs to ensure that he's up front and being in your face, making it difficult for the rest of the squad. I mean, getting on top of Wen is going to be one of his big priorities.
That's true. Actually, we have seen two different play styles on the Fatih from all the different teams that have picked him in KWC. So there are two options you can explore. So one, like you mentioned before, in their face, throwing those slashes out. But also, the other style of playing this Fatih is actually going for the flank and picking off those side laners, maybe going for the roam or trying to dive onto the farm laners.
But like, okay, then you have to really rely on the Yuan to kind of be that frontliner, right? And then it goes back to the item build, because who else is going to be that frontliner to just kind of soak up the initial initiation, right? So he needs there, he's got the unending sorrow, he will survive, but he just might get insta-gibbed like if he doesn't have any items at all.
True, but if you take a look at how they play, look, APG, Alpha Gaming, they benefit from singulator and isolated team fights, right? And this is where I think Kirka as a Dharma is going to suffer, because Dharma wants you in a pack. He wants you grouped together.
Yeah. And I mean, if you're looking at the squad from Alpha Gaming here, most of them, it's like one of those things where like you envision how the formation is. Like if you're watching a football match, like what is like a 2-3-2, that kind of stuff, right? In this way, I feel like Fatih's kind of up front. You have the Yuan right behind him, like, or, you know, like towards the front line. And then you have all of the other guys on the far end at the maximum distance of their spells and their attacks.
This makes me so curious about the coach's notes, right? We talk about formation. Are we going to change to a diamond formation? Are we going to change it to a circle formation? You know, because these shapes matter. Whether you know of this or not, actually in team fights, these compositions and these positions matter, because it then opens up a kind of a couple of doors for you to explore on the side of Alpha Gaming.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be key. I mean, if we're looking at the OG side, you have the Ogren. He's going to be like a 1-4 formation. I mean, depending on where Kuka wants to be. But it looks like we're underway. We are back in the game.
Yep, this, okay, so we will reset it at this point. JD having a decent time. And this is that jump shot that JD has that I think could be a problem for any member on the side of OG.
Yeah, if he's able to just kind of get on top of you. Like, you can outrange him, but PHY.
Oh, look at that. PHY just being taken super low. He's going to have to run away with the help of his passive.
Still maintaining initiative, just that passive, just keeping alive. I was like, oh, that's going to be it. He had no chance, but PHY far superior on the zero.
Yeah, but that's now an opening on the side of OG, right? Now they know they can be aggressive, and PHY cannot make those big plays.
Yeah, no big play. I mean, again, it's going to be a little bit of a detriment. It's going to be tougher for him, but you still have Yulong. Again, can be very aggressive, has that damage. So you can't really just find PHY and just kind of kill him.
Interesting. I'm not sure whether you guys noticed, but our friends at home, Daohan actually built the Boots of Fortitude, which helps it with physical defense. And I feel like you're kind of disrespecting Wen here.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's going to definitely help them out. I think Daohan's very smart, understanding just who he's at risk for. So he needs to just stay alive and ensure that he does.
He might need them just right now for the laning phase, right? Like he might just want to sell them and then just buy different things in the next ones.
Yeah, Wen gets caught out, will go untargetable at this point, uses the flash, makes it out. Wen is still alive, but here comes the ultimate from Saber. They want to get the kill, but the heals are here, and OG make it out!
Oh, Wu Chen with the heart link, keeping Wen alive just a little bit longer so that he sees the light of day.
You all want to catch Wu Chen coming in, but Dao Dao, he's falling very low, uses his ultimate. Conductor shows to survive for the moment, but here comes the TP. They're looking for the opening. Kaka, can he find it?
APG came in, they tried to push in, and they at the end take that kill. They wanted to get Wen earlier, he ran away, but they came and found him at the end.
What was he doing there?
I mean, just a little far from front. I mean, look, Yulong on the pay will sometimes catch you off guard. I mean, the mobility and the range, you have a lot of distance that you can cover, and Wen got caught out, especially since he used his flash earlier.
It's one of those good things about just being so fast, like the rotation from that pay in the map is just one of the fastest that we have.
And you're kind of seeing exactly how the meta is starting to shift. It's all about that speed, getting your farm going, being aggressive, and taking things away.
Oh, what a stop down here. Koko is falling low. Dao Dao has to help him out. And with that, they get the kill, they get the Tyrant. Everything looking good for Alpha Gaming if they can make it out here, and they do.
Yeah, that was actually pretty good for APG in that regard. I mean, they're up 2-1 in terms of kills, and they're taking what they can. But Yulong being aggressive, this is, again, the power of the pay. Yulong didn't have the greatest of games, to be honest. I think it was more of a draft issue more than anything else, but we're seeing just how great of a player Yulong is.
Right now, Alpha Gaming just kind of controlling a little bit more of the tempo, which was their main strategy since the beginning.
It's all about tempo, right? Between these two teams, these two titans going into this one, you knew that it was going to be about speed. And OG right now, they need to match tempo of a pay. Not easy, but you need to stay alive, and they've done a great job thus far. They do have an end game, though, as they are a late game lineup that could be very strong then.
And one more thing, nobody has taken a T1 tower just yet, and looks like Kaka will be under pressure.
It's going to be 3 people coming in trying to force Kaka away. He's going to have to let that tier 1 turret go. But they're going to mirror the same thing down, and they're going to just trade turrets.
Yeah, just trade here. But OG will take what's given. They're going to look to be pushing that bottom already at the bottom T2. So OG, again, nothing. Oh, going in.
Yep, Wen flashes out, but he's stunned up. Gets taken out as well. Saber going to be credited with that kill for now, as OG looking a little bit shaky for the first time.
Is it OG or is it just Wen? Because I feel like Wen right now is not feeling great.
Yep, and he's running for his life. Will not be able to do it. Down and comes back into the game. Alpha Gaming, this is a new life.
The rotations from mid to farm are just working perfectly for Alpha Gaming. Right now, the script is going their way. Pay becoming bigger and bigger as time passes. Look at that one more time.
Yep, too much motion taken down. Okay, Kaka gets the return kill onto Yulong. And this is going to be a big moment. OG, they just need to finish the job. But they're outnumbered. Wen gets a surprise kill. And the call, they're going in again.
It's a 2-for-1 in favor of OG on that one. What a nice play by Keka, just setting it up. Man, that guy comes in like a lightning bolt. You didn't expect it, and what an amazing play there.
And the problem is that right now, Dao Dao has control on the Azure Golem. Now he's gonna got a timer. He's got the jungle right now, and he might just turn things again for OG Esports.
And again, it's all about that stability, just the slowing down and the pace that OG are able to kind of weather the storm of this Yulong pay, take it down, and Dao Dao's like, no, guys, we're fine. We just need to calm down. We're going to continue to farm and play our game.
Composure is key.
Yeah, you can't be too greedy. In fact, I think at this point, PHY actually was a little bit greedier. He went for the Stone of Sorcery. Weren't just full-on sped run that Venom Staff, so they have anti-heal now.
Yeah. The potential steal.
He might want to take that one. He won't be able to take it away. Yulong is going to have to run away and put in some pressure in the mid lane.
Yeah, man. This is one of the strengths, right? The pay, right? All of that movement, hang on, PHY. Gets the lockdown. I don't think they want to do much here. It's all about the map, the macro play for Alpha Gaming.
And look at how they're moving from like top to bottom and just moving throughout. APG understanding that the limits, they want to put the pressure on. Taking those towers really solidifies the net worth. It really helps you out and gets the snowball going. But the longer, again, the game goes for OG, and keeping those towers alive is going to be key for them.
I'm telling you, OG cannot have contest the rotation speed from APG. As long as APG just keeps doing this, OG is just gonna run out of breath for sure.
Okay, they do have the goalie on the side of OG, but the map not looking too good for them. Alpha Gaming, I like this confidence coming in from them. You can't allow them to affect your mood and performance.
I mean, you can't, and that's the ideal way. But OG right now, I like the way. I think they have an edge.
Yup, the ball comes in, the lockdown, the important members. But it is APG that gets caught out. Dowham, the first to fall. And with the ultimate coming from Muchen, that was a big game changer.
Yeah, Dowham, he got the green light. They thought they had an amazing board, but OG were like, hey, I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me. They made him pay.
Yeah, they get the second kill. Kirka did actually have to expend his ultimate at this point, but the timing is so clean from OG.
The momentum right now for OG might dictate the destiny of this game. The Vanguards are coming in. They're going to take tier 1 and tier 2 turrets as well.
Yeah, OG looking just way too strong, and this has got to be very disheartening for an APG lineup that wanted to win that early game, and now they're behind. This is not a situation they wanted to be in when they drafted this lineup.
But it's all about looking for openings, right? I like this fact that the recovery Yulong actually goes straight for the Crimson buff. They make a trade, not the best trade available, but you take what you can.
You'll take
it's way better than taking nothing, right?
Yeah, exactly. And with that, you know, Yulong completes his rotation spike. This is the final form of the aggressive attack jungle item.
I mean, look, OG starting to group up here. They're having a tough time. APG need to make some sort of play, look, jungle invade, try to get themselves in this one because it's not a great situation. They are falling further and further behind.
Yes, and I just want to point out, Saber actually went for the tank build here.
Okay, so he went the right way.
Okay,
see what I did there?
Right wing, maybe, but for now it looks like a left instead.
I mean, it's the smart play. They need to stay alive. I mean, yes, they are losing, which is not great for them, but somebody needs to be able to take these hits.
Oh, they have eyes on Yulong. Yulong is going to be caught right over there, but he's going to have to move into the jungle, and the fight might start over here in the mid lane.
Yep, the ball laid down, doesn't catch anyone, but An has been stunned up, gets healed up, and Dao looking for an opening, but a T2 on the bottom, available for the taking.
I mean, it was a bit of a push here, but now they might be caught off. This is very scary for Dowhan right now.
Yep, flash committed by Dowhan. They want to catch the Tiger instead. It looks like Yulong, he's running for his life. Anyone able to catch this guy? No, they will give up.
Indecision right over there from OG Esports. They wanted to go, and they went to 2 different directions. They did not get one nor the other.
I mean, they tried to go for Yulong. Just too much speed, but they might caught him here.
Yep, they're split by the decision, and APG, they're looking good at this fight. They get the kill onto An. There's not enough damage, but hang on. Dao survives this. Get the blood rage as well. Oh no, a huge turnaround. Oh gee, they make them pay. 4 different members down as APG crumble.
Triple kill for Dao. He comes in, stands up, gets the Tyrant, and right now they're parading towards the high ground hauler.
A Dao with the amazing bait of that blood rage right at the last minute.
Nice catch as well. A godlike for Dao as they look to end this game, but PHY, he's coming back 3 seconds more.
I mean, but no mid T3. Yes, you gotta deal with the outside T2s. I mean, that's the only thing slowing them down, but OG right now in full control.
Yeah, definitely in full control. I think we've rarely seen a game in KWC where there was so much control like this.
No, like OG, look at that. Look, just check on the replay. Break that down for us, Holler.
I mean, look, Dao gets so low, and you're thinking, I got a chance on them, but the rest of APG are throwing everything in the kitchen sink at him, not able to kill him out. That blood rage keeping him alive, gets the triple, and he starts to take out even your base.
I think Muchen was really the MVP in that particular fight. That the Destined encounter, the ultimate coming in, was such a life changer.
It was huge, and I mean, it really turned the fight on that one, and now OG looking for more.
They won't be able to take on Yulong, but they will be able to take on the tier 2 turret.
I'm not sure where they can feel the tension, but I feel and fear for Yulong. They have a little bit of a push going down on the bot side, but the attention here, OG wants to put pressure on the top side. And it looks like, okay, still in full control.
I mean, the biggest thing about this is that APG, they have a little bit of an avenue in the sense that the bottom lane has been pushed so far in. OG need to respond. Keka is there to help clean up. But this is, again, OG's game to lose. They need to continue to push, again, take away that map control.
That farm lane that you just mentioned right over there, Holler, might be the key for APG just to turn things around, right? Because in the moment that someone needs to go and clean that, they're going to have a priority over the Overlord.
That opening is still available, though, to be honest. Yes, they're down by about 5,000 or 4,000 at this point for Alpha Gaming. But if they can pick off one of the members, especially An, I think 4v5, it works perfectly for Alpha Gaming.
Oh, look at that.
Yulong looks like he's going to get caught in. They're trying to go for him.
They get the smite, the slow as well. Slammed against the wall. Yulong no longer in this game. You have a push at the bottom side, but your base is under pressure.
I mean, he had to do what he could, right? You have to split push. You're probably wondering, why is this guy so isolated? What's he doing? But it's providing that space for that bottom lane. That T3 is under siege here.
It should be someone, but not Yulong. I mean, that Yulong was a little bit too much of a gamble. I would have put that fatigue on that task.
I mean, you can't blame them for taking a risk because at this point, they're so far behind. Any risk is worth taking.
Yeah, I mean, somebody had to have gone. It's either Daohen or Yulong. I think Yulong was just like, okay, I'll use my mobility to potentially get out. He just got caught out. OG makes him pay yet again.
Yep, Shadow Overlord. This is a big marker of success for OG. You're able to clear off one lane of minions and get that Shadow Overlord flying down that lane.
I mean, look, Dao 7-0-3, 10,700 gold. I mean, he's outclassed Yulong. He's outclassed everybody, taking everything and controlling this game.
You mentioned that he was one of the people that we needed to be looking at as he jumps in one more time, forcing PHY to put the
commit all the flashes as well, total immune, but it's still dead for the side of PHY. They're looking for the opening. T3, hang on, Yulong has been caught once again, and even with the protection, Kaka, he gets the team fight and get maybe the team wipe as well. OG, it is an opening for them. T3 on the top as well.
I mean, they took 3 members down. OG looking to just end this game. What a flawless game thus far.
They want to finish this one, and the bangers are coming in, Ken.
Yep, OG, there is no stopping them. The champions, they will make it into the upper brackets of KWC.
Group Kings it is for OG. Flawless game. I mean, looking at this series, watching this team play, and at this level, all the other teams need to be quivering in their boots.
They need to be looking at the footage because right now, OG Esports, every single time that they come in, they win in a majestic fashion.
Yes, and for all of our players looking in from across the globe, OG, take a look at his team, take a look at the decisions they make, learn from them.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest thing. Look at these guys. Like, these are the guys that you need to be looking out for because you're going to see a lot more of them in the KWC.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's so many different markers of success that OG has shown us today. And APG Alpha Gaming, I think, you know, you have to give them props as well. They really tried to put up a decent fight. But with OG having such a huge and monstrous lead right from the get-go here, I don't see how you're supposed to recover from this.
I don't really know. I mean, you had a gameplay in mind, and they went with the pay. They tried to kind of, you know, out OG with them with this pace. But OG were like, actually, we know how to stop it. We know exactly what to do. Let Dao work. Let him get on his Ogren. He's going to cook.
And this is where itemization is so important, right? The timing of your itemization. The fact that Wen actually went straight for the Venomous Staff, ignoring damage, but going utility-based instead to help out the team. Like we mentioned, this is a team game. Yes. We need to fill each other's gaps and weaknesses.
Yeah, and look, this is one of those things where even in the pregame, we were joking about which way does Saber want to go in terms of items. They went the way that I wanted, but they lost, so I feel like this is a losing proposition.
That's true. I mean, for the first time in a rare time, I am correct and Holler is wrong, and I love this day.
Oh my gosh, it's a terrible, terrible one. But I mean, you're seeing exactly what's happening. I mean, look at that board that was set up. Daohen to try to go in, OG making them pay, and that was kind of like the tipping point. From that moment on, OG was like full control over the game.
Yep, and it's always these small, tight corners that they have chosen to take a fight, and I think Wen really benefited from this.
Yes, exactly. As you just mentioned at the beginning, right? Like just went over there in the small places, dealing so much damage, and just allowing Dao just to come and just take any kill that he wanted.
He took everything. I mean, whatever Dao wanted, he gets, right? And you're just seeing just the incredible strength and power of this guy on this hero. He is next level. Remember the name, Dao.
Yeah, because he is going to be a big help for you. And another trait they can take a look at OG is OG always chooses the timing of their fights whenever their skills are fully available.
Yeah, very smart. I mean, it's the whole coordination, it's the communication about like, hey, everything's up, let's go, let's go, let's go. Who needs to die? They just instantly delete them. Like, they're very smart. They're like, again, like one hive mind, understanding what the objectives are.
OG Esports coming in a majestic fashion, takes the 2-0, and then make it all the way until the next top 8 into the quarterfinals of the KWC 2025. They move. Let's look at the numbers.
Yep, pure royalty, right? Shades of royalty, maybe deserving of a king, but of course, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Take a look at the team fight rate. Dao, Keke, and Muchen. Once again, this support coming in from Muchen. Many a times, his ultimate, that healing factor saved the day for OG.
Yeah, just saved it out. I mean, Muchen, like, these guys are just really next level with that in terms of just sticking together, understanding what they needed to have done. Look, Dao, 64,000 damage, 75,000 damage, the most in the game. They were throwing everything at him, trying to take him down. They could not. And Dao was just incredibly strong. He didn't die a single time. He was 8-0-5.
And if you take a look at the scoreline and the stats itself, OG shows you how to get those stats correct, right? As a tank, Dao, you're supposed to soak up all the damage from the team. Positioning-wise, Wen and An is supposed to be at the backlines. And Muchen, as a support, actually in limbo, right? In danger, but you have to be in danger to be able to be close enough to get the heals down for your team as well.
Yeah, I mean, you're definitely going to have an impact as Muchen on the idea, and he did, and he just needs to stay alive and just, again, cycle those heals and the potential stuns, the setup for everybody else, and Muchen was just really, really good as well.
I think Muchen is one of those players where he's really silent, but his effect is shown. You cannot ignore this man.
Yeah, I mean, his impact was definitely there. And unfortunately, probably they'll look at KDA or they'll look at the other stats and they'll not exactly see the impact that he had, but we see you, Muchen. We know what you did in this game.
Rome lives matter. We are roamers as well, and we truly see you.
Now, Kin is a roamer as well. So, well, yeah, no problem at all. We roamers just embrace everyone. All right, thank you very much. OG Esports moving forward. What about we check the MVP for this amazing game? It is going to be OG Esports Keke on that Dharma.
Okay, interesting. I was like praising Dao, but it looks like Keke, he did have an impact as well. Okay, he was not to be like Batman and Robin. I'm not entirely sure which one is which between Dao and Keke, but Keke definitely had an impact here.
It's all about the setups, right? You want to have a comfortable situation, and Keke was responsible for this. Like we said in game number 1, this guy, he's not just like one-directional. He's multifaceted. He's able to set up the fights. He's able to push away the opponents as well. In fact, that initial catch onto the first kill onto Yulong came from him because they were trying to go onto Muchen.
Yeah, and Keke, again, just the impact. Like, he's always been able to just be there when the team needs him, when they get jumped on, and the fact that, like, he's able to initiate at the perfect time, Keke is very scary in that clash lane.
Yeah, so it's so important as you go and come into Honor of Kings to understand the game, understand your hero, and also itemization. And all of these adds up into one singular core strength you have as a player. And maybe if you learn how Keke has learned this game, you could be behind us playing this game as well.
Well, boys, OG Esports is going to move forward. What do you think has made them so strong?
I mean, their ability to take on anything. I mean, they knew that the pay was going to be there. They were like, okay, we can counter this. We understand how to play the game. And they also know how to play fast themselves. This is a team that's really starting to be very versatile. And it's kind of scary because, like, what do you throw at these guys? Like, oh, nothing really sticks.
Sorry, I have to say this. It truly is because of a dream. So Dream OG.
Dream OG, Kin says. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move into game 4. First, we're going to go into a short break. And as we come back, it's going to be the last game of the day.
This land is calling.
Come on, let's go.
Rush mid now. Come on. Jungle combat. Rotate back to low HP. Victory!
Hi everyone! The Honor of Kings Flowborn Outfit Design Contest is officially underway. We've always wanted to make HOK more fun for players. We hope the highly customizable outfit feature of Flowborn becomes a way for players to express themselves. In this contest, we welcome all players to submit their ideas through original outfit designs. Create your own exclusive hero. Outstanding entries will win cash prizes and may even be implemented in-game. The submission period is from July 4th to July 25th, so don't miss out. Before submitting, please make sure to download the official template to keep your submission format correct. After completing your design, follow the steps to submit your work. Please wait patiently for the official review results. What are you waiting for? This time, be your own hero.
Game 4, our last game of today. ACT Esports Club against Nongshim RedForce. One of these teams is going to stay alive and the other team is going to sadly have to head back home. We're back at the EWC, the Esports World Cup, live from Riyadh. Is the KWC 2025, the top level competition for Honor of Kings. One more time, I am Isaac Peña.
And I'm actually kind of scared for this one.
I'm Isaac Peña, you're scared.
No, I'm scared. That's why we were talking about fears earlier, but this is one where I'm super scared because we saw Nongshim RedForce get absolutely dismantled against OG on day 2. And to see them now going up for their tournament lives, going up against ACT, I am not feeling comfortable.
But Haller, come on, like after we watched OG Esports in the previous game, they seem to be like in such a great shape that it was probably not Nongshim RedForce problem, don't you think, Ken?
That's true, but I also have to add on. I feel that same fear and like it's hysteria, but I feel it for ACT. Today is like a day of redemption for both these teams because I think majority of their fans expected more out of them. And today is a day where you can get more out of them. Someone will stay.
And that's what I'm scared about.
Redemption is going to have to be. Let's move into ACT. ACT Esports, like we talked about them as the dream, the esports dream. ACT Esports Club, those 5 players right over here, they want to keep the dream going on for a little bit longer.
Yeah, JC1, Flukio, Shai, Ormson, and Switch. And this is something that is so cool because, look, Flukio impressed me the other day. This guy was lifting weights for the team, man.
I mean, literally carrying the team. I mean, he is, again, the lifeblood of that team. They revolve around his play. If he has a good game, everybody has a good game, and they end up winning. Every single game that this team wins, generally speaking, the MVP will be towards Flukio.
Okay, there's one more member that wasn't shown on screen, but Nitsua, the sub coming in for Shai the other day, he was also super impressive. And I'm curious to see who will they field today. Is it going to be Shai or is it going to be Nitsua?
And that is one of the beautiful things about this, right? Like that they do not know up until the last minute who is it going to be playing in there.
Yeah, I mean, look, this one, I think that the expectations are definitely there. Nongshim, RedForce, if anything, are vulnerable. This is a team that they can beat. ACT, though, I mean, is the 3rd place team out of PKL. They already had a squad from PKL survive yesterday in Boom Esports. And to have 2, I think that they're just being greedy at this point because Nongshim, RedForce, you only have 1 team from Korea, man.
Well, they want to be greedy because they are representing the region. They come as the winners of their competition, and Nongshim RedForce are going to try their very, very best just to keep going forward.
Yeah, and it's going to be Siri, Haku, Faye, Kyung9, Illusion. These are guys that, you know, look, my expectations for them going into this tournament was sky high. I still have them, but again, the PTSD of that OG series is putting me in a bad spot. They really need to bounce back. They need to buckle down and really play strong in best of 3s, which they're not that strong in.
Okay, let me calm you down for a bit because we come from the KME region. We casted their games as well. And to be honest, I think Nongshim is a team that they have suffered many defeats. Look, even like Season 3, they lost against Nova at the Grand Finals. Best of 7, they went into game number 7, lost at the Ultimate Battle. But ever since that interaction, Nongshim, when they appeared in the East League, they were so powerful.
Yeah, and this is something that we're talking about in the last series, all right? About the whole confidence that's being built. Once you start destroying teams, you think that you're undefeated and you're like able to take anything out. It's difficult to kind of deal with adversity at some point, right? And they felt that adversity. Losing that one might have been good. Like OG losing to Twisted Minds was good for them because they're like, actually, we need to level up. We need to get better. And right now, we're seeing Nongshim RedForce. They had that moment, that eureka moment on day 2.
Nongshim RedForce, they need to start learning. They need to pay attention, take notes, and try to prove themselves as what they are, the champions that they are. But well, EWC has been a long road for all of the teams. And what about if we look a little bit about how Nongshim RedForce made it all the way here?
같은 옆 리그였던 OG를 상대하게 됐는데 한 번쯤은 붙어보고 싶은 생각이 있었는데 이번에 붙게 돼서 좀 기대되고 열심히 해서 이겨보도록 하겠습니다. 필리핀 리그에서 좋은 성적을 보여줬던 팀이라고 생각하고 긴장하면서 잘 상대해보도록 하겠습니다. 사실 저희는 결승전까지 왔을 때는 진짜 무조건 이겨야 된다라는 생각밖에 없어서 그거에 되게 집중했던 것 같고 그 결과로 잘 나타나서 되게 기분 좋았던 것 같습니다. 근데 이번 대회에서 좀 좋은 성적 내길 바라고 있고요. 한국에서 다들 응원해 주시는 분들도 많기 때문에 그 응원에 보답하기 위해 더 열심히 할 생각입니다. 여러 가지 어려운 점도 많고 했지만 저희끼리 열심히 또 같이 뭉쳐서 노력하니까 좋은 결과가 나왔던 것 같습니다. 그리고 여러 가지 문제점이 나와서 그렇게 됐다고 생각을 하고 거기서 좀 더 오히려 더 보완할 점을 찾고 더 다들 열심히 해가지고 잘 이길 수 있었다고 생각합니다. 제가 프로 생활하면서도 그때 했던 우승이 첫 번째 우승이어서 되게 뜻깊고 남달랐던 것 같고요. 엄청 기뻤던 것 같습니다. 최근 대회들에서 저희를 얕봤던 많은 팀들이 저희 앞에서 되게 묻혔는데 조심하시는 게 좋을 것 같습니다. 중국 팀들 대회도 잘 챙겨보고 있어서 잘 아는, 어떻게 보면 잘 알 수도 있는 팀들인데 확실히 너무 잘한다고 생각하고 약간 도전자의 마음가짐으로 만약에 붙는다면 그렇게 임할 것 같습니다. This is our time to rise. No retreat, no surrender. Domination continue. We fight for every inch.
When the path disappears, build one beneath your feet. That is Nongshim RedForce quote. They need to create ways. They've been facing problems, but they need to create ways. They are academics. They look at the game. They analyze it. They look for professors. They went and looked for better teams to teach them the ways. Do you think that they're going to be able to turn things around today?
I do think so. I mean, the biggest thing that we've learned from Nongshim RedForce is they like adversity. They're able to be very resilient. They're able to bounce back. They learn a lot of lessons, and they do it on the fly very well. This is why best of three's not so great for them, because you don't have a lot of time. You lose two, you're out, right? But they have that potential to come back from holes, like 0-2, 0-3. They're able to find ways. Nongshim RedForce, unfortunately in this format, not the greatest for them, but they have a potential.
I think that that is one of the things that we need to analyze, right? Like, play to your advantage. Best of three might not be their advantage. Is ACT going to be able to capitalize on that, kid?
I think they might be able to. Look, as we all know, ACT might not seem like the strongest team coming from the stats of PKL, right? Third place, third seed. But then this is a trait that both teams have. In fact, all the different teams that have made it to KWC show this trait. And that trait is to never give up. You can fail, it doesn't matter, but you just have to keep trying. And I think for today, both teams will definitely give their best.
Let's wait and see what those two teams are going to bring to us. The first round of bans is already locked in. It's going to be the Liang, the Dharma, the Lung, and the Arlie that they're going to be set in jail.
Yeah, I mean, like focusing it right onto Siri, making him play something a little bit uncomfortable. I hope they don't pick up the Kunso Yui like they did in that OG series. But I mean, there are definitely other heroes that they look to, like, they have a focus on. Siri is able to play a wide variety. One other strength of Nongshim RedForce is that they all have very deep hero pools.
Yes, they truly do. And you know, one of the specialties of Haku, which I'm really concerned because it's open now, is the Allgren. We have seen him be a beast with the Allgren pick. Very high win rate in the East Major Leagues as well. But for now, Nongshim RedForce, they prioritize this Fatih pick.
Is ACT going to allow that Allgren over there as well, right? Like, they might just keep it for themselves.
I'm actually curious to see if ACT is going to play that burst composition which they like to play, right? I want to see if they're going to have the Yuan coming in from Nitsua as well. So he's going to sub Shy and play in the mid lane. Okay. And pick up the Mai. We have not seen Nitsua's Mai here in KWC yet, but so far his performance has been convincing.
So in the PKL, he has had already a very convincing performance with that Mai Shiranui.
Actually, Nitsua didn't actually show much up in PKL because Shai took his place. Nitsua actually didn't get a lot of love in PKL.
Well, Nitsua is going to have to come in and stand up in business, man, because this is already do or die. He better comes and delivers.
Oh, definitely. This delivery needs to be quick. It needs to be big as well. And this competition so far, it's just speaking volumes about the burst potential. ACT Esports Club, they have the control, one by Mai-in, one by Mai, and also by Direnjie. Now, Direnjie, for those of you that are new to the game, his ultimate allows him to throw this golden token, which lowers your defenses by 25% at least, both physical and magical, amplifying ACT Esports Club's burst potential.
Yeah, and I like this start of the draft from Nongshim RedForce. Understanding that, hey, this is best of three. If we're to pay it out in the sense of just having that early game and closing it out, it puts so much pressure on the enemy team to have to bounce back, especially in a best of three. Then you're thinking, oh, elimination game, super scary.
A lot of pressure, right? And of course, with that being said, I like the fact that you mentioned this because Nongshim RedForce, while they did start with the pay pick, showing off that, hey, we won an early game, the Mai Shiranui pick for ACT Esports Clubs also says, you know what, we'll match you because today is an important day.
It's got to be important, right? But again, sometimes some of the, like the Mai hasn't really had as much impact as you know, some teams have been able to play it. It has like a 33% win rate going into today. It hasn't been great, but you know, it has the potential to just set the tone once you're able to gank on those outside.
It is one of the very interesting things, right? Like, we've always said that Mashino is just such a strong pick, but the numbers are not there to back it up. Things are just being so competitive that it's not like if you get a very good hero that for sure the victory is going to go your way.
Yeah, maybe if when we're starting with new in HOK, the hero picks matter because like you know about their kit. But then comes about that team composition as a whole, right? How do you enable each other to reach greater heights? And that to me is the question for both teams today. And I want to point you guys in the direction of Nongshim RedForce. Now, these two bans are huge. The Hanxing ban and the Jing ban. Do you know why they're so good? It's because they have instant access into anywhere they want.
And they're so mobile, and they're able just to come in, deal damage, and then just live with their lives in there.
I mean, you could go with like a Luna. You can go a little bit, same style. Obviously, I don't know if Flukio is going to be 100% comfortable in it, but it looks like ACT are going to do everything to protect that pick from Flukio and to show that jungle pick last.
I mean, there's still some options for ACT to explore, but I really love this Lianpo pick, right? So we talk about burst compositions, and one of the hardest hero to burst, we talked about this the other day, Lianpo. Who can burst this guy?
No one. No one. There's got to be such a big gold difference, such a big item difference, just to be able to say Lianpo has been burst down. Like, that doesn't work.
So at this point, for both teams, let's take a look at ACT Esports Club first. The game plan here for them is very simple. Let's keep pace. We may not lead the early game, but with the tankiness of Lianpo, we can turn situations around because he can actually dive into the backlines as well.
Look, the Marco Polo going to be picked up for Siri. He's definitely very good on this one, as well as the Illusion Yixing, which I really like. Again, just setting it up. If that Lianpo wants to go in, he might get stuck in the box.
Exactly, and with the box, he has perfect synergy with Marco Polo's ultimate, which is the Fever Barrage, the one where he spins around, shooting gun after gun after shot after shot. And it's so hard to escape, and I don't think they're tanky enough, because actually, if you take a look at it, Mayin, Mai, and Direnzier, they're not exactly the tankiest picks here.
We said that Flukio was going to be the key for success for ACT, and that last pick puts him on an Agudo.
Okay, Agudo, I like this pick. It's able to melt down players like Fatih, Pei, Fatih, Yuhuan. They are all heroes that are very scared of burst potential, right? If you're able to get the stun on them, burst them before they can use their ultimates or their skill sets, you essentially have a guaranteed 4v5, 3v5, and with numbers advantage, you rarely lose a fight in Honor of Kings.
All right, who do you think has the most pressure from the Nongshim side? Like, who needs to really perform in this one?
I think Haku needs to perform because they are riding on the success of his farm. If this Pei is caged up, locked up, they will not have a good game for Nongshim.
Let's talk about the other side, the ACT side. Who needs to step up on this one?
Funnily enough, I think the Lianpo does.
I think so.
Ormson, really? Okay.
The Lianpo needs the items because I think Lianpo is the turning point for ACT. Okay, I'll be honest about it. I think ACT is not going to have a very great game here. We have seen how Nongshim perform.
Okay.
They are definitely a better team for now. But they need a saving grace. They need a lifeline. And that lifeline can come from Ormson if he can tank appropriately and set up team fights with his Tremor Smash.
I think that the opportunity of Ormson just to get there and just provide information. I'm not going to even jump into initiation. Just provide the vision just to know exactly what the Pei is doing. And that information is going to allow ACT to keep the options open.
For me, it's going to be the Nitsua, or the Mai. I feel like if he doesn't have too much of an impact early, he's going to struggle. If he's able to kind of thwart out Haku's Pei and like keep him out of the jungle, I think that they would have a great time because, again, Flukio will just endure that and indulge on that food.
Yep, talking about it, and Nitsua is not exactly having the best start. It's a 3-man push in the mid.
It's a lot to kind of force in, and again, they understand that if they get up a little bit low, Nitsua's not going to be as willing to rotate.
Okay, so this movement by ACT actually is a good one because number one, they delayed that.
Oh, the flash switch, no real chance. Kyung-nan running them down.
Kyung-nan comes in, takes it, forces the flash out, and switch is going to be sent back to base.
He's back with vengeance, man. Kyung-nan first blood for him, and Ormson, absolutely nothing he can do here.
Yeah, I mean, look, Nongshim wanted to perform. They didn't really get to play Honor of Kings because, again, the pace was put on them. They were very defensive in that OG series. This is that first game where they're like, hey, we want to be the aggressors. We want to be in your face.
They played only for 20 minutes and then they were sent back to the hotel.
You actually timed it? Oh my gosh.
That's true.
Everything is on a timer. And for this game especially, both Pei, Definitely on a timer here.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And I think that, look, this lineup, they have the potential to not only farm early and do it well, but they're able to kind of close it out. But once that late game hits, it's going to be a little bit scary.
Check on the replay one more time. Kyungnan just being so aggressive. Immune comes in, tries to flash away, but it was not enough. He did not make it under the turret.
This is why understanding your skill set is so important, right? He knew that he didn't even have to commit the flash because his first skill allows him to be so mobile, get into range of Switch as well.
Oh, but here's a Rue Engine going a little bit of damage onto Faye. He gets back. It looks like that's going to be the end of things.
Okay, so a quick initiation from Nitsua here. I don't think that it's going to matter too much, but it shows you the potential of what ACT can do. And all Nitsua needs is farm and a little bit more better positioning at this point.
It's just kind of like just putting an idea in their brain, right? Like, you don't want to just get out of that turret. As long as I am around, you need to be working on the bush.
Yeah, don't give you the comfort, right? We want you to be as uncomfortable as possible. Yes, we might lose objectives, but we're not going to give it away for free.
Yeah, and it's, again, just pressure, and the presence, right? And now there's a little bit of shadow presence in the Nongshim lineup. You know, your series going to play a little bit safer. You're not going to be as willing to kind of go down those deep, dark alleyways late at night.
And one of the things you'll notice as we go higher and deeper into KWC is that teams are now starting to try and just burn out common spells and burn out abilities from their opponents before they actually try to take a fight.
They're just trying just to lure them into fighting. It's not even about just taking the fight, it's just to lure and just to try to trick them into just getting those abilities into cooldown.
Yeah, just put you in a difficult position, right? You want to fight with an advantage. Down here, you don't want to have a fair fight.
Don't want to have a fair fight. And look, Haku will just kind of stick around, switch. He gets the pullback on the Faye. He's going to be aggressive with the Unending Sorrow, and now Haku shows his cards, and he's going to be there, but again, nothing was too much at risk.
Okay, but they made Faye burn out his ultimate, and with that, they can actually look for other plays elsewhere in the map.
All right, so we're already 3 minutes and 30 seconds in the game. We can see that everything is extremely leveled. We have a Nongshim RedForce advantage, 1,000 gold for them, and that might mean a little bit of pressure for ACT in this moment.
And this is the Nongshim we know. They tend to farm well. It's the early game. Yes, there's only one kill on the entire game, but this is how they like to play. They kind of take that lead, then they slowly extract those minerals across the entire map to ensure that they've got that farm and let Haku get going.
And I can assure you, at this point, Nongshim are definitely ready to fight. 4 minutes coming in. They have 2 meteors on their side. Armor Pen.
Yeah, the Tyrant is already at half. The board is going to be set up just to kind of zone them away. Faye still up in front. The Tyrant is going to be picked up.
Beautiful.
Perfectly played by Nongshim.
Beautiful board right over there. It was not even to box people in, just to take them away from the Tyrant.
Yep, I really like this restraint coming from Nongshim. They understand, hey, what are the actual intentions we want to achieve down here, right? Push them away, get this beautiful... Oh, but see, he had to burn his ultimate for that.
Yeah, just to stay alive. I mean, that Fever Barrage is keeping him alive. JC1 was potentially running him down. He has expended his flash as well, though.
Oh, okay, that's a good trade.
That is actually all right for him, I would say. And it's sad because that Marco Polo does not have a flash. It came in with Purify, isn't it?
Oh, Switch is calling out to his teammates. He has seen 4 different people here, and they're making a push at that T1 on the bottom.
But series rotated into the mid lane. The bottom is going to be taken up by JC1. He'll be happy with that free farm in that bottom lane. And now ACT trying to slow it down a little bit by, again, putting pressure on this mid. He gets a little bit serious on this one. They have the Furball. They decide to go on Illusion, and they do get the kill.
Beautiful teamwork coming in from ACT. This is what is necessary for both teams, right? You need to know where your limits are and how to get the combination in. But for now, they have to throw quite a bit of ultimates to get the kill onto Illusion.
Yeah, I mean, literally everything at that point. But, you got to secure that kill when the opportunity's there. Illusion tried to make it a little bit tough, even under the tower, but it's just the T1. And again, 5 minutes in, not the worst thing in the world. But Nitsua gets picked up. Haku finding him down, pounces on him.
That was a gut punch if I've ever seen one. And this is not a good sign for the side of Nitsua. Nitsua needs farm. He needs to have itemization.
Oh, look at that. Respected Revolver right into the face of JC1. That teleport was coming down. JC1 eats it, and he will protect the bottom. But Haku over the wall finds JC1. I don't think JC1 survives, and Haku with yet another.
The ambush. Haku right now, as Holler mentioned at the beginning, the person that we need to be looking forward to if we want to see Nongshim RedForce to take the dub.
If you notice that moment, Siri actually took a couple of turret shots. This is just to save and make sure Haku has a bit more time on his hands.
Why don't you ever do that to me in our team games? You never take the tower shots. You're like, oh, you can't bounce the aggro, huh?
Come on, Ken. please.
Wow, guys, I know it's a team game, but sometimes you have to take a look at the map, and I'm always taking a look at the map.
Nice rebuttal, nice rebuttal. I'm going to give you that. Sometimes I don't look at the map. It's too small for me. I got old man eyes.
I need my glasses, please.
But ACT being aggressive, even down 3K, you got to put a little bit of pressure on. You got to kind of slow the game down, make things a little bit uncomfortable for Haku, who's been literally across the entire map.
Everything is working for Nongshim RedForce at the moment. They've got the pace, they've got the advantage, and there is nothing that ACT can do right now. The waves are not on their advantage either.
It is quite scary because now the T1s on the top and the bottom are opened up.
Yeah.
So Nongshim now has a lot more vision control. But the saving grace for ACT is, look, the T1 in the mid still available. They just need to make sure that they stay in comfortable and safe positions in their own jungle.
I mean, look, we're talking about the mid lane. I mean, Nitsua is actually outclassing Illusion right now. He's done well in terms of the net worth, but most of that farm has gone in the hands of Haku, though.
That's a good sign, right? You want Haku to be at the top of the table. 6.1 thousand gold. About, what, 500 gold ahead of Flukio.
Yeah, Faye's going to get first ran by Ormson. Just zoned away more than anything else. But with that Tyrant going to be up in 40 seconds, what the big objective that they want is going to be this mid T1.
Yeah, and they are flanking. They saw an opening onto Kyung9. Can he make it out here?
I mean, he's going to dash, double dash for good measure. He's going to get back to safety. Kyung9, no skin loss. Nothing was lost here.
Actually, Kyung9 was one player that really impressed me during the Major East Pro League, right? He was so clean with his movements, and he knew exactly calculating when he could get into fights and get out as well.
And I mean, that's kind of the power of Nongshim. It's something that we never really got to see because the games were like, what, in 20 minutes, both of them. But Furball is going to go right onto Kyung9. They have the pull back, and they do find Kyung9, and they do get the kill by Switch.
Yeah, Ormson, though, taking the brunt of the damage. They're looking for more.
He wants to go for more, but the Unending Sorrow mitigating most of that. Nongshim, yes, down a member, but this Tyrant could be in trouble, at least for the Nongshim side.
There's so many decisions to make here. Do you go for the Tyrant? Do you defend the T2? And it looks like ACT, they want everything.
Oh, they want everything. Flukio will take that, and they do. Now they find Haku. This could be bad for him. He pounces away, and he does get to safety, but that was pretty close.
Okay, so 2,000 gold ahead. It doesn't feel like Nongshim have a lead, though.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't. I mean, ACT, they're doing a good job. They understand that, hey, we are behind, but we're fine. We need to play like we have that map control. Let's be aggressive. We have this Flukio Agudo. We can be aggressive.
Wow, Flukio at about close to 7,000 gold. And this is not a good sign because Haku, he's keeping close, but you want to have a major goal lead against your respective opponents so they can get the burst damage in.
Yeah, and this is more props to Flukio. The fact that he's able to find that farm, and some of it has not been easy for him to take, but he's been taking that mid farm as much as possible, and he's doing a great job of literally putting the team on his back.
Yes, Flukio, the carry for the side of ACT, already has a blood rage. That gauntlet, that red gauntlet that you see will give him a shield, and I think that could be a game changer in a true 5v5.
Yeah, it could be definitely there. I mean, look, JC1 also a little bit behind Siri, about 700 gold or so, and he needs to kind of just ensure that he stays steady. He gets that farm. Whatever Flukio's not getting, he needs to get online because it's, again, him and Flukio that win this game.
True, and we should turn our attention to Siri as well. Siri has completed one of the core items as a marksman for the Marco Polo. He has the Frigid Charge, that armor. He's able to stun people up in an AoE, and that might change the fight for Nongshim.
The potential damage is definitely there. It looks like they're going to be thwarting Flukio away from actually coming in. Ormson is now here. He's going to be that frontline bruiser. They have the taking liberties, and they do set up the board, but here's the Furball. They kind of push them away. They've zoned him back, but Furball's still on that offensive side.
Do they really want to give this away for free, though? Ormson, he's giving vision.
There's no way. Switch is looking to go. He's going for the hunt. He wants to go for Siri. He has to actually use the Fever Barrage to stay alive. Faye has already been killed, but now the Tyrant has been switched. Switch has been killed, and it looks like they find Nitsua. And with a numbers advantage, still Nongshim right now, still looking to take the Shadow Tyrant, the first one of the game.
Important markers, they will get it. So Nongshim, this is a good fight for them. They get the rewards here. Still a 2,000 gold lead, but map pressure is definitely in their advantage now.
And you're feeling it, right? ACT understanding the state of the game, how to get back in this one. We're not out of that one. Yes, we lost the Shadow Tyrant, but it's still not game over. Switch, once he went down, you're kind of like, okay, we really can't proceed on this one.
I mean, in this game, if you take a look at Siri, Haku, as well as Flukio and JC1, these are the 4 different members that are so important in team fights. Any one of them dies, then the whole fight swings in their favor.
Yeah, and look, Haku's starting to be a little bit aggressive. Kyung9 is going to be backing him off as well, so it's going to be a little bit of map control available from the ACT side. They've been kind of pushed back, and now they have to play the Nongshim game.
I like this little nibbles coming from Haku as well as Siri. It might not seem like much, but it does slowly melt that T1 in the mid down.
Yeah, and look at this one. Flukio will take that red buff, ensuring that he has it. They'll continue to protect this mid T1. ACT understanding that, hey, yes, we don't have that top T2, but if we keep this mid T1 alive, this will slow the game down.
True. Oh, hang on, Kyung9. He is maybe caught out there throwing everything, but they don't catch him. And this is a lot of space bought here because Siri now, look at the access he has.
Yeah, and he does have minions. And it looks like ACT are like, oh crap, this is a little bit of an opening. Siri gets a little bit of a shot. The Siege Catapult is going to do a little bit more structural damage on this bottom T3, but they overall will hold.
This could be a good fight for the side of Nongshim. They catch them? Nope.
No, Kyung9 was pretending to go in. They've got the Fever Orbs and just taking some damage with that Resplendent Revolver. They will be backing off. Siri's at half-life, so they take the mid T1, and that's pretty much all they wanted.
Yeah, damage limitation here. Switch actually has to try and save that T3 on the bottom. They can't afford any more damage here. And right now, there isn't a lot to play for on the map. Nongshim, they could punish them.
Yeah, Kyung9 actually has to flash away. He gets caught out by Nitsua here, but a lot was committed on that one. But a Comet Spell was used. Mind you, it looks like here's the rebuttal, the retreat. And Haku, he's taking a lot of damage. He does get back, but now here's Siri with that Fever Barrage hitting on the 3. He's going all in, and he will die. He weathered them down. He took them all down, but he didn't take a single kill.
Not a big situation for the side of Nongshim here. ACT actually performing better than we expected. Ormson, very good calls, but the one player that I keep hearing here is Switch. He's making the calls. He's catching Haku out. He's catching Siri out.
Yeah, and look, Haku, once he was starting to disengage, there was no reason for Siri to continue on. That Fever Barrage, just not that level at this point. You want that combo, you want the stuns, and then you can do that free damage, and not able to do it.
Kyung9, he's hiding.
Oh, look at the Overlord. He wasn't going to actually go for this one. ACT securing that big objective, and now this game, you can feel it in your boots right now. The momentum is kind of shifted in favor of ACT.
Yep, the goal difference doesn't seem to matter at this point. They have taken that Shadow Overlord. This is a big one for the side of ACT. They can clear one of the lanes with the Shadow Overlord, relieve all the pressure, and if they take a good fight, maybe in a call of hope, they might be able to break down the T3.
I mean, ACT right now, they were behind, right? Like 2 or 3K, but they were playing like they were, they had that lead. It was like fake it till you make it, and ACT using that mentality to really take over this game here.
Yes, and it's also about that combination coming in, right? I think Switch is doing so well to be able to find out these openings and providing the catch for the side of ACT.
Yeah, and look, Siri needs to stay alive. Yes, he has 10,000 gold, was second highest on his team, but Flukio with the most. The potential burst damage from this Agudo is very scary from the Nongshim side because, again, there's a lot of squishy members.
Yes, and he's already close to being 6 slaughtered. Ormson now giving information to the team. Is this really a good fight for ACT, though?
I mean, look, if they want to go for this one, they need to ensure that Nongshim are pushed away. They don't want to go on a 50-50 with the junglers on this one for that smite battle.
Okay, they have an advantage in the lanes. The Vanguards are flying down. They also have the Overlord on the top. Haku.
Oh, they're looking to go for this one. And the burst ram, the Tremor Smash is not going to connect onto Haku. He goes back into return. But Ormson is on the run. Flukio taking a lot of damage. He gets over the wall, but he gets picked off. Haku finding him out. He looks like he wants to get for Ormson. That's a double thus far. The flash away from JC1. Nitsua decided to go in for the Ruenge, but it's a 1-for-4. I'm not sure if you're going to do it. And he goes down as well. 4 members down. And now Nongshim knocking on the doorstep.
It is a huge switch of an advantage. And Nongshim, this could be game. Switch, he can't do much here.
Yeah, not really much. It's just one last hurrah. 1 versus 5. How are you going to get it? PA looks like Illusion will stay alive. And Nongshim, RedForce, take this one down. It's a matter of time. Get those minions, and Nongshim will strike first.
Okay, that's a big strike here. The greatest red. We have missed that line for so many times, but finally.
We're here. This is it. And that was the moment, right? Nongshim RedForce being able to close that one out. It was off a single team fight. Understanding how to play that one out, Haku was able to kind of catch them out one by one and it's to like take them down piecemeal, and he did such a great job.
So do they claim the title of greatest red once again, or are we still a ways from there?
No, I think you run with the nickname that was given to you, and you just stick with that for now until we see a little bit of a roster change or something that would completely shake up this lineup.
Yep, but I admire the confidence of Nongshim here. That actually was a very scary fight to take, because if things had gone wrong for Nongshim, number one, there were Vanguards flying down on the bottom side, the top side as well. They also had the Overlord at the top side, so it was an instant T3, maybe even access into the Crystal.
Actually, that's a very good point, and I kind of want to think that, like, you know, ACT probably should have played a little bit more defensively and not gone in for the Tyrant, like tether it a bit. You don't actually have to force it out, because the longer it goes, that Shadow Vanguards is then going to crash in the top lane, and so that you have that a potential backdoor opportunity.
I mean, they were watching the video, right? I mean, Faye or Siri was saying, no retreat, no surrender. They should have watched the video and listened to what this guy was saying.
Well, you know, look, it just happened right before the series. I'm sure they're super focused on their comms. They don't have time to be like, oh, what is the trash talk you said? What is that video? I need the summary, please.
Okay, point taken. But yeah, this one, I think Ormson was a little bit too careless with his ultimate. The Tremor Smash didn't come at the appropriate time, and I think that's what really costed them the entire fight, because there was no disruption available from that point on.
You're right, and that's kind of where, if you're looking at this lineup, you wanted Switch to make those initiations, let him be the attractor, because he has that speed to potentially get out, and then once they start grouping up, then Ormson comes in with a perfect Tremor Smash, which is much easier to hit too.
I mean, okay, we talk about trusting your teammates, but at that point where Switch found Haku out, he was screaming behind us that he found Haku, and the team trusted him to go in. And unfortunately, that was the wrong call, because Ormson went to commit his ultimate because of that call as well.
And this is why the coordination of this team is just a little bit off. I mean, they clean that up. If they get in and they find Haku and they have those, like the damage dealers, like JC1, they kill him, right? Because he's so squishy at the end of the day.
Exactly. I mean, okay, so here's what's happening. ACT, end of the day, you have to remember, they came from the grassroots level. So this is their first ever KWC. And I think regardless of what the result is going to be for today, it's a huge boost of confidence.
Oh, it's a huge boost of confidence, for sure. And it's an impressive one, right? Being able to kind of play onto this level. It was not easy for Nongshim. It was kind of at a situation where ACT kind of, I mean, the net worth was definitely in favor of Nongshim, but they were able to kind of play the game, play the macro, play the board, and getting back in this game. But it was just that last team fight in the end.
Exactly. And I want to point this out. Take a look at the difference of the team fight rate across the two different teams. Nongshim, significantly lesser than what was on the side of ACT. This means they were actually pushing a lot more waves. They had more map control, which led ultimately to the decision where, hey, do we want to take macro or do we want a team fight here?
Yeah. I mean, look, if we're looking at this one, the big stat to me that's sticking out is the 0% team fight rate by JC1. Look, I get that you gotta farm, but at some point you gotta commit, especially since Flukio is still that frontliner. You have that potential. Then you see Switch and Ormson there, but to get no kills involved in any of them, you still gotta make an impact here.
I mean, it's called farm lane, so aren't you supposed to farm?
You know, I tried to do that in our game, and you were yelling at me. You're like, why are you farming? You're not killing,
I was gonna say that. You remember it was exactly just like that. This farm laner just over there farming, and then King just yelling at him, why don't you come?
Hang on, guys, hang on. I need to defend myself here, similar to how we played the defensive game. I did not shout at you. I was, I just have a loud voice.
Yeah. A loud lad.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
Dare I say annoying? Is that too far? No.
Well, there are opinions and then there are facts. And the facts of the matter is, look, I like the itemization coming in from Haku here. He went for that last item, the Siegebreaker, and I think that was a nail in the coffin. Because when you dive him and you can't kill him, his lifesteal coming back is insane, and he's going to just knock you out.
Yeah, and I mean, look, this was a must-win game for Nongshim. If they lost 3 games in a row, KWC, and you're like, all of a sudden, you're like, your tournament lives are at stake, that would have been a ton of pressure. But winning that game, and now they've kind of flipped the switch in that sense. ACT now have to feel that pressure. It's going to be a different ball game. How does ACT respond here?
ACT is going to have to respond in some sort of way. Like the coaches are going to have to go back and then really think about a better plan, because Haku was just gigantic in this game, and that's the reason why he took the MVP. On that pay, ACT never had an answer for that player.
Yeah. Take a look at the damage taken, 19.5%. I would dare say it is a little high, but that's exactly why they won. He was willing to take certain risks in this game, and that not just rewarded his KDA here, which is beautiful, by the way. Yes, okay, sometimes it does matter. But nonetheless, that decision by him to kind of bait out the different members of ACT Esports big difference in the game.
A very big difference. I mean, the fact that he took the enemy team's 20% of their damage was on him, but he didn't die a single time, that speaks volumes about his play and understanding the limits of the pay and getting out when he needed to.
I'm in fear. I feel like you're going to say something about my gameplay, about our rank.
No,
Okay.
No, that's too easy.
Wow.
We don't take them like that. We don't take them like we like levels of challenge that are different. But well, ladies and gentlemen, game 1 is done. What is it going to happen as we move into our game number 2? There are already some heroes that have been banned and some heroes that have been already picked. There's not going to be some problems in there. It's going to be a very big problem for ACT.
Okay, if you take a look at ACT, Nitsua, yesterday he was playing the Yuhuan, and I felt like his Yuhuan was much better. And Yuhuan as a hero doesn't require you to dive as much. This time, Nitsua on the Mai. I think I like the gameplay he has given so far, but I think maybe Nitsua needs to take less of a risk here, be more of a team player.
There were some times in where he just jumped in a very nice, flashy fashion, but did not get the result that he wanted out of that.
Exactly. I mean, you can pop out the balloons, you can have like all the confetti in the air, but there needs to be a result, right? There needs to be a statement like, I don't know, happy birthday or baby boy, baby girl, or something like that. There was none. It was just confetti in the air.
Yeah, and look, I think it's coming back to the trying something new and just understanding that, hey, this is right? It's a, top pick. Teams are going to be vying for it. We want it. We want to try it. Nitsua, unfortunately, and this one didn't have as much of an impact as we wanted in this game. And you're kind of seeing, it looked like Nongshim were kind of more focused on him more than anything else.
I think just really having a different vision. You can see their eyes, but you can't see their vision in this game, right? But for ACT, I just want to highlight, look, ACT in PKL, their experience in PKL hasn't been the best. They are familiar with this situation. They have been put down by much stronger teams as well. So I think ACT has a chance to recover here.
Well, they always do. And I mean, ACT, again, they need to get going. I think that there were some moments where you were talking about Ormston missing some of those tremor smashes. There was JC1 just not farming and getting those, into the team fights. So those are the guys that really need to step up. I think if we're looking at the rest of them, I mean, the stats tell a story, right? Where Flukio was able to get that farm, but he can't do it by himself.
That's true. And to make things more difficult, we have OYK, the coach of Nongshim RedForce. This guy, I always have to mention him whenever I see him on broadcast because the way he drafts is so smart. He makes life so difficult if you're the opponent coach.
He's smart. He understands his own players' limits and understanding just how to counter properly. I think that that's the biggest thing. And again, I've been preaching it from the first minute I saw Nongshim RedForce, is the fact that they're able to outdraft people and they take time to get going. Best of threes hasn't been amazing for them, but they did strike first in that first game.
Okay, so here's one particular trait about Nongshim RedForce, which is we all love Kyung9's Dharma, right? But you know what? There's one more hero I love on Kyung9. Even though it doesn't have the best result in KWC, I love the Sun Tzu coming in from Kyung9.
So I think that just largely he's been, he's not such a great laner, and I think teams are really honing in on this because they're just making sure that he has a bad time, and then you're kind of like a secondary support in terms of counter initiation. I feel like teams have been picking it to counter the Liang, which is got that control, and then you get the boat to kind of crash in and to kind of have that secondary initiation. But I thought Kyung9 is a very good Sun Tzu player, to your point, but I think that they need to move on, at least for now.
I would think otherwise. I would think Nongshim RedForce, one of their most successful combinations actually came from the Dolia flexibility, right? So Dolia lane, Dolia Sun Tzu. This was something that Nongshim brought to the table many a times in Major East, and it worked so well for them. But, formula is going to be different. It is going to be a Nua and Byron, the big burst, big catch potential from Nongshim RedForce.
Look, I'm not a huge fan of Nua. I've been saying this from the beginning as well. It's 2-4 thus far. It's been picked 6 times. 33% win rate, not great. And while I do think that Illusion can play it, it's a situation where you win more. And trying to find it and to counterpick the Loong with this, I'm not a huge fan of this pick.
Okay, I think as a matter of perspectives, I think the Loong has just been punishing Nua much more in KWC, right? We have seen across all the different regional leagues where Nua is actually also an answer against Loong. If you manage to force him to take to the skies early on, you can kind of use Nua's ultimate Annihilation to snipe this Dragon Boy down.
Yeah, I mean, easier said than done. It's going to be tough. I mean, the Loong has been, dare I say, the hero of the KWC in terms of the farm lane, right? Just so much impact. It definitely has a lot of potential for outplay. It has everything that you want in terms of an escape as well. So it's a good hero, and it's tough to like really pin down.
That's true. And one more thing, I want to just highlight on this Fatih. Fatih, as we mentioned before, one of the strengths is that he's able to deal consistent but very strong damage. But in order to do so, he needs to be in range of his opponents. And having a hero like the Nua and Byron, where control is so big of a kit for them, like first skill for Nua, the creation, it actually pushes you back, creates a matrix. I'm not sure if they're going to have a good time for Switch here.
Yeah, might not have the greatest of times, but let's talk about this Yuan. You were talking about the fact that Nitsuo likes to pick it up. They have that flexibility. If they want to go with it, I mean, they could flex it to Ormson, but I think that you would put it in the mid lane at this point, right?
I would think, no. I would like the Yuan to stick with the Loong. While we know that Loong is a pretty independent hero, you're going up against a Diadea. It's a nobody plays Diadea in a mid, right?
Yeah.
So there's going to be healing. And you want to make life easier for your farm laner. Now, Siri, I think one of the best players that has come out of the Major East region, but he still needs help. This is a team game.
Yeah, for sure. So, okay, if it's going to be more of a Yuan support, you know, who are you looking to, damage building as well, then who are you looking to pick up for Siri right now?
I would think getting someone who's able to stun. So, okay, I know this is an unpopular pick, but I think Hoi works really well in this particular composition because you get that Burning Sun arrow, long stun duration, you get the Nua free, but Chano, I think that's a good replacement as well.
Yeah, and look, it's gonna be weird because I was gonna agree with you, but on the pick, the Hoi, I think that it has a lot of play. But if we're looking more towards the draft, Siri definitely favors the Chano. He really likes this hero.
Yeah, because the wolves are so irritating, right? Okay, for all of you players out there, I'm sure you have had the pleasure of playing against a Chano and playing against a good Chano. The traps it's traps galore. You're constantly fighting not just one but a pack of wolves.
Yeah, it's. I mean, you need AOE to kind of deal with it. I mean, Loong at the end of the day sometimes likes to kind of, you know, just like focus fire on them, and sometimes those wolves kind of, you know, detracts away, and the flaming palms hit the wrong guy, for instance. It's not great.
Yep, like you mentioned before, it's overwhelming because he is a single target boss. And one of the skill sets for Chano is with the summoning of the wolves as well. When he summons his ultimate down, you're fighting against a pack of wolves, and Loong wants to be in a situation where he's presented with gifts. Okay, you just hit this guy, we get the burst, you take to the skies, and then we win the fight.
Wow, and in the end, they're going to give Haku his Ogryn. I don't think that caught me off guard in terms of how they would prioritize it, but the fact that it was picked last, that surprises me.
Okay, I'm not too comfortable on the side of ACT Esports. Yes, Mankey is one of those potential counters against an Ogryn because he truly is a fluffy ball, but he is so fluffy that you can't actually hit him.
Yeah, I don't really... I mean, this is a traditional Nongshim lineup, if I've seen one, right? Yep. Almost everybody's playing on one of their top 5 heroes, you know, easily, right? I think that if we're going on to more to the ACT side, this is a tougher lineup to kind of play, and it looks like they do flex the Yuan into the mid lane with Nitsuo.
All right, so just go for magic damage then, right?
And
at this
now
point,
I agree with you.
Okay, great. Today is a special day, man.
It's
I'm
weird.
so happy.
Weird. What is going on? We should not be on the later shift. We're starting to agree with one another. What is going on?
I mean, it's HOK. It's a buddy system. We're supposed to be teammates here. And here is where the important teammate is going to come from. Ormson on this mortar is going to be a difference maker because if he can perform his Cannon Blast, the second skill, shooting those stuns in, it could create a lot of sticky situations.
All right, the pieces are on the board. Let's see who makes the first move. Quinto, Fuhaler, this could be ACT's last game, or it could be Nongshim RedForce just moving forward. Take it from here.
Thank you so much, Isaac. We're going to go into this one. Again, backs on the wall. How does ACT respond after that game 1?
with grit, with persistence, right? I mean, this is why you pick up the mortar as well. Consistent stunts, you just keep shooting them in the face. And one of the things is just make life difficult for Illusion because he does not do well with stuns, does not do well with close range attacks.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the biggest factor, right? In terms of just those setups. Like, Ormson needs to really be on point. I think him and Nitsuo needs to really play better in this one and really step up and really just kind of answer the call because everything is on the line on this one.
Yeah, for sure. And one of the benefits of having Ormson or mortar is you're able to kind of check brushes from distance. So you don't put yourself too much at a risk.
Yeah, yeah. But it looks like a little bit of action. Faye will Heartlink back to safety. Illusion has rotated as well as Nitsuo. It's a 3-for-3 in the top lane, but they're just going to deal with the minions. I think Nitsuo flashed forward. That might have been a misclick.
Yeah, probably so. I mean, there was no reason for him to use a flash, and now this is not the comfortable position, but they do get the space right.
Yeah, they're going to take that one out, but they're going to flash into Sword Strike. They find Nitsuo, and they get first blood, which might be a little bit more valuable at this stage. And Haku continuing on. He's got the tether. He's not going to dive under the tower, though.
Oh my goodness. How many times have we seen Haku take a lead for the team, and then they just go on and smash the competition?
I mean, that's the Nongshim MO. I think that they're, like, from what I've seen, even today, right? Just to kind of compare apples and apples in a way, OG are like that Ferrari that's going 0 to 60 in like 2 seconds. Okay, Haku looking to go in. Conductor of Souls find Nitsuo. Nitsuo might be in a bad spot. He's going to get seer stated, and he dies yet again.
Okay, to be clear, the oh no was not for Haku. It was actually for ACT because they couldn't kill. There was no way they could kill him, and you know, Nitsuo was not for at that point.
That positioning, that area, and just, again, you're feeding the beast. This is the wrong guy you want to be giving any sort of farm to. Haku getting a little bit bigger. They play so well with the lead.
Yeah, they're bringing the zoo here. I mean, they have the beast, they have the wolf, and right now, Nongshim, it's not the biggest of leads, but it's close to 1,000 gold at the 2.5-minute mark.
Yeah, this is a bit of a difficult one. I mean, it's not the end of the world for ACT. They're still able to kind of get back in this game, but you gotta stop Haku because once he hits that critical mass, I don't think there's any turning back at that point.
No, but he's not gonna show. That's the thing, right? For Nongshim, at this point, Haku has this very, very good trait as a jungler, which is he does not show where he is, and he will just show out of nowhere, and ACT is gonna get caught off guard again.
Yeah, yeah. It's like one of those things where you're just like trained in your room. You don't even leave your room, right? You just eat in your room, you drink in your room, you're just constantly training, and then you come out and you're like this big beefy boy that just impresses everyone and takes all the girls from everyone.
Oh, okay. Sounds a bit familiar.
Sorry, a little personal.
Sounds a bit familiar, but at this point, it could also be a horror story for the side of ACT, where the monster just comes out from the depths of the abyss, and Haku will try again. He doesn't care.
Yeah, he's so strong at this point. Kyung9 is joined as well, but Switch kind of pushing them away. Here's the Conductor of Souls, finding Switch out as he gets sniped out. He does. Haku finds him, and they want to go for more. They're going to try to go on Flukio, who's also very tanky himself, but he's been pushed back by that creation block.
And this is one of the, you know, side effects of having Haku as a jungler on the all grid. Even though Illusion probably had the killing blow, because of the passive of the seer state for Haku, he gets the kill, so he gets the gold, he gets the EXP.
Yeah, he's just being greedy at this point, right? I mean, he has a 500 gold lead over Flukio. He's kind of taking over at this point, and he's being aggressive to the point where he can constantly push. He's not really scared.
Yeah, and this forces the roam to go into the hands of ACT in the mid lane. This leaves JC1 super vulnerable against Siwi. Siwi might be able to force out the dragon.
I mean, look, a lot of pressure being put on. Faye's going to Heartlink back to safety. The Tarian is about to be started at this point. But ACT, I mean, are they going to go over the wall? Yes, the Dream Roam. He's looking to go in. He goes to the stolen. And Flukio with the highway robbery. Kin, what is the number to 911?
Oh my goodness, but Flukio, hang on.
They've got the thing inside the box. They find Kyung9, who gets cannon blasted. He's going to use the force field suppression. He will run away.
This is that familiarity about ACT. You can put them in a bad position, but they will come back.
I mean, Flukio with that play. I thought the Dream Roam was a little bit early, but it was perfectly timed. He did the 360 donut, got the Smite steal. Perfectly played by Flukio.
I mean, that's why one word can have so many different meanings. I felt like it was a dream that he was going to get the steal, but it was a dream come true as Flukio actually got it.
He got that one. He gets the steal on the Crimson. This is a bit of a shift. This is how ACT gets back. It's the small victories. Haku wasn't there to contest, and now Flukio looking to make things a little bit difficult for Haku here.
Okay, but they have to like steal some camps or something, right? It's still 1,000 gold ahead for the side of Nongshim, and once again, they want to re-aggress.
Yeah, they want to. Haku over the wall with that path of passing. He's looking to steal the Azure Golem himself. But Haku's still up in front. Flukio looking to trade, not looking to give that up. And it looks like Haku will take that and make his way on out of this.
And they can't punish, right? This is the difficult part. This is why Nongshim's draft is so strong.
Yeah, there's no catch at this point. There's no way to just like slow him down. Flukio, he's constantly tethered on a Flukio. It's like they're, you know, blood brothers.
Yep, so I think they need a burst. And until JC1 hits that marker, it's so hard for them to fight.
Yeah, no chance. But JC1 with that Flaming Palm does connect onto Siri. He needs to just dash away. He gets picked off. Nitsua goes all in, gets that snipe in. But now Nitsua not in a great spot. He gets Storm Strike for his troubles. JC1 on the bottom side. He goes down, but Haku trades his life away. It's a 2 for 2 thus far. The shutdown going the way of Switch, and Kyung9 dashing away. He will be fine.
It's a win for ACT, no doubt about it. They got Haku. It's a shutdown, right? So this is a huge swing. Yes, it's still 1,000 gold ahead for the side of Nongshim, but because of the lack of Haku's presence, now ACT has freedom around the map. And what a great decision by Switch. He tries to steal the ball, but unfortunately, stopped by Fade.
Yeah, just a really well played there. I mean, just keeping themselves in this game. They're only down 1K. This is definitely possible to come back in, but DJ can break it down.
Nitsua, I mean, he was doing so good, right? He actually held off 3 different members on the side of Nongshim, which allowed the rest of the members of ACT to focus onto Haku. Haku is not a hero you can kill alone. You need a team with you.
Yeah, you need everybody, right? And it looks like, I mean, Switch was kind of up front, attracting so much attention on his own. So Haku was kind of isolated on the back line, and it wasn't able to kind of get that support that he needed. But Haku, still being aggressive, wants to put it down, is going to go for this Azure Golem.
Yeah, Haku's like giving them a revision test, right? Hey, I have stolen once, what can you do now?
Oh, like Haku looking to go for that one. But Flukio with that smite does take that one for good measure. Nongshim, though, looking to still be strong, putting that pressure on. Only 1K difference. But they find it, they've got the box, and they do have him locked down. But Faye somehow gets the safety with that Heartlink, somehow surviving.
Smart movement coming in from Faye. Actually flashed out to safety, and at this point, they're looking for the steal.
Now they're looking to change things up. ACT looking to go aggressive, but Haku over the wall. He does ensure that he gets that one. He does smite it for a good measure himself.
Okay, I love this performance by ACT, but they need to watch the way they're suffering against the map control of Nongshim.
And look at the bottom lane. Switch had made the rotation with that teleportation. It looks like Kyung9 is going to be making his way back into this mid lane. Nitsua level 9. A little bit of a struggle here, but look at this gold chart. Flukio 3rd place, falling behind Haku and Kyung9.
Okay, so this is what ACT needs to do. They need to make sure that there is an imbalance. They need to continue putting pressure, but not give away kills. Because the fact that Haku is top of the gold charts is not a good sign at all.
Yeah, definitely not at this point. I mean, look, you want to ensure that you have that best chance of an opportunity to get back in this game, but I do like the way ACT are playing. They're not playing scared. They're looking to be aggressive. They're looking to invade and take what they can from Nongshim.
Okay, so important itemization coming out from Nitsua here in the mid lane. He actually picks up the Venomous Staff. I'm not sure whether he will go for the Frost Scar Embrace, but this is going to stifle the growth on the side and team fight potential of Nongshim.
Yeah, but look, the Tyrant going to be picked up here. ACT right under the noses of Nongshim. They were definitely within the vicinity. They knew that this was going on. Kyung9 kind of scouted it out, but not really much he could do.
Okay, so Flukio looking for an opening. They actually give away the Azure Golem to Haku. I don't know if that's the best decision here.
Yeah, and ACT now looking to put pressure on this mid T1. The force field suppression onto Kyung9. The Annihilation gonna be a little bit off the mark in that way, but not really connecting on anybody. It looks like both of these teams are gonna disengage.
It's so smart. Haku is actually buying time so that Siri can get that T1 on the top.
Yeah, very smart play. I mean, that was a free one for Siri. You gotta get this guy going as well. He's winning the farm lane matchup, which is speaks volumes about Siri's play. JC1 doing great as well, but only about 500 gold away now.
Kyung9, is he hiding? I think he is. JC1 might be at risk here.
Yeah, might be at risk. We'll see how that one goes. Kyung9's still there, but he does have Ormson to back him up. Flukio and Haku, these guys have been bashing each other since the beginning of this game, and it looks like they're, again, gonna just, like, back off at this point.
Yeah, pillow fight for sure, right, at this point. And for now, I think, look, I am impressed. ACT actually holding on to that 1,000 gold difference. They are really hanging on in this game.
Yeah, I mean, doing a great job, right? At some point, you were talking about the fact that Nongshim, when they get that lead, they're very good with that. But they've been doing a good job of just finding farm where Haku isn't, contesting as much as possible.
Exactly, and T2 now under pressure on the bottom side. So, you know, Kyung9 is forced to rotate to that. Now, Flukio, does he really want to contest this objective in that blue buff? No.
Yeah, I don't think so, but they are grouping up around. They know that the Shadow Tyrant, ever so important, especially that first one. That damage buff is huge.
We have to keep our eyes on Nongshim. So far, he has been the difference maker.
Yeah, Faye gets Heartlinks, he gets back in. The Tyrant is actually going to just go back into his lair. Look at the flank. Switch is going to be there. He's waiting in the brush. Who's going to be spotting him out? Haku now. It looks like Kyung9 finds Switch. Haku over that wall. Not playing scared, but that mid T1 taken out. ACT using their positional advantage to take a tower.
So smart, and Nongshim, maybe they want to look for something else.
Yeah, they got to get revenge. They got to force something, but the mid T2, both of them, the Annihilation, they find into it, so that's at least some catch. Flukio with that Dream Roam, here's the emergency, wants to go forward, but Flukio too tanky, but not fast enough. Haku tethers him down, gets that kill. He continues on, and now with 5 members and a 2-man power play, they're now looking to just repeat it. No, they're going to go for the Shadow Tyrant instead.
Yeah, now with Faye, there is heals galore coming in for Haku. They can take this Shadow Overlord, Shadow Tyrant for free. They're going to try on the side of ACT. This is a huge risk for them.
It is a bit of a risk. They will take this. The Overlord is going to be taken in as well. They're looking to trade, but they've taken those 2 kills for those 2 towers. Was that a good deal in that mid lane?
I think, okay, if they don't die, Ormson, no!
Ormson, he gets annihilated. He gets stuck inside the box. Nongshim are chasing them down. JC1 trying to run for his life. Faye over the wall, trying to get the pick off, and he does. And he gets on his dragon, and he gets on out of there.
What a turnaround. A great snipe for JC1. I mean, it's a silver lining and a consolation prize, but still, it's definitely Nongshim in full control here.
Yeah, full control. Faye was just a little too far. Haku was not able to really back him up. I mean, Faye got caught out. JC1 makes him pay, and he says, hey, you're going on me? Let's go, brother.
Exactly. I mean, this is the attitude you need to have, right? Don't be afraid to take fights, but also be smart about it. And one thing that might change here, Illusion gets a Splendor. That's the item that lets you go golden and be totally immune. And I feel like Illusion might bait certain stuff out from ACT.
Yeah, but I think it's one of those things where he will probably be playing a little bit riskier. He'll definitely be up front so that he can take advantage of that. But that said, it looks like ACT right now starting to kind of feel it. They're starting to be aggressive. They're looking to take over the map.
This is the benefit of taking that Shadow Overlord. You're able to clear 1 wave of minions, which is the bottom lane of choice for ACT right now. And this allows you to put pressure onto Nongshim.
Yeah, and look, Nongshim technically have the net worth lead, but without those middle towers, this is a game that's kind of 50-50 at this point. It's not an issue at this point. ACT understanding that and using those Vanguards to their advantage, they're going to take a top T2.
They have studied them from the major East Leagues for sure. Nongshim didn't have the best macro games during their Pro League, and it's exposed right now.
Yeah, you're seeing this, right? I mean, they're putting even pressure on this top T3. Kyung9 is there, the Annihilation, not sniping him out. He gets on his Draken, but Haku's still up in front. Switch is going to be backing off. Illusion not able to kind of connect them. Do they get the catch? If they want to go on to Switch, they get the Destiny counter, slowing him down even more. The Dream Roam into Flukio, and that was like a perfect disengage by ACT.
Yep, nobody falls, right? And also, now they have to deal with the wave at the top, and they get to play that game, which is long-range poke on the side of ACT.
A lot of poking and prodding, and Nongshim not getting anything out of that. Yes, you chased them away, and they're outside of your base, but what did you get? You didn't get a single kill. ACT playing that one to the T.
You know why they're having success? Because Nitsua is going for the magic build.
Okay, no, look, as a mid laner, Yuan, I agree. That's the way you want to go. They need some damage to really help mitigate this, right? You're going to put a lot of pressure, or you're going to take off the pressure off of JC1's shoulders to really do that damage.
Okay, but there is a big difference maker here. Yes, not a lot of goal on this Nuwa Illusion, had to sacrifice for the team, but he's really close to either the Savant's Wrath or the Tome of Wisdom, and the fight will change majorly if he gets that burst potential.
Yeah, but Kyung9 on the run at this point. Illusion, again, you want to get Haku going. He has a sizable lead, even in the jungle lane against Flukio, so this is the matchup. Again, he is the raid boss. You're staying alive. You're just locking them in so Haku can take them down.
But for the first time in a long time, JC's positioning is pretty sick at this game, right? He's staying close so he can get the burst potential, but not staying too close that he gets damaged by the Nongshim lineup.
That's the perfect positioning that you want when you're playing footsies with them and keeping them at arm's reach. You're understanding the limits of your hero. That's the perfect place. But Kyung9 getting dove on here by Switch 1. They're looking to go. They have the Destiny counter right onto it. They find Switch, who is doing some serious damage onto Kyung9. And now Nongshim, the great chase. Who else do they get? Faye has been setting it up. He has to flash back. The Annihilation on, but not too much damage. The Dream Roam keeping Flukio alive. It looks like that's going to be the end of this chase.
Yep, Ormson and JC really pairing up really well. At the same time, Flukio always consistently looking for an opening. While Switch did give his life, hang on, lockdown, this could be an opening. Nongshim not actually in a very comfortable position now.
Not at all. I mean, it's tough. Flukio is still that frontliner. They really don't have the answer. Siri hasn't been able to burn him down. He's just been staying alive, being that tanky nuisance.
Okay, so they don't want to, use the smite at this point. So Haku does secure the Azure Golem.
Yeah, they do, and here we go. Looks like Faye has to back off. He's so low. The Annihilation gets the snipe out, and JC1 down for the count. Here's the Dream Roam. Flukio just running back. Nitsuo has to flash, but they're under the tower. The box is going to cover the retreat of Nitsuo. He does get back, but now Nongshim continuing on. Switch gets the snipe out, finds Siri, and that's a huge win. They even get Faye, and Switch with a double.
So back and forth, both the farm laners down, which means it's not a very comfortable fight for either side. Now Illusion, he's hiding. If he makes this play, it could change the state of the fight.
Oh, the Switch. I mean, the fatigue just completely you think you got him, but those dashes or those bursts of slashes just can completely catch you off guard. Siri and Faye, both of them got caught off guard. Oh, they find Haku. He's fighting this 1 versus 4. They have the box and they're doing some serious damage, but here's the Conductor of Souls looking to turn this around. Do they have enough? Haku just slowly trying to get it to safety. Not able to do it. Flukio snipes him down, gets that kill, and 2-3 members down from Nongshim, and now this is going to be a free Shadow Tyrant in the favor of ACT.
Major discomfort for the side of Nongshim at this point because it is Haku has been taken down. He's the tankiest member on the side of Nongshim, and the fact they get the lockdown, that is insanely good from Ormson.
But why is Haku going in? Siri and Faye were both down. You have only 3 members. You're going into the heart of the enemy team, 1 versus 5, and you're trying to use your path of passing to safety. It's not going to work.
I mean, Haku, he does have his ultimate. He did have his Blood Rage as well. So I can understand the confidence, but in times of stress, decisions are hard to make.
Okay, well, when you're down members, I'm going to make the decision easy for you. Don't go in. Okay?
Yep, and that might have been the wrong decision as the T3 is under pressure from the side of ACT.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a great spot for Haku at this point. I mean, he's still up in front. The mid T3 has already been taken out, and ACT finding ways to take over. Even the kills, it doesn't really matter. It's all about those objectives. And Nongshim with no catch, Flukio gets away yet again.
Out of all the PKL teams, I did not expect ACT to put up such a strong fight, but they are. The T3 in the middle is open, and for the first time, Nongshim in this game under tremendous pressure.
Pressure. That's what it's been all about. The net worth has completely shifted in favor of ACT, finding ways to crack into this Nongshim lineup. This is a very predictable lineup. ACT playing it well.
Yes, the stunts coming in Ormson, we talked about it. All those stunts are so important in this game. And now JC1, critical mass. He has hit the strides. Power spikes galore.
Haku's still up in front though, and this is a moment. Look at Switch in the bottom lane. It's going to make things very uncomfortable for Nongshim to want to leave this base. They have to deal with so many different lanes at this point. The macro game has not been in their favor right now.
Yeah, this is one of the rare things. Look, I have not seen a team expose its weakness aside from Moji, but ACT, a grassroots team, is actually doing it.
I mean, the Overlord is going to be picked up. Flukio doing such a good job of just pushing them away, making it difficult, but it looks like the box is going to be whipped. The Storm Strike for good measure. Kyung9 just says, haha, you missed, but he's going to just back off at this point. The Crimson Golem is about to go. Tempest Dragon in about 80 seconds at this point.
That one is going to be a spicy one because, look, until they can take out Flukio or Haku, both teams are in a very uncomfortable position.
This is not a great spot. This is a tight little alleyway. The Overlord is just kind of, he's going to heal up, he's going to stay in his lair and just kind of push them back. Flukio is there. This is kind of in favor of them because, again, the Tempest Dragon about to be spawning, but look at how Switch is in the bottom lane, using this space to put even more pressure on that bottom lane.
Okay, I would also argue this is a great situation for Illusion because that Mega Matrix actually fits right snugly in this Overlord pit.
Yeah, it could potentially be there. And look, the Overlord is about half the Annihilation used early. Tried to go for the snipe out on Nitsuo, the Unending Sorrow, but who gets the Overlord? And Siri over the wall somehow gets the crucial kill stop, but Switch just trying to go for this one. He wants to go. The Soaring Signal is doing some damage. The Heartlink on back, but Haku, the raid boss, has already been killed. And who does it? The Sage of Sanctuary forced Switch. He gets right back up, but Siri in a bad spot, tries to get to safety. He is so low. Does he go down?
Oh, no!
Finds him down. They find Faye. The double kill from Nitsuwa, and ACT putting the pressure on. They're looking to dive. Illusion is back in his fountain, and the Sage's Sanctuary, and it looks like ACT with a 4-to-1 man advantage at this point. How does Illusion hold?
I have no idea, but he, for now, thankfully, because of the Shadow Overlord, they have to defend the base at this point. If they do not, this is a bad decision. They will lose 2 T3s in quick succession. 1 down at the bottom already.
You look, if Siri doesn't get that steal, this game is over. They would have had those Shadows Vanguards, but now look at this. The Shadow Vanguard, why is no one recalling? Nobody's looking to go. This is a bit of a rush. This is a huge issue. Okay, Switch is now here. Who's the burst? Do they have enough?
It's not
enough. Looks like the Shadow Vanguard is slowly pinning it down, and somehow Nongshim coming back. Oh, he goes down. One last hit, and somehow ACT hold on.
This is the fine line, the line between success and failure, and ACT have made it out. It was so close, and during that period of time, Switch saves their lives, but Nitsuwa, Flukio, and the rest of the team, they're all helping. They got the Tempest Dragon on their side.
You could see Switch, and he's just like, calculated. I got this one. I know exactly how much damage it's gonna do, but my God, that's literally 1 HP on that crystal. And now Nongshim somehow, yes, the bottom lane is vulnerable, but man, ACT know that. They're gonna look to defend that one before they move on.
ACT Esports Club fans, do you feel the floor quaking? A Tempest Dragon, 3 waves flying down, 3 different chances.
Yeah, Nongshim just have to hold somehow. I mean, this buff is still on there, but let's check out this replay here.
This one, it was too close. I would have just put my hands in the air. Look at that pixel health. But the fight may ensue at this point.
One hit. That was all that Shadow Vanguard would have taken. And to win that game, that was how close it was. That was crazy. And the fact that ACT are like, no, we're going to continue on with that Tempest Dragon because we need to put that pressure on. But now they are. ACT still up in front with Flukio in that front line. Haku is responding in kind. Nongshim, if anything, they do have good wave clear, though.
Yep, that's true. But for now, T3, this is going to be disrupted. It's a Baron base. All the towers have been taken. Faye, what's he doing?
Faye, what are you doing? He's going to go golden, at least for now. He's just going to try to stay alive, but he gets killed first. A little out of position. Flukio still alive as well. Haku is going to be there. Flukio is so low. That's going to be Sage's Sanctuary. Haku looking to tether them. Looking to deal with the Vanguards for now, just to kind of stop this minion wave.
Okay, so this is a successful defense because Nongshim actually keep the Tempest Dragons at bay with out of the reach of the crystal, so the disruption does not happen. But once again, another attempt. ACT.
Oh, the nice little 2-man stun. Siri back in. The Sage's Sanctuary. The crystal is vulnerable.
Get the base.
They go in. They go for the crystal. And the ACTs take game 2.
Always dare to dream. ACT, they did not expect this performance against Nongshim, but this is where at KWC you break all expectations.
Never say die. Never say never. We're going to continue on to the bitter, bitter end. And that was as close as you get, right? I mean, ACT digging deep. They're like, hey, our tournament lives are not over just yet.
I'm sure both sides feel very tired, but I'm very sure as well that they would rather this fatigue than have the battle for their lives in the lower brackets.
Yes. I mean, look, this is it. I mean, the loser goes home on this one. There's nothing else at this point. I mean, you thought that Nongshim were going to be fine with that early game lead and to kind of keep themselves a good advantage, but ACT just finding ways to get back in. And again, I got to give props where props are due to Flukio because my man was up front, taking everything, not scared, providing all the vision. He was so difficult for Nongshim to deal with.
Let me double down on that. Ormson, my hero, his mortal was on point. The boxes was so great. And of course, we have to mention the hero of ACT that saved the entire game. My dear Switch with the Fati, that last pixel health save of the crystal.
Look, if they won that game off of that Shadow Vanguard because they didn't recall back, ACT, they would have been devastated.
Oh,
like losing like that when you won the team fight, you're like, oh, I got this one. I got the Tempest Dragon. We're going to continue on. That was that moment, that opportunity. But they were like, no, we got this. It's totally cool. Let's calm down, guys.
I find that this is the most tremendous game because ACT is probably in all honesty, the last PKL team you expect to be able to put up a fight against Nongshim and to put it in this particular way?
I mean, look, all of the teams are very good, and to get to this level, you're seeing upset after upset, and just the potential there, but that Shadow Vanguard.
What? Pixel, there was nothing.
There was nothing. There was literally nothing. Bare bones, and Faye going in on this one is kind of suspect, right? Questionable, right? Let Haku still be that frontliner, and then you potentially go, and they got paid with their lives on that one. But ACT digging deep, finding ways to come back in this one.
PKL dare to believe. This if there's any time, Carl talked about heart, right? We want to have heart in this game. ACT is showing you what that heart is made out of. Steel and love and trust.
I mean, everything that you would want in terms of a game. The drama, the back and forth of how that game played. Isaac, your thoughts on that one?
I'm telling you, I'm just right over here, just looking at your screen, looking behind me, just looking everywhere, and this whole place was going crazy. Everyone in that last moment just thought that it was gonna be for Nongshim, but then ACT stood up, and then they completely took this game to put it 1-1.
I mean, it couldn't have asked for a better story, right? Especially in that game. I mean, just being able, the Shadow Vanguard literally one hit away. And I mean, I don't know if this is going to be, I mean,
it's right over there. It's like if you start counting and then you can see like how Switch comes in desperately. I don't think that he believed that he could have taken that one. I'm sorry about that. I don't think he did believe in that.
He actually stopped for a moment. I was like, wait, why are you stopping? And then look, there was nothing. Really nothing.
I think he was pausing to make it as dramatic as possible because he did such a good job. But yeah, that could have been disaster had he not killed it in time.
That truly was a spectacular moment, and these are moments you get in honor of kings.
Crazy game. I think we all need a bit of a breather on that one. That was like a typical stock standard Nongshim draft. ACT were like, we know how to solve it, but we need to ensure that our crystal's at 1 HP before we win.
True enough. And now, ACT, I want you to pay attention to their damage taken. This is the exact percentage of stats that you must have. Flukio on this Mengi, he's meant to be the tank, tanking over 230,000 worth of hero damage, close to 40% of the team's damage taken.
Yeah, it's just so much damage. I mean, look, if we're looking at what happened, I mean, look, if we're looking at what Haku did, I mean, 216,000 damage dealt, 250,000 or so taken. I mean, the guy was still the monster that you needed, and you just needed a little bit more to get over that hill in terms of pulling out the W. But ACT were like, no. Look at the KDAs. Kind of underwhelming, but they played the macro game so well. They were understanding the objectives and how to just win the game.
That's true. And let me put into perspective why that last fight was so spectacular between the two teams. Yeah. Both sides, they had their extra 20-minute Tempest items. These are items you can only buy after the 20-minute mark. All of them were there. Pure Sky Dome, and they also had the Moon Goddess as well. These are all items which require very strict timing to use. You need to use them only when you are comfortable and confident that you will win the fight. And with every single odd against ACT, they won.
It was such an outstanding match. It just kept us at the edge of our seats all the time. Every single minute that we had right over there, it was just us thinking, what is going to happen next? And next is going to be our MVP for this game. The one and only person that kept the hope over there going, the person that kept the crystal alive. The MVP for this game is going to be Switch.
Oh, I'm actually wondering if Nongshim won, if the MVP would have been the Shadow Vanguard, because they would have got the victory. But let's talk a little bit about Switch.
A little bit of a photo of a Vanguard right over there.
He would have definitely had that one. I mean, his damage was on point. He was actually outplaying at times. He got Siri and Faye on that double kill, just really using the fatigue to the maximum.
And Switch has this trait. I'm not sure whether you guys can hear it back at home, but Switch has a trait where he screams at the team the moment he sees an opening. Yeah. Game one, yes, it did cost him a bit, but this game, Switch turned it up.
It was such a good performance, right? Like, not only that last spotlight moment, right? Not that last highlight that we know is going to be all over the internet in a couple minutes, because that was something that I have never seen before.
It's probably online already.
Yeah,
I mean,
especially at that point, right? I mean, the fact that like you thought it was a mistake because ACT was like in the 10th strike, and I'm like, what are they doing? What are they doing? You see that switch is coming back, but I was like, is this enough time? And everything was just like perfectly fell into place for ACT to somehow survive and to take that game.
I mean, if there's any series that lets you know that this is a tournament live series, this has to be it. It had every single marker that non-pixel health on that crystal, that turnaround by switch, the catches, the full 6 slotted items with 20-minute Tempest items usage timing. It's everything you can ask for in an Honor of Kings best of 3 series.
Yeah, and the worst part about this is that at the end of the day, one of these teams needs to go home. Right, which is very sad. I kind of want to be like, hey guys, it's 1-1. That was amazing. Let's just have a tie. Let's just both move on. Say kumbaya. Let's move on. But unfortunately, that's not the reality of the KWC. One of these teams is going home.
And we need to move forward with our game number 3. And sadly, there's a lot of heroes that won't be able to be right over there already, as we can see the global ban and pick board that tells us how is this going to be set up for game 3.
Exactly. Now a couple more options are open, right? And I'm curious whether the early pick will be available for either one of these teams.
I think that you got to prioritize it as much as possible, right? Prioritize it. I mean, look at this draft. I kind of feel like the Illusion Nua, not the greatest. Yes, you did a lot of damage. There was a couple Annihilation snipes outs and things like that. It makes sense going up against the Loom, but just overall, it wasn't really for me. I felt like the Siri Chano just didn't really have the damage to really have the catch possible. Because again, Flukio was, how many times did he get away?
That's true, that's true. I think this is where maybe a switch up into a Mai would have done great. And also Mai is one of Illusion's signature picks throughout the entire Pro League in Major East and even coming into here. Now, the question is, how has the confidence of Nongshim been shaken? Has it even been shaken in the first place?
It has to be shaken for sure.
Oh, right? I was going to answer for that because I was like, yes, it's definitely shaken.
Of course, come on.
Easy.
They thought that they had an easy game too, right? Like after game 1, they were performing so well, they were superior. They come into game 2, they thought that they had it, and just seeing how the crystal was not going to fall, in their brains, they've got to be like, yeah, no, we're not winning this game. After that crystal, they just tell that they are not winning.
Okay, so here's one more thing that might make a difference. ACT Esports clubs, in the first 2 games of the series, they played the Agudo and then they played the Menki. Now, I feel like ACT Esports, it's time to turn the tempo up, go for that pay pick.
Yeah, look, changing it up and putting the pressure on Nongshim, I love a team when they just won the last game going into a final one. I always feel like there's a ton of momentum, and it really helps them out. They're going to feel very confident, and they should be aggressive in this one.
Okay, but here's the ace trump card from Nongshim RedForce, the Dharma, a Kyung 9 special.
Yeah, he's going to be a beast on this one. I think they're enacting revenge at this one. But look, it's an elimination game. You got to put your best foot forward. You got to understand that, hey, there's no day but now. This is the moment you need to shine. You need to step up.
Yeah, does Haku go for the Agudo here? They don't have access into the Ogren anymore. He has already used that in game number 2. That's not an option for him to explore. ACT Esports Club, though, they do open up a very flexible pick. Dolia as the roam. This opens up so many avenues. And look at this avenue. This is one I love to see. The Mai and Illusion special.
Yeah, Illusion special here, although he didn't have a great game against OG when he got it, but I think that, you know, Illusion is looking for the revenge tour on this one to kind of really show up on this one and to kind of show that he is one of the best Mai players out there, but they're picked up the Dune as well. Haku plays this one very strongly, but I'm not a huge fan of the Dune in the jungle lane just as of yet.
Yeah, because it's not exactly early. If you took a look at the stats just now, the Byron pick coming in from the side of ACT Esports, a strength early game, and with the help of the Dolia and Marco Polo combination, they should be able to hold the lane, the farm lane, so they can make some big waves in the clash.
Yeah, definitely. But look at this Marco Polo pick here. I mean, are your thoughts on this one? Is this something that you're comfortable with it, or is it the fact that like Arlie's been banned and this is like the next best hero for you?
Look, you have Dharma, and Dharma wants to catch out team compositions. They want to take out the 5 members. Marco, he operates alone. His specialty is also pushing down turrets.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, just getting that damage. And we'll see JC1 kind of strive on it. But with the Dolly up plus potentially 2 Fever Barrages, it could make for an interesting one. Team fight and kind of getting in. But if we're looking at the other side from Nongshim RedForce, yes, Mai is going to be high flying. Wow. Dune is going to be up in your face. But they need some sort of answer to that. ACT right now, if they get jumped on, they might struggle.
That's true, that's true. They don't exactly have a lot of tank. And Marco, if you're able to catch him out when his skills are on cooldown, he pretty much is an easy pick-off, right? And look, Nongshim, they know about the weakness of their draft. You cannot split Nongshim RedForce up. ACT Esports Club cannot be allowed to play on an individual basis. The Nerza ban is so smart because Nerza is adept at splitting team fights.
Yeah, yeah, great ban there, understanding the flow of the game. But the Auguring going to be picked up by ACT. Flukio's like, buddy, I will show you how it's done, Haku.
And I would trust Flukio. I mean, this guy, he is adept at playing tech jungles, and he so far has been very consistent. A hallmark trait of a great player.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, he's got a lot of flexibility. He's an amazing player and from Thailand, and he's done such a good job here, just like really putting the team on the map. ACT has definitely impressed. I've been, incredible the fact that they're the 3rd place team in PKL, and they're really taking the fight to all of the teams that they played in the KWC.
Yes, I'm oh no. Nongshim RedForce, they pick up the Flowborn. Oh wait, okay, this is not the tank, this is the marksman. So we're fine, but still, the win rate isn't as beautiful as we would like it to be. Now they have the Zhang Fei, which is a great combination in terms of shooting, so it aids in the laning phase. And now, ACT Esport, Nitsua, what do you have for us? Is the Nua a hero that is adept at playing from range, huge poke, similar to the playstyle of a Yuhuan?
So we kind of saw the power of the new last game. It has that long range, the annihilation. You can have those snipe outs, but it's a win more hero, right? If you're losing, it doesn't really have as much impact. Yeah, you have that control, but like if I'm looking at the rest of this squad, they don't really have any catch. Like if Dune decides to Unruly Blade on out, Mai decides to dash away. Like how are you catching these people, right? And so the lockdown is really lacking on this team.
I agree with you, but that's why they pick up the Dolia. There's no catch, no need for a catch. It's about burst potential. And I mean, I know you're very supportive of Nongshim and you love them because they represent what we came from, which is the major East Pro League. But ACT, you cannot deny that they're strong.
No bias here, definitely. I think that going into this one, it's going to be everything at stake. I mean, we're going in for this double purify. Why not? JC1 Ormson understanding that, hey, this is the only way they can affect us is by locking us down. Nongshim have plenty of them in spades.
They could literally mute Kyung9 here. If they have purified, they could just get out of his truth mantra.
Yeah, it could potentially.
Holler, Kintofu. 1 game, 1 shot, win in advance, lose, and it's all over. This is gonna be it. Is it gonna be Nongshim RedForce, or is it going to be ACT? We'll see that in a minute.
Everything at stake going into this one. Final game for one of these teams. Who moves on? It's going to be interesting going in. If we're looking at the drafts, who are you giving the edge to, though, Kin?
I prefer ACT, but only if the game goes well, so...
Okay, okay. No, look, if you've got an Auguring, you've got that late game secured. I think that you will be fine. I think it's really going to come back to Illusion and to kind of set the tone, as well as Siri. I want to see this guy step up. We haven't really seen him play the typical Siri games where he just takes over.
Yeah, because he has no space, right? And I think ACT, this is a very different ACT team.
Yeah, Kyung9 actually fighting 1 versus 3. Illusion will join, misses the Kachusin. And Illusion, buddy, you got to step up. You got to start hitting them.
Yeah, you definitely need. Kyung9 actually manages to secure that camp for himself, so he is having a level advantage against Switch.
Look, let's talk about this bottom lane. I mean, Flowborn Marksman, definitely a newer hero, so some people might not be as familiar, but going up against the lane matchup of Marco Polo, your thoughts on this one, Kin?
Very hard, because Marco Polo is actually such a mobile hero. He will be able to avoid the skill set on the side of Siri here. And at the same time, the decisions made by ACT so far have been much better. Ormson choosing to support Nitsua in that early game allows him to get that earlier extra lead in terms of wave clear.
And we saw that in game 1, right? Where, Nitsua didn't have the greatest of games. He was definitely focused quite a bit, but Haku in a bad spot, they had the coalescence. And with that illusion play, that stun onto Flukio, slowing it down, Haku still It's kicking and screaming.
Okay, Illusion doing a very good job of saving Haku's life there. That would have been scary, but Siri...
Emergence, the flash away, that was a commitment, and he didn't actually commit the emergence as well, so just all a bit of a bait in that sense. But now ACT putting the pressure on. I mean, yes, this net worth is a bit of a tie, and it's a bit of a watch at this stage. Still too early to tell.
Definitely too early to tell at this point, but hang on. They're going to group up 3 different members. They want this advantage. Rotation is so important. Rotation speed even more important.
Definitely. And look, Siri's left kind of by himself. Faye doing the rotation, providing vision, seeing what jungle camps they could potentially steal. Nongshim doing a good job, and they'll take the Sprite in the top lane.
Okay, that's a big opening. Okay, look, I know I have repeated this before, but I do not expect ACT to match Nongshim in terms of gold.
Oh, but the Fever Barrage, that's the first one. Finds him, the emergence. They're potentially looking to jump. Faye will now join, but Nitsua not able to get any more.
Okay, comms maybe a little late coming in from Nitsua here. I think if they got that timing down, it would have been first blood. And onto Siri, no less.
Yeah, I mean, look, if he gets in, that emergence is such a huge signal, and Switch flashes away. But again, it's going to be, you know, if you're not really paying attention, you might get caught out. It's not the easiest thing to do because the emergence, that animation is huge.
That's true. And also, bear in mind that this has been a pretty long series so far. So fatigue will start to set in.
Yeah, definitely. And Switch finding Kyung9. Those guys will be duking it out in that top lane. Yes, there was a rotation by Flukio, but again, it's all about that jungle matchup. Haku, how is he going to just... I mean, he doesn't need as much farm. Like, he's a Dune, right? He needs to stay alive. He needs to be that tanky boy. But Flukio needs to get going. They're going to try to get as much farm as possible.
The purpose of Haku's Dune is actually to force ACT into a corner. This is where Kyung9 is going to celebrate the benefits of having a Dune. But so far, if, let's say, the farm is matched up, it's not going to be an easy case for the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, will not be easy. And it looks like Kyung9 teleporting in the mid lane because they know that the 4-minute mark is where things are at. The Tyrant have spawned. And then now the pushback with that creation rock, they're going to force him back, but the Tyrant back in his lair.
Okay, reset. The buff is open though. Do they really want to contest this? They need that Azure Golem for Flukio.
Yeah, he needs to pick that one up. And I think that they will just kind of slow things down, and Nongshim might suspect something is astray. But Illusion spotting out that, hey, if anybody wants to make that jump, he can go in.
This is a signature pro play, so look, your buffs are very important. So sometimes it's not the #1 prior to go for that Tyrant. You know, the trade, if they get your buffs away, it's a horrible situation for you, even if you get the Tyrant buff.
Yeah, yeah. So you got to prioritize that because, look, they're not going to go for the Tyrant as well. And if worst case scenario, you can just kind of get off the buff and just kind of help in and support when you need to. So it's not the end of the world. But ACT right now down about 600 gold.
Okay, not the biggest difference. End of the day, they're still keeping tabs onto whether this Tyrant is being taken by Nongshim.
Yeah, and look, in this bottom lane, again, the Siri, a slight edge. Unruly Blade finding Flukio. He's going to sidestep the Wind Slash, though, but he's tethered on. Flukio looking to back off at this point.
It's so hard, I feel, because Flukio is an Ogre. You're pretty mobile, actually, with the path of passing.
Yeah, you have a lot of options. I mean, it's hard for them to lock it down. And Nongshim, this is why they were trying to bring as many stuns as possible, but now they've started the Tyrant here.
Okay, this one ideal for them.
First, they find him, and they find Flukio. That's going to be first blood. Haku takes that one down, and it looks like that's going to be gravy as they turn their attention on the Tyrant here.
This is a big mark of success. Haku is securing also the Tyrant for the team here. T1 under risk at the mid.
Yeah, they're going to put a lot of pressure. They're just going to turn this Tyrant into more. Switch just trying to outlast it. Here's the Fever Barrage, and Switch is going to be down. JC1 gets pushed back. He gets killed for his trouble. Illusion. This is why he's so good on the Mai.
Very, very good play here from Illusion. This is his signature hero, and you have to give him some respect. ACT, I know that game #2 was good for you, but you have to be very careful.
Yeah, you don't want to get him going, right? This is the early game part. You want to get that space and time and the farm for Flukio, but going in like that, losing 2 and like literally throwing that lead into Illusion, not great.
And Illusion now also has the timing of that Crimson Golem. So now, a lot more options for Nongshim to explore. What do they want to play?
I mean, look, they've taken the top T1. They're going to take a little bit of this map. The Crimson Golem is about to spawn, but it doesn't look like they're going to contest. ACT right now need to somehow find ways to get back in as this net worth lead is kind of grown in favor of Nongshim.
Yeah, 3 kills and 3,000 gold ahead. So not exactly the best situation for the side of ACT. Flukio, he should be able to handle handle the 1v1 for a short amount of time against the dude.
And look at the emergence even on forward, finding Kyung9, but he's going to be backed around. He dodges the annihilation. They will trade away the top T1. No minions, excuse me. The bottom T1 being taken out. Nongshim taking advantage of this space.
Yeah, Nongshim identified the mistakes from game number 2, and that was the macro gameplay. They need to control the map.
They need to, definitely. But ACT on the defensive, on the run. They're going to huddle around this T2 top, keeping themselves alive. Look at how aggressive Illusion is being, and this is how you want to play the mine.
Exactly. Aggression, you get free poke damage. You also get information for the team. Now, T1 under pressure once again.
Yeah, they're looking to go the Umbrella Outburst on the 3-man stun, and they find Switch, who has to use that force field suppression, but they've taken the mid T1. Illusion, though, has to back off. Here's the emergence, and it looks like Nitsuo will join, but Flukio taking a lot of that damage. He will survive, though.
Oh, good restraint. A lot of people will be asking, why didn't Nongshim go for the kill? It would have put them at risk at that big burst potential from Nitsuo here.
I mean, the biggest thing is why go in? You've already taken the mid T1. There's nothing to fight over. Yeah, you might get some kills, but you're kind of on the lower end. You need to stay alive. This is a smart play in the long term.
Yep, it's not just about getting the advantage, but also keeping it.
Yeah, definitely need that, right? And look at this. If we're looking at some of these, role matchups, jungle to jungle, the Dune over the Flukio, not the easiest thing to do, but Haku doing a great job in that jungle lane.
Yes, and because of the lead, they actually have a pretty sizable kill potential coming in from the side of Nongshim. Now, if you compare in that farm lane individually, 1,000 deficit, Siri is going to slap JC really hard.
Look, Siri needed to have stepped up in this game. I mean, if this team wants to have a chance at further rounds in the KWC, Siri, again, he needs to be the guy. He's doing a decent amount of damage. He's been putting the pressure on. This is what you want to do, especially as the Flowborn marksman.
Yeah, Kyung9. Oh, hang on.
The Windslash not going to be connecting on this one, but JC1 did commit the Fevered Barrage just to stay alive. He's going to be pushing him back, but Nongshim, again, unruly blade forward. Haku not scared.
Okay, so great presence of mind. JC1, yes, there was a pressure. He gave away his ultimate, but did not use the Purify.
Yeah, but look at this, turning it into a bottom T2. They've been pushed away. Nongshim doing a great job of understanding that, hey, we just need to push. When do we push is when we have that minion wave and we force them back, doing a great job in taking that one.
And with a 4,000 goal lead, hang on.
Yeah, but Ormson just limping away. He'll be fine. Nongshim, again, just sticking around in this jungle. This makes it very uncomfortable. ACT not even able to get near the Azure Golem, and it looks like Haku will pick that up with a smite.
And Haku having a Azure buff is a big win, because as a Dune, you actually burn through quite a lot of mana. So the mana regeneration and cooldown reduction is pretty important.
Yeah, it's one thing to have the blue buff, but it's another thing to have the enemy blue buff taken away, right? That's the biggest thing, is just taking things away. Resources going into your hands, and you slowly choke them out as now you have about a 4K net worth lead.
Yep, and you control the timing of the buffs as well, which means that there is openings available where you can allow ACT to enter your jungle, but they realize there's nothing to take there.
Yeah, there's nothing. It's a completely barren place. This is like looking like The Last of Us in that sense. Everything is completely open. Everything has just been stolen or looted at this point. But now ACT trying to find a way. They do not want to give up the Shadow Tyrant for free.
They can't. This 10-minute mark, it's an enhanced version, so you get a lot more additional buff damage.
Oh, the Unruly Blade on forward, finding the Wind Slash onto him, but Haku taking most of the damage. Faye needs to be careful. He Leaping Saber's in a bad spot. He's going to get back to safety. This Tyrant just looking to be pushed away, but the Annihilation on the Tyrant, who is just healing up. Nongshim now looking to go. The emergence for more of a scouting expedition. Switch still up in front. Tyrant at about half. They go for the Wind Slash. They connect onto 2. The Umbrella Opera's on top of this, and they find Switch, and that's going to be the huge win. Haku, though, gets killed in return. He's going to change his life away, but they take the Tyrant, and that was huge for Faye.
Yeah, but the low Haku is down. There is no more big tank available. Flukio, though, gets controlled up.
Yeah, gets controlled up. Nongshim just surrounding him, and it's like they abandoned him. They let him go, and they had 3 members from Nongshim able to take him down.
It was a 3,000 goal lead. Now he has snowballed. Okay, not a lot, but a 6,000 goal lead for the side of Nongshim now.
6,000, but Haku is down, and this is a little bit of pressure on that bottom T3. If they open up the base at the 11 minutes, this could be critical.
Yep, this big ultimate coming in from the side of Faye was really what changed the fight. At the same time, the timing was just too tight for the side of Flukio to get into range to get the spike down as well.
And look at Ormson. He just completely abandoned Flukio, knowing that, hey, we need to stay alive. We need to cut our losses. Flukio was not able to survive on this one, and they knew that he was going to go down. But now ACT need to figure out a way to get back in. They only have 1 kill at 11 minutes.
Yep, 1 kill. Okay, it's not the worst of things that happen. Right now, the most painful thing is the fact that there is no T3 at the bottom.
Yeah, no T3, and that's going to be a gaping wounds. I mean, look, no Kyung9, he plays an amazing split push macro game if they want to go. So they got to be super careful of ensuring that the lanes are been pushed away before they move out.
Okay, so another problem to face is the damage dealt. Number 1 on the list right now is Siri, which means it tells you a lot. Like, he has not been touched this game. They need to find an entry point into Siri's hearts.
Yeah, not been touched, but his positioning has been great. He's been able to do the damage and really having an impact on this one, and just kind of ensuring that his presence has been felt, which was not really felt in Game 2.
That's right. Game number 2, that was a painful one for Nongshim, and I think we talked about it a lot. Hang on, Flukio taking a bunch of damage here.
Yeah, like, again, just playing aggressively. That's kind of what you want as the Ogren, but unfortunately the rest of ACT were really not there to help support him. Overlord looking to get burned down here. Annihilation a little early.
Yeah, a little early. This is why information is so important, right? And because of the way that Nongshim have drafted, Haku being this big shield in the front, they are not going to be comfortable looking and checking brushes. Like,
oh, Kyung9 with the truth! Oh, he catches out 2, but now Flukio still up in front, looking to go for the revenge. Gets the execute onto Kyung9, takes down Haku as well. Here's the Stampede. Where's the damage? Illusion trying to find him, but he's going to get caught on switch. It just strikes him down, but he trades his life away. It's a 3 for 3.
Okay, Nitsua should be able to hold this defense. He needs to get that mana as well as health. But at the same time, Siri is a big problem. He has a lot of damage, and he is willing to give it.
I mean, look, Siri is just carrying this game. They have no answers for him, and Faye is doing such a good job of babysitting, ensuring that he stays alive. They take the last T3. They want the crystal still up in front. They have the Arrowborn. They're going to do a lot of damage onto Ormson, who's going to be pushed away. Here's the Annihilation onto him, but Ormson just chasing, just trying to slow it down. Serial on the low side. Here's Nitsua with that emergence. He decides to not go for this and not commit, but the Vanguard doing a little bit more damage on that crystal, as we saw in Game 2.
I was so fearful. I was not sure why Nitsua was trying to go for the emergence there to TP there, and it actually was because JC1 has respawned.
Yeah. I mean, look, it would have been smart if they were able to go for that one. Siri and Faye with a nice disengage, nice retreat. That was the perfectly timed one. Stay alive for another day.
Okay, so it might look like a perfect situation for the side of Nongshim, as we all can see. But there is a huge risk with every fight that they take. Now, this is the one that really made the huge change. Flukio actually gave the confidence for JC1 to attempt that Fever Barrage, which turned out to be the absolutely wrong decision because Nitsua was not available in that fight as a backup.
Yeah, but JC1 needs to stay alive. He needs to stay on the outskirts a little bit more. I mean, the Fever Barrage is great, but you kind of don't want to start the fight with it.
Yeah.
You want to let Flukio do the damage, let them congregate a little bit around you, and then look to go, right? Use those Resplendent Revolvers as much as possible. Whittle them down. You have a lot of damage, and those basics do hurt as well.
Yeah, but you don't want to fight into a team that has full abilities and skills to be able to stop you.
Yeah, it's more about that positioning, staying alive. And this is the tough part about playing a Marco Polo, because you're on a knife's edge at a moment's notice. Flukio at about half-life, he's going to go back to the fountain to heal on up. But now with these minions slowly pushing, Nongshim doing a great job of putting pressure on.
Okay, but they're also doing a great job on the side of ACT of defending, right? Right now, it's really about, can they find Siri? If they can get Siri down, that's going to be a big change and big swing in the fighting prowess.
Yeah, Siri at about half-life. That was an Annihilation. That did hurt. They do have the Celestial Melody if they want to reload and go for a double barrel on this one. But the burst is going to be key. Switch still up in front. The Unbridled Outburst connecting onto 2 just with the pushback. This crystal is open if they want to go, but the Conductor of Souls onto Flukio, and it looks like he's going to be backing off. They want to go for Illusion, and instead he gets sniped out. Flukio finds him, and they will go back into the fountain. It's a 1-for-1 thus far.
Okay, they hold on. They gave the life of Switch here 40 seconds to go. More importantly, Flukio is alive. JC1 is alive. He does have access to his frigid charge. Right now, Siri has been threatened, but he has stayed safe throughout this entire skirmish.
I mean, this is the biggest thing. Siri staying alive. If you're not able to lock him down, you're not able to do that damage. He has 14,700 net worth, 4-0-4. There's a reason why they're winning, but man, if ACT are able to draw a beat on Siri, they could potentially turn this game.
Yep, ACT, they're hanging on. This is much longer than what Nongshim would definitely want. You are about 3.5 minutes away from the Tempest, and if it goes there, it truly turns into a 50-50 again.
Yeah, and you don't want that, especially at this stage, right? The longer this goes, the better it is for ACT. I mean, they have the wave clear, and you kind of saw just how the siege that was happening by Nongshim at RedForce was not able to continue because, again, they were just, the minions were easily wiped out.
Yeah, Flukio did not check the brush there. Could have been a mistake here.
Oh, the Aeroborn right on the Flukio. He's going to do some work. The Overlord at about half. Flukio not scared, understanding that he has options. He has that sustain if they want to go.
Okay, at the same time, naturally the waves will be crashing against ACT's base, so they need to be very careful about the decision they make here.
Yeah, but they see. They know where it is in terms of the lane equilibrium in that bottom lane. Switch is going to make that rotation. A potential steal by Nitsua there, a little early on that Annihilation.
Yeah, Nitsua, I think the idea is there, but the execution is always just off by a little bit, and maybe the series might be lost by a little bit.
It comes back to those inches, right? Like, how close can you be? I mean, look, he's doing it blind. It's a game sense thing. He's slightly on. I mean, he's definitely within the vicinity of it, but unfortunately, just not able to connect, not lucky enough.
Okay, multiple tests coming in from Nongshim. The first test comes in, the first wave on the top, and the Shadow Overlord in the mid.
Yeah, this is going to be a potential game-ending push if they're able to go, but they don't want to make the mistake that Blacklist International did in that sense of just being a little bit too far up. They don't want to be caught out. The Annihilation is great. That will mitigate some of this wave clear in this mid lane.
Yep, they're holding well, but Faye does have his ultimate if they want to push them back in.
Yeah, they've got the Wind Slash onto Flukio, not the right target that you're looking for. This is going to be tough. They're very tanky boys on the side of ACT. It's going to be tough to crack into his armor.
Okay, they survived the first wave. Here comes the second.
Oh, they find Flukio. They do a decent amount there. Siri doing some serious work. Here's the Umbrella Offers with that pushback, and the Fever Barrage is going to connect, but JC1, he does get killed. Sage's Sanctuary phase down as well. Switch is looking to go. Siri's to Sage's Sanctuary, but they find JC1. 3 members down. That Annihilation will connect. Siri is finally down. The first of the game. Ormson looking to go. Switch with a double, and now Nongshim with only 2 members. It looks like they're going to retreat.
And they survive. That's the most important thing. They survive. ACT, I don't know how they did it. They managed to find Siri. Siri's down for 30. There is no more aggression coming in.
I mean, that's the biggest thing. You take down Siri, you got yourselves a chance. Here's the breakdown.
I think it was the Fever Barrage that really changed that matter here. Siri was balls deep into that particular range here. And at this point, that flash coming in, combo with the Annihilation, with the Nua as well, was really what changed the fight. Because once you don't have Siri in the fight, you have no more damage.
Yeah, I mean, everything is lining up for Siri to make that play. So it makes it a little bit easier for Protect 1, protect the President. ACT, understanding what they need to do, how to counter this. They need to find Siri at every single moment.
Okay, they have survived every challenge, every problem that Nongshim has thrown at them. Yeah. And finally, we reached that marker, Tempest Dragon.
Tempest Dragon, 20 seconds. ACT finding ways. Are they able to claw back? Because they made it very difficult. Nongshim have not been able to close this game out. Haku looking to find at least Switch. Misses the Wind Slash. Switch will sidestep.
Okay, this is a great situation for the side of Nongshim, actually pushing them back away. They're able to re-establish positional control for the side of that Tempest Dragon.
Yeah, but look at Nongshim still sticking on the southern side. The Tempest Dragon is there. They're not actually going to go for it. And ACT will definitely not start that, especially with all the waves crashing in.
So this is ideal, right, for Nongshim? Just don't take a fight. Let the waves naturally work in your favor.
Yeah, so again, slow it down, but again, you're giving a little bit more farm to JC1 and Flukio. And again, seeing as that Nongshim like to group up, JC1 has made them pay.
Oh no, the base, Siri putting a lot of pressure here. They have to get that back from Nitsua, which means now they're outnumbered in the top half of this map.
Yeah, the emergence was used just to keep him alive, but again, Siri kind of has to back off. He's still sticking around that bottom lane. Switch understanding that that damage could potentially hurt. Faye is there to babysit though.
So many decisions to make right now. And it's forced to use a flash. They are going in. And here comes the jump.
Nitsuo, he tried to make the play, did not expect the Umbrella Outburst and Haku to make an appearance here. Switch now fighting. This is a power play, but Siri still not in this fight.
Yep, and they can't overcommit, right? ACT, you don't want to burn out everything before Siri gets here.
I mean, Nitsuo down for about 30 seconds. This is a huge opening. Does Nongshim want to continue on? It looks like the answer is so, but they do have the Tempest Dragon if they want to go.
Okay, I think they might want to rush for this.
I mean, this is a huge moment, opportunity if they're looking to go. They're trying to get the pullback. Illusion not able to find it. The Fever Barrage is doing a little bit of work, but JC1 is already down. Ormson is so low. Faye just trying to keep him alive with that Leaping Savior, and they find Switch. They find the damage. Flukio with a Blood Rage, and that's not going to be enough, and Nongshim move on.
Game over. What a series between these two teams, and congratulations to Nongshim RedForce. That one was a little too close for comfort.
Yeah, way too close. Nongshim, I mean, had to pull out all the stops. ACT making life so difficult. You're thinking that, hey, with super elite minions, everything crashing in, that, hey, we can close this game out. ACT are like, no. We're going to make this as difficult as possible.
Yep, huge respects to ACT Esports Club. You guys are an inspiration. Coming in from grassroots, going into the leagues of PKL, making it out as a 3rd seed, and putting such an impressive series against the #1 seed of Major East. Please take a bow.
Yeah, respect. Nothing better than that one. ACT, if you were going to go out, that was the way to go. I mean, you just played your hearts out. Everything was at stake. You had your moments, you had the opportunities, and you struck the fear into Nongshim's eyes.
Definitely. This is a lesson that Nongshim definitely will learn, because I'm pretty sure Nongshim did not expect this resistance.
Yeah, that was a tough game, right? I mean, physically tiring and going the distance. No team, no game is an easy out in the KWC.
Yep, definitely not. I mean, I did not expect this result for sure, and definitely not in this manner as well. But ACT, yes, you're going home, but I expect you to come back here next year, and even for the next season of PKL, our eyes will be on you.
Yeah, building that momentum. I mean, there's so much to have learned on that one, and just being able to stay alive. The future is bright with this team, let's be very honest.
Yes, very bright. Extremely bright. I mean, it's I don't know. I can't have a comparison now. Flashlight, I don't know.
Okay, all right, that's one way. But look at how back and forth this is. There were so many opportunities for Nongshim to try to close it out, but they just catch out Nitsuo, and that was game breaking. Nitsuo down for 30 seconds, and absolutely eternity. There's no way you can fight because they need the Nua for that wave clear.
They need the Matrix, they need the pushback, they need the annihilation. So damage control, the two things that it's a benchmark, hallmark skill for the Nua. And because they got that kill on Nitsuo, it was unfortunate. But ACT, once again, brilliant performance. Please, you have to take this with your chin up. This is a great performance.
I was just checking on the floor a second, and it's just completely, everyone is elated with this game because it was so close. It was very, very close. I believe that ACT has been the team that has been the closest to just moving forward. All of the lower bracket semifinals have been actually pretty clear, except this one. In this one, ACT really deserved another chance.
Yeah, I mean, like ruthless at this point.
Well, what about if we go and we learn a little bit more from the game with the Nongshim RedForce players? Mara, what you got for us?
We have Faye here with us. Congratulations. That series was heart-stopping. That was so intense. And you guys maintained the reputation of defeating Filipino teams that come your way in international competitions. Now, how challenging has this tournament been for you? Is it exactly the way you imagined it? Just because now you guys went down the lower bracket and it went all the way to game 3. So is it more challenging than expected?
일단 페이 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 첫 번째 질문으로는 아무래도 이제 필리핀 팀을 상대로 또 필리핀 학살자라는 별명 그거 가지고 계신데 그걸 일단 잘 지켜내신 것 같고요. 근데 생각보다 그래도 무난히 좀 올라갈 거라고 예상을 했는데 이렇게 또 최종전까지 와서 또 3세트라는 또 혈전 끝에 이렇게 좀 힘들게 진출하시게 됐어요. 그래서 이거에 대해서 좀 예상을 하셨는지.
예상하지는 못했고요. 저희가 조금 약간 여기 와서 안 맞는 것도 있지만 다른 팀들이 되게 잘 올라온 것 같아가지고 좀 치열하게 싸움을 했다고 생각합니다.
Yeah, it wasn't expected at all because I mean we couldn't bring our best in this series as well, but I think there like other teams has been bringing themselves really good positions and really good form of them. So I think that's why we struggled.
Well, congratulations, because you're heading to the last chance. You're talking about the teams. If you got to see the list in the last chance, which team would you delete out of that list? And which team would you choose to face in the last chance?
이제 라스트 찬스 단계에 진출하시게 됐는데 이게 랜덤으로 또 이렇게 추첨을 하는 거잖아요. 그래서 그 리스트 중에서 이 팀은 좀 빼고 싶다, 아니면은 이 팀은 꼭 넣고 싶다 하는 팀이 있을까요?
BSE가 지금 되게 잘하는 팀으로 알고 있고 말레이시아에서 또 온 팀이다 보니까 라스트 찬스라는 이름을 가진 만큼 되게 잘하는 팀을 뛰어넘고 올라오고 싶어서 BSE로 하겠습니다.
Actually, I want to pick BSE as our opponent because I think they're a very great Malaysian team and they're really formidable. But that being said, this is the last chance and we have to be as much desperate as much as possible. And I want to beat one of the strongest teams to go to the playoffs. So I want to face BSE.
And that is exactly the winning mentality, going after the good teams. Good luck on the last chance. We wish you the best. Once again, congratulations. And now we head back to the desk. Lead the gorge.
Nongshim RedForce moving forward in the fashion that it should be, always wanting to beat not the weak, but the strongest out there. That is something that we need to talk about, no?
Yeah, to be honest, personally, if I was in that position, I would want to attack the weak. Just saying.
Yeah, but end of the day, I mean, that was a very inspirational line because end of the day in the competition, it is the survival of the fittest. And definitely you have to pit yourselves against the strongest opponents. And for them to choose BSE, okay, I know I'm putting words in his mouth, but then isn't Nova stronger?
I think I understand what Holler wants to mean, what Holler means, man. It's just a matter of like, yeah, let's start from the weaker and then let's feed the stronger later.
Yeah.
Right?
You know what I mean? It's like, let's build a little confidence. This is something that they did in Season 3, right?
Rush.
Let's just kind of take out some of those other teams, like you know, get our feeling out process.
Why are you saving him?
My job is to save people. My job is to save the show.
He's the lifeguard.
He was the worst bomb leader in our ranked game last night.
How dare you? How dare you bring that up? I told you not to tell anyone about that game.
Okay, but let's get down to business here. Siri, I think, was definitely the MVP of this game, in my opinion. 44%, 245,000 worth of hero damage dealt by this flow-born marksman. Take a look at his itemization here. That Sage's Sanctuary came pretty late. He took a huge risk to farm up and make sure that he had all the damage against the lineup of ACT. But the major difference maker was his positioning.
Positioning, just staying alive. That was the biggest thing, right? I mean, the fact that you almost did half of the team damage in a 21-minute game, I think speaks volumes about your play. That's absolutely insane. And we were like, hey, Siri needs to step up. He did.
He was listening in for sure, right? Yeah. And now let's take a look at ACT. I just want to highlight ACT. I think, you know, this game, Flukio, he tried his best. And then Switch also tried to complement that by cutting the escape routes off for the side of Nongshim RedForce. But every single time, because of the performance of Siri, he was always in a prime position to just gun them down. And the health bars just melted like butter.
Yeah. And they did such a good job of just like trying to like mitigate what Siri was bringing because he was very aggressive and he was just kind of in your face in that regard. But ACT, man, like that was such a heartbreaking game. I mean, just seeing that go in. But the MVP, clearly Siri, we've been, you know, singing his praises, but 4-1-8, he only died a single time, but the 44% damage, that's actually insane.
I think that that's good for the Flowborn family, right? Because the marksmen are really standing up, as for the tank has been a little bit harder.
Yeah, definitely much tougher. It's still a 0% win rate for the tank version. But here, Siri showing you exactly how you should play Flowborn Marksman. Like, positioning is prime. 4-1-8. Okay, he did die once, but you can't make all the mistakes. So learn from the mistakes of others as well.
Actually, I'm so inspired by Siri. I will be playing the Flowborn Marksman later today, and I will ensure that I am just like Siri in dying only once.
Wow.
That's all
you know
I
what?
can guarantee.
I'm going to be busy later after dinner. Yeah, I'm not going to play the Malay for
I
this
think
guy.
I have like a barber shop.
Yeah, we have things to do.
Friends, guys. I mean, let me know when you guys are free whenever, later today.
Yep. We will in time. If eventually, I don't know, whenever.
Oh, it's been lovely. It's been just a lovely day. You can see that we are super hyped just to go home and then just to get online and then just go to Honor of Kings, get in the gorge and just start enjoying the game with our friends. And we hope that everyone at home is going to feel the exact same way, right? Like, we hope that everyone is going to just kind of like call your friends, call your brothers, sisters, and get in there and get a game on.
Yeah, beautiful gameplay today. I mean, I think every series we've had every day has been a banger.
Yeah, everything. I mean, it's the format, it's the teams, the skill level, the parity, everything that we're talking about. If we wanted to see some amazing Honor of Kings Esports, this is it.
Today we have had a lot of action. And what about if we just take a minute and we look at the brackets just to let everyone understand what is going to happen tomorrow. So let's just have like a little bit of a recap of what has happened in these last 4 days. Group A, Pulse Gaming straight into the top 8. And the other side, Genji Esports is going to battle it out against Boom Esports.
That one is a big series to watch, man. Genji and Boom both have not really hit the expectations that have been laid out for them. So this is truly, once again, a proving ground. But let's take a look at the other groups as well.
Group B on the other side, Alpha 7 Esports from Chalk BR making it all the way until top 8. The quarterfinals are waiting for Alpha 7 Esports and then just fighting for one more chance to make it there. Team Vitality against Dominator Esports.
I think this is the bracket that had the most amount of upsets going into this one, right? I mean, if we're talking about seeding from the previous, like the Chalk BR and of course the IKL, this has been the craziest one. Alpha 7 coming out on top, huge win for them.
Yeah, and of course Group C, Nova Esports, as already seen earlier today, they make it into the upper brackets top 8. And this monster match, Black Shrew Esport against Twisted Minds, we are divided on the talent roster here.
I am really looking forward to that one because everyone is just talking about that game. Everyone's just got all the stakes in there. I'm really looking forward to see what's going to happen on that. And lastly, Group D, as you just saw, OG Esports making it all the way to quarterfinals. And then Alpha Gaming and Nongshim RedForce are going to decide that last spot until the last chance.
Yeah, I hate the fact that the graphics put Nongshim RedForce on the bottom on that one. It should be on top of Alpha Gaming, at least in the brackets, my friends. But that's going to be a banger too.
Yes.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying my very best in here to do my job, but it seems like I'm not getting a win. We're gonna try our very best. You gotta remember that that does not mean anything. But what means a lot is gonna be the games tomorrow. They're going to be full on of electricity, energy, and everything that you could be asking for.
Yeah, BSC against Twisted Minds. Like I said, we're divided about this. The results will matter, not just for them, but for us as well, because we want to have some bragging rights as similar to the teams. Now, Group B, they're also going to have Vitality going up against Dominator Esports. A rematch and a third time's the charm maybe for DMT.
Yeah, it might be they need that one, right? I think that it's going to be a revenge tour, a revenge game. Group A is going to be the third series. Genji Esports going up against Boom Esports. And the final matchup, Group D, Alpha Gaming going up against Nongshim RedForce.
Wow, already today we saw KAGENDRA and ACT say goodbye to our KWC 2025. Tomorrow we're going to see 4 more teams saying goodbye, just getting back into the plains. You know what? It is time for us to say goodbye. Another chapter of our KWC 2025 history has been written. Tomorrow, at the same time, with the same energy, we're going to be waiting for everyone over there at home. Before you go, please enjoy the Kidia top plays of the day. From us, thank you very much. Have a good night. Have a good rest.
Come on, let's go.
Rush mid now. Come on. Jungle combat. Rotate bot to low HP. Victory!
Activating warp jump. Destination? The brightest star.
We the kings with all the show.
Pulse gun charged. Scope calibrated. It's a quantum party. Ignite the stars. Into the nebula. Cosmic shifts. Supernova pulse. Woo! Right in the core.